beginning.
The Epic Series is a global portfolio of the world's most exhilarating mountain bike stage races. Each race is a chapter in a greater journey, a journey that culminates at the pinnacle of mountain biking. The Absa Cape Epic.
These 8 days you will find yourself. The race is going to try break you.
The Absa Cape Epic is the truest test of any mountain biker's abilities.
The Cape Epic is the toughest race in the world.
It's a spotlight to showcase the best of the best in conditions that throw absolutely everything at you. Africa is different. It punches differently and hits differently.
We see that the level, it's basically getting higher and higher every year.
The more pressure we can execute on our competitors, the better it might end for us.
It's very cool when you're riding and you hear the helicopters, one with the top man and the other with the woman, and you see them on the top of the mountain. And you see, shit, I have to climb up there.
Mentally, The way we prepared was just, it is what it is. It's gonna be wet, it's gonna be slippery, we're gonna get cold. It's all these things where I guess it's negatives, but you can't see it as a negative. It's something that we're gonna have to deal with.
With their sight on the overall podium, we can 100% expect that things are going to change.
You just need to one weak moment. It's pretty much one drop gel, energy gel, and you can lose time.
On three for your champions, Nino Schurter, Filippo Colombo. 1, 2, 3. Annika Langval, 6-time Absa Cape Epic champion. Sofia Gomez Villafan, 2-time Absa Cape Epic champion. Victory for the 2025 Absa Cape Epic is yours.
Preparation is everything, and we believe in plan the work and work the plan. And this year, it came off perfectly, exactly how we planned it.
After 21 years, I still haven't found the words to really describe the feeling when you cross that finish line, when I cross it, every single time. All I know is that it's an amazing feeling of so much gratitude.
Kudos to all those amateurs. They can be very proud.
A more graphic illustration of raw human emotion and endeavor you would not find anywhere. The journey continues. Welcome to the 2026 Absa Cape Epic and our prologue day here in beautiful Western Cape, as we greet you from Meerendal Wine Estate on the slopes of the Durbanville Hills. And it is a glorious dawn, a dawn that awaits some 1,450 riders as they rise and prepare for the challenge of 8 grueling days of the Absa Cape Epic as they traverse this beautiful Western Cape. Greetings from myself and from Benno Willett, who sits alongside me once again.
Yes, good morning to everybody out there. I see people are following us on the live stream already. It is early in Europe, an hour behind, and here we are in South Africa. The sun is just coming out, and the race venue is getting more and more busy as we talk. We have 8 days ahead of us, 707 kilometers of pure enjoyment for the ones that got prepared in time. The other ones, that will be a hard and tough race for sure. 15,000 meters of climbing, that is insane. That's a lot of numbers.
Well, the beautiful mountains of the Helderberg, Simmonsburg, and Durbanville in the foreground here. And this is the playground, Meerendal Wine Estate. 20 kilometers, 650 meters of climbing. These are trails that are well explored by the Absa Cape Epic, and we'll get views of the iconic Table Mountain way in the distance from the top of Dorstberg, which they will summit towards the end of this 20-kilometer route. And the wind is already flapping those feathers and flags out on the slopes of Dorstberg. It's going to be a grueling start for some. Others, a sharp sprint around this course, because 20 kilometers is a mere drop in the ocean, and considering what they're going to be doing for the rest of the year. But for the rest of the week, they start at Meerendal Wine Estate and head up through the vineyards to the lower slopes of Dorstberg, and then back down the Barry-Stander single-track section and back through the village and around. It's going to test because the climbing comes late in this prologue.
Yeah, you can't be too excited to start off with. As you said, the beginning is not too steep. The biggest climb is definitely towards the end of this stage. 20 kilometers, we had a statement from Sam Gates. He said it's going to be finished in 40 minutes. Let's see how that's going to go. That is that's a fast time, and the weather looks good. A little bit of wind out there, but the temperature this time in the morning is just perfect, just around the 20 degrees. It will heat up to like 30 during the day towards the elite riders that are starting just after lunchtime. For the men and the women, I think the first woman is taking off at 10:05 this morning.
Yeah, 8 minutes time, our lead riders will be heading out here, and Kevin Jacobi and Conrad Viljoen are no doubt preparing, because they're our first riders. The race village is buzzing. It was buzzing for registration day yesterday as well, as riders came down to register, sign up. Some debutantes, of course, those first-timers who, for them, nerves would be jangling, but excitement levels will be off the charts, because this event is like no other mountain bike stage race in the world. It's the pinnacle of mountain bike stage racing. It's the pinnacle of the Epic series. This is the one everyone wants to finish, and for the elites, it's the one everyone wants to win. And very few get that privilege, certainly to win it, and a few more get the chance to finish it. But it is a serious, serious challenge. Some grim faces, serious faces. Some of these perhaps going to be riding a little bit later, just getting a taste of the emotion and the feel on that start line as the excitement starts to build. Heading out on 20 kilometers for the amateur riders. It's a really great opportunity, Benno, for them to just get a feel right into it without too much pressure.
No, definitely. Everyone is kind of like super excited to get here. There was a lot of work going in to just get to the start line, you know, like you have to get an entry, you have to do your preparation, everything. And now finally, like all the waiting comes to an end, and you get to roll off this beautiful stage. And here we are.
Jordan Hill-Lewis up nice and early. He's a great supporter of cycling. Rode the Cape Town Cycle Tour last week, as did 30-odd thousand others, many of them in this race as well. And he will be in the honours at the start there. He's directed Shannon Valstar as well. So there's all sorts going on here as we prepare for the start of this, the 22nd edition of the Absa Cape Epic, and how the journey has evolved over the years. We caught brief images of those early years of 26-inch wheels and V-brakes and narrow handlebars and all sorts. And the evolution of mountain biking in many ways can look at the Absa Cape Epic and say, well, this is why we've evolved in some ways.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's no better test ground for a mountain bike or the mountain bike equipment than the Cape Epic. If you can make it through the Cape Epic, if your bike, your equipment can make it through the Cape Epic, there's nothing out there that you have to worry about. And I think, as you mentioned, from 26 to 29, now we're talking about 32, and there's a couple of new things that we may gonna see in this race as well. So super excited to kind of like put the spotlight on those kind of things this year.
Spotlight on Kevin Jacobi and Conrad Viljoen. Kevin Jacobi is the number Bobesi already with 4 Absa Cape Epics to his name. That's him there. He's the CFO of the City of Cape Town, hence the City of Cape Town on their jersey. So wonderful that Corridors of Power being represented here on the Absa Cape Epics start. So that's, as I said, to his, well, I suppose he's senior, Jordan Hill-Lewis, the mayor of the City of Cape Town, there to send him on his way. Wonderful. This is really quite an emotional moment, and you can see from Kevin Jacobi there, you're going to be exposed in this race all the way through, but from tomorrow onwards, you can sort of hide in the bunch. Standing on that start ramp for every single team, suddenly it's just you two. It's symbolic of the race.
Yeah, no, definitely. The pressure you have by kicking off the race and then being up there on stage, and it's such a beautiful stage. You can see a lot of the amateurs are actually taking this picture, and it will be their profile picture on their social medias for for at least a week, because how often do you get a rollout like a pro athlete, maybe at the Tour de France does, but here it's for everyone. For the amateurs, you have your name, your country flag, your partner is next to you, and that is just super exciting. And now the sun is coming out. There's such a good vibe, and this race village is going to be so busy, and it's just the start of it.
Yeah, the sun coming out of the Drachenstein Mountains there. You can just catch a glimpse. The highest profile there is Simonsberg Mountain. And then all the way across, you'll imagine, if you can, Lawrenceford and beyond the mountains, Creighton. To the left would be Montague. Those will be visited later, but today it's all about magnificent views of the iconic Table Mountain that we'll get here from Meerendal. And this is our 10th year at this venue. 2012 was the first year it has been used both for prologues and grand finales, and last year for a standalone stage as well, as they traverse the Durbanville Hills. Well, this is the only team that will spend upwards of 5 or 6 minutes on this start ramp, because they are the first riders. Thereafter, 20-second intervals, they will be off there in military precision, heading off onto the route here. And riders will be looking over their shoulders thinking, is our 20-second team going to be catching us? Did I say 20 minutes? 20-second intervals. They'll be charging up this course.
And that's also like now being the first team, you try to get away from everyone behind. Every time someone is passing you, you know, you lost 20 seconds. And that's also the beauty of a prologue, you know, like you're going to push hard because you don't want to be catched. If you have someone in front of you, that's the next wheel you want to pass, and so on. So it's going to be interesting for the amateurs. Some of them, they haven't done something like this before. So all new race tactics that still need to be figured out. And then also, like, you have to keep something in the tank for the last steep climb on those 20Ks.
Kevin Jacoby's keeping his emotions in check, only just to get the feeling there on the start line. It is a massive privilege to be the first riders off the start ramp at the Absa Cape Epic in 2026, in fact any year, but this is a special moment for them. Jordan Hill-Lewis, the mayor of Cape Town, is going to fire the gun in less than 30 seconds time. Let's say 30 seconds from now.
1,450 riders, 725 teams from 58 countries. And it's the city of Cape Town that is first with 20 seconds to go. We are now into the final seconds. Our executive mayor standing by.
The gun goes for the start of the 2026 Absa Cape Epic, and our first team of Conrad Viljoen and Kevin Jacoby are en route on this 20-kilometer prologue around Meerendal Wine Estate. They are the pathfinders, a rare privilege for the City of Cape Town team. Kevin Jacoby, the CFO of the City of Cape Town, and his partner Conrad Viljoen setting the tone today in their magnificent colors on a truly beautiful morning here at Meerendal in the Western Cape.
20 seconds, your next team is on the way.
20 kilometers, 650 meters of climbing, all on this wonderful estate of Meerendal, as the course winds its way up and down the mountains, through the trails and the vineyards. And they first turn past the Shiraz on the left-hand side, and they start dragging up to the lower slopes of Dorstberg. Translation for our international viewers, Thirsty Mountain. And that's in a way what it'll be later on today, because it'll be soaking up the sweat of these riders as the temperature rises as well. Louis de Tour and Johan van der Merwe, our first Grandmaster team, are off. Both Amabobesi, so plenty of experience at the Absa Cape Epic, but that does not in any way mitigate against nerves, which will be flooding through them now as Team Uncle leaves the start line.
Sabrina Love, another one of our charity teams on the way. And it is the Give Gas Evans Velosport team from Switzerland, Maurice Picard.
Well, that tells a story, doesn't it? Emotions playing there as the international team of Maurice Picard and Rafael Geyser. Maurice, an epic legend, so he's completed 3 of the Great Epic Series events, and Rafael Geyser, who will become an epic legend should he complete this race. Well, it'll be nervous moments, but once you start pedaling off that ramp, relief will flood through the body as they start rolling away. It's all behind them, all that preparation, all the build-up, all the expectation, and the nerves are behind them. Nick Price back again. He's nudging towards 10 Absa Cape Epics. Johan Lowe, his partner, Neo Energies, Laurel and Hardy. Nick doesn't miss a race in this country. Wonderful support of the sport of mountain biking, and he will be there through thick and thin, smiling and enjoying the journey.
A lot of support already next to the fans, sending them off.
Well, they'll be behind them. They'll be perhaps the first to be passed by a team following them as they head off now. Martinez Skippers and Roger Rush are off, so there's a slight change in the start order. Des and Chloe Nangle go off now. Wonderful. And that's the evolution of this Absa Cape Epic. If we talk about family ties, it's really, really cool. So many brothers, husband and wives, father and son, father and daughter.
Yeah, I think if you can do this race with your family partner, I think it just brings you so close together. Like the training time, the time that goes in before the race, the sacrificing, and then now finally being here on the stage and rolling off, and then yeah, having those 8 days ahead of you. I think it tests every partnership, relationship, and then yeah, if you make it through, coming out stronger.
Yeah, I mean, that's a key, and these riders, generally you try and prepare together, and you try and gauge each other's strengths and weaknesses, and make sure that they are dovetailed for the 8 days here. In some instances, they're not able to train together, not in the position to be able to prepare together. They'll share, no doubt, training data and preparations, but getting out on the trail is a very different thing when you haven't been able to ride together. Other combinations have ridden many, many of these events together, so they know exactly how to key off each other.
Yeah, there's almost 60 nations represented within this race. I mean, that's crazy. And then if you're coming from the northern hemisphere, it's going to be hard to do all the training, everything you need to do for the South African sun, the heat, the dust. The conditions are completely different, and you can spot them quite easily as well, most of the time by the red skin. You have to be careful, you have to put the sunscreen on. One of the things that people underestimate, and yeah, if you're not coming in early enough, you pay the price. But it looks like everyone here is prepared. They know what this Cape Epic is all about.
Where they go. Yeah, your association with this event goes very deep and many, many years from a perspective of the pros supporting the various teams, and the most successful team on the Absa Cape Epic roster in years, the specialized team. What's your, so you're generally talking to and dealing with the pros?
Yes.
But what's your advice to the newbies, to the people who are setting out here today?
I would say, like, I've been to 17 or more Cape Epics. For the amateurs, again, like take it all in. Keep a positive attitude. You know it's going to be hard. You have to be prepared to suffer, but keep a positive attitude. Talk to your partner. Make sure that the combination and the relationship during the entire time, like you're there to race with each other, and you can just push and go for the best. That's probably the best, and then be prepared. Be prepared every single day. Have your sunscreen on, your glasses. Like the last thing you want is chaos or looking for something just before the start.
Don't panic.
Exactly.
Be organized and get things lined up. Yeah, look at the support for the Absa Cape Epic. It has become an iconic, I was going to say South African event, but it's an international event, widely regarded as the event to do for any mountain biker. Andrea Barboni and Massimo La Spada, two epic legends. Gaga Bike Scott, Bike Marina Messina. Head off nice and brisk for the Grandmaster men. Just taking it all in, looking around, just absorbing the vibe of the emotion. It's fairly quiet for the time being. When they come in, there'll be more and more people. And as the day progresses, this venue will fill up. And by the time we have the elite women and elite men heading out on this course, there'll be a massive gathering here to welcome them in. As they head away from the vineyards for the time being, the harvested wheat fields and the harvested vineyards as well already. It has been a hot and dry summer here in the Western Cape. We are a little bit water stressed at the moment. Ritz-Nell and Ilse Nell Sumail head off. Gain experience in their legs. Amabubesi, three-time finishers. We're celebrating this year. The riders have completed 15 or more. Of course, we still have a couple of riders who are embarking on their 22nd. John Gale and Hannah Stein who will be doing that. They're our first riders who set off earlier this morning, Kevin Jacobi and Conrad Viljoen. The Pathfinders doing nicely, staying together. The fairly forgiving start to this prologue. They head to a big loop around the bottom end of the estate as you're looking at it now, beyond that dam, past those far vineyards, and then snaking back up through the village on the right-hand side as you look at it, and they head out to the south, and then the daunting task of climbing up Dorstberg, the final climb, all the way up Stairway to Heaven and to the very summit.
Here they go. And then we've got For the Love of Cycling.
Prinsloo's on their way. Drummed away, true African spirit.
Easy spin out here to take it easy, as you can see, looking around, maybe for another send-off, making sure that everything is running smoothly, and then, yeah, getting into the first climb.
Yeah, for some, the grass can be quite heavy early on as they pedal away there. Can't wait to get on the dirt and get away, and then start relaxing into the route. Magnificent morning. Temperatures are expected to rise. We've had a very, very hot week leading into the Absa Cape Epic. Temperatures in the Boerland, a little bit further inland, nudging towards 40 degrees centigrade. But it's expected that it won't be quite as bad going into this week.
And there they go. Go, go, go.
It is Dorstberg up the top of the mountain. That's where they're headed. There we go. 23 degrees at the moment. Maximum another 9 degrees. Wind speed 6 kilometers, that out of the south, up that mountain may be a little bit different.
Yeah, the wind can
Still now.
The wind can change, like with all the mountains, with the hills, it's quiet on the one side, and then you just get over it, and the wind is pumping there.
Coming down the mountain, they'll be heading into the wind, and then some of the sections going up, they'll have a bit of a tailwind, and that wind will increase as the day progresses. Right, it's starting to spread out over this route. Smiles all round from Matisa Jans van Rensburg and it's Annette Griesel, the Grandmaster women. Wing chicks on their way.
As we welcome Wisdom
Bringing the vibe and the energy to the start line, the people flooding into the venue.
Wisdom and Watts.
And the journey is underway for Lisa Sanet.
Stand in the yellow tree, have fun, gentlemen.
And just after those riders, we have Joanne Rogers-White and I'm going to say Tyrone White, the Drivetrain Academy, looking good on that start line there.
All the fears, all the nerves will start seeping away.
Tyrone, there we go. Best of luck.
And our beautiful images via our drone
On the
of
stand
this
now, it is a
venue here at Meerendal. Those flags up in the distance, they'll loom there. Riders will be keeping an eye there, looking at those flags and think that's where we're going to end. But they climb up and up, up, and then all the way along the ridge to the very top. In past years, we've gone over the top and then done a big loop through the farms, Cape and the like, and then come back.
This year it's everything on the same farm, the 20 kilometers, everything within Meerendal. So you go from one fence side to the other, and yeah, there's a couple of climbs where the last one is the steepest, the longest, and then also great descent coming down. Very dusty and loose, as we did not have any rain for many, many days, months almost, and you have to be careful. We saw in training the other day that there were quite a few going down. You get super excited because beautiful downhills, all beautifully shaped, but then as well, if you start jumping, if you take those berms a little bit too hard, then you can wipe out and you find yourself on the ground quite quickly.
Yeah, there's some fairly steep direct descent straight down the side of the mountain here today, and as you've spoken about, is the loose nature of that surface, pebbly, rocky, well, not really rocky, but just loose, sandy, and you can get it wrong there, and you don't want to do that today. Today is a day of conservative riding for most of these riders. Just get through today.
Yeah. Today is the day where you should ride like 95% the most of your capabilities. Like there's no need to prove anything to anyone. All you want to do is get through safe, test your legs, test your equipment, but keep it all on the safe side. Like if you push hard, you may gonna make up a minute or two, but the risk you're taking is way too much. So keep it steady, have a good pace. Push as much as you can, but don't overdo it. This is only the start. Like you're not going to win the Cape Epic on the prologue, but you can definitely, yeah, hurt yourself, lose it, or get lost.
Slightly overshoot the first corner, but no problem at all for one of our Grandmaster teams, Adam and Munting. And the Grandmasters in the GIC Grandmasters category is 50 plus. And behind them, Paul Lamley and Greg Kamstra. They in the great Grandmasters category. And Andrew Marsh, who are now heading out there. Andrew Marsh, tall man on the front here, just looks a left, and he's headed off. And his partner, Steve Frunling, just overshoots that corner, no problem at all.
Yeah, I've been following Paul and George on their training. And again, like we were talking about 6 months ago, that's when all the training started, and the long rides over Christmas, over New Year's, where you have to say no to the dessert just because you know this Absa Cape Epic will test all of you, and you want to be as fit as possible.
Mandy Simpson, wonderful sight of a smiling Mandy Simpson, and that'll be shielding some nerves, but it's she's on her way wearing the Quano Cycling Academy colours, which is wonderful, the wonderful academy in Plettenberg Bay. They are on their way, Mandy and Neil, USA for life. Enjoy the journey. What a special, special privilege to be able to ride the Absa Cape Epic and ride off that start ramp here at Meerendal as you begin the journey. It's all about teamwork, it's all about patience, understanding and reading your partner physically and emotionally and psychologically.
No, definitely. And you will see it also between the amateurs and the pros, like the communication is such a big part within this race. Just making sure that you look after your partner. You will see that quite often the weaker partner goes at the front at the climbs. It's never good when the strong rider kind of like rides away. That just, again, you always try your very best. And if a strong rider rides away from you, it just puts more pressure on it. And that is also, not just physically, also mentally hard to digest.
Already you can see riders starting to close in on their 22nd team in front of them, and that's the order of the day today. It will happen time and time again. This is how we sort out the start batches for the remainder of the week. So, Benno and I enjoying the views from up here, and some creative headgear heading off. Peter van der Merwe and Philip Potgieter, trap in tap. And they head off in the open men's category. Smiles, they're loving it, and why shouldn't they? So down at the start, creative use of the lines. Let's go down to the start, and he'll be with us all week. Wonderful to have Max Kleur with us.
Thanks so much, Gerald. Thanks, Benno. Yeah, the vibe here, absolutely crazy, almost deafening. In fact, we've got the African drummers behind us. We've got the riders going off for their prologue on my over my right shoulder. But as you can see behind me, it's just past 7 in the morning, and this place is alive already. Remember the big show coming your way for the women around 10:40, the elite women, the elite men going off just after 1 o'clock this afternoon. But I got to tell you, this is what the Absa Cape Epic is all about. It's about every single rider, their family, their mom, their dad, their uncle, their auntie, their dog, their goldfish. They're all watching. Wherever you are in the world, a massive welcome to the 22nd edition of the Absa Cape Epic. We're excited to bring you the action, not only in the elite categories and the jerseys. Remember the Absa African jersey and the Exaro jerseys, but also just across absolutely everyone who forms part of this incredible community. Thanks for joining us. Enjoy the show. Let's get back to you in the studio, Gerald.
Thanks very much, Max, bringing us the vibe from that start line. Max will be roving around the entire race, bringing us the emotions, the thoughts, feelings of all these riders, well, as many as he can. Our particular focus today is the entire field, as we get to have a look at how these riders deal with the prologue. But once the race starts in Montague and then we head off to Greyton, our focus will be more predominantly on the UCI categories of the men and women, and of course there's other racing categories, but that's where there'll be plenty of attention, because we have a gallery of the very finest riders in the world in various disciplines dicing for the overall win this year.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. There's so many new things, pairings, even new teams on the start line as well. Brands that have not been here before, new equipment that we're going to see out there. And it's going to be 7-8 days of pure joy to see what they can achieve on it. 725 teams are going off one by one today. I mean, this is Yeah, this is amazing here. Look at this.
Well, Marius Hurton, absolute legend, a wonderful human being, and the Rugby World Cup winner in 1995. And this man is embarking yet again on the Absa Cape Epic alongside Adelzili. And he will get a huge ovation because he is the warmest, friendliest man you could imagine, having played in the front row for South Africa. Working in rugby helps out the Stellenbosch University, but this man has an insatiable appetite for endurance events.
Yeah, it's incredible how this event, especially here in South Africa, like it's such a status symbol as well. And I mean, he achieved so much in rugby. I mean, that's the sport #1 here in South Africa, I would say. But then still coming here and testing himself within the Absa Cape Epic because, yeah, as a cyclist, you cannot gain more respect for finishing a race than participating with this one here. And for him to go from the rugby field here on the mountain bike trails, chapeau, I must say. It's not an easy task.
Tracy Crowther there couldn't contain herself. She's an epic legend, riding with Simon Espley in the mixed category. Got a couple of mixed around this group as well, because ahead of them, Alex Fonseca and Roberta Sava, and of course Marius Hurter and Adelzili heading out as well, just ahead of them. Big category, the mixed. It increases every year as combinations come and tackle it. And well, if you think of the commitment that is required in order to ride the Absa Cape Epic, of time away from home, put in the hours, be disciplined about your rest particularly, and be disciplined about your food and eating. It does put a huge demand on a household if you happen to be a couple living together.
No, definitely. I mean, I have Cherise in the race. She has been preparing for this event for the last couple of months, and then it's one thing if one person gets themselves ready for this race, but both, like you have the kids, you have a job. I don't know how they do it to kind of like, yeah, conquer this achievement before the race, like how you get yourself ready to it.
Benno's been very modest. Cherise Willett is Benno's wife, and Cherise and Isla Stowe will be racing in the women's race. And they did so with great distinction last year as well, and they're back again this year. And make no bones about it, Cherise is honest as well. It's been a tough build-up. It's hard work. You've got business, you've got family, you've got kids, you've got plenty of distractions, and you've got to fit in the training.
Yeah, exactly. And 10 hours of training is pretty much the most she got out of the last couple of months. Life is busy, as you can imagine, for everyone. And then, yeah, also, you have to get those hours in. You have to get on the bike. They did a couple of pre-events before just to test the legs, and like I said, also the equipment, the partnership is outstanding. Those two women are just smiling all the time. They really take every pedal stroke in and enjoy everything. And I'm looking forward to see them a little bit later. They're already on their way. One of the things today is definitely be early to get to the venue. There's always traffic. A lot of people are coming in the same way and leave the same way as well. And yeah, like I said earlier, being prepared, no panic, making sure that you have plenty time to get ready to get on this beautiful stage here.
Oliver Eglin and David Erner are away. Well, Spain, Switzerland and the United States, the most represented nations outside of the South African riders here. Consistently strong representation from particularly Spain and Switzerland over the years, but the United States have really come on strong at the Absa Cape Epic in the last year or two.
Yeah, very much. Very surprised. We have a lot of Italians here as well, Germans, but now
Brazilians, they love it.
As well, South America. Yes, it's always amazing to have them with. They're not just bringing the vibe around them. Like for them, it's just the culture, everything. Cycling is in their DNA as well. They love those events. It's similar to home, but it's definitely very far for them as well. And then, like you mentioned, the US picking up so nicely within cycling in general, marathon, gravel, everything. Like also on the cross-country scene, you have lots of youngsters. And I guess, especially an event like the Cape Epic, I mean, it's on the bucket list.
Well, we'll delve a little bit into that because it's quite an interesting theme in that the United States is such a huge market, of course, for everything. But we've got a rider riding this year's race who's back for the first time since 2018. She rode it then and won it. Didn't come back. She's a cross-country world champion then. She's a marathon world champion now. Kate Courtney's back here. And in a way, she's been in those early years when she won so many cross-country races, and she was she's straight out of under 23 and won the world championships the next year. She's the pathfinder, and behind her have come just an army of young riders who've are now flooding the cross-country scene. And you get a feeling that sort of also flowed down to the masses as well.
No, 100%. I mean, Kate Courtney is one of the best female ambassadors when it comes to cycling in general. I mean, like what she achieved on the mountain bike, the way the amount of effort she puts in, and then how kind she is, and how much time she also gives back to the community. And that influences a lot of the young talents in the US. As a parent, then you're also going to support your kids. While you're there, you pick your own bike, and you get more people on the bikes, and then you find the joy for it. And I must say, like, the US have picked up immensely on the cycling, on the mountain bike over the last couple of years, and you see it in the level of racing. Like, I mean, Haley Betty, she was crazy well done at the last Olympics. Kate Courtney, you can name so many now. Chris Evans, and
Sophia Plank,
yes,
Gibson. There are just so many of them. And they're all right up there in cross-country racing. And of course, the gravel scene, the Lifetime Grand Prix Series, has ignited a huge following there. And a lot of the riders are people move from road to mountain biking, road to gravel, and gravel are coming to mountain biking as well.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I mean, the Cape Epic, it's early season. It's the biggest mountain bike race at this time of the year that gives you international coverage, the best training ground for some of those cross-country athletes as well. There's so much beauty and so much reasons to be here and start your season off with such a highlight as the Cape Epic.
Look at that, spectators starting to make their way up into the mountain and take up vantage points to watch the riders. And this course is incredibly spectator friendly, bearing in mind it's within the Meerendal wine estate completely. So you can access various points fairly comfortably, cross from one to the other, and watch the amateurs and the pros. Right, we heard from Max a little bit earlier, just introducing us to the vibe at the start. Now he's going to be talking to some of the riders as well and getting their feelings before starting the prologue. Here's Max.
Do that. Okay. Ready. Gonna go live. Gerald, thanks. Gee whiz, the vibe here is crazy. With me, team Chasing Stars, Urban and Boyan. Urban has done 10 Four Islands epics. And Urban, you're here for your very first Absa Cape Epic. You excited?
Yes, I'm excited. This is the highest, the biggest thing that you can get in mountain biking. This is like a cherry on the top of the cream. So God help us, and I hope we come to the finish line.
Boyan, you've raced with Urban a bit. Nice to be here with him. His dream come true here at the Absa Cape Epic, and for you as well.
This is my best friend. It's very nice.
And you ready? You ready for 8 days of toughness, of challenge, of grit, of tenacity?
Yes, we like sauna, so we will be in sauna.
Good luck, guys. Have fun out there. All right, so you can see, so exciting. Boyan, we've created such an incredible relationship with him over the last couple of years, and it's so good to see them getting off. We're going to try and get into some of the other riders now as well, and let's have a look and see who we've got. Good morning, gentlemen. Who's our speaker? Tell us your team name. How many have you done?
Our team is here, Samtec, and we are from Argentina.
How many of the Absa Cape Epics have you done?
It's my second one, and this is his first.
Good luck out there. Have fun.
Thank you so much.
Go, go, go. Good morning, everybody. We're coming in for a quick interview. How's it, guys? Team name, how many have you done? Where are you from?
I'm from Kenya, but South African, and he's from Cape Town. First Cape Epic.
How did the partnership come together? How did you decide to ride together?
We were drinking wine and yeah, made a foolish mistake.
Best decision of your life. Guys, get out there, have some fun. Let's keep moving through here. Gentlemen, good morning. Welcome. Where are you from? Switzerland.
Switzerland, yeah.
And your team name?
Cucumbers.
And your first Cucumbers. I love it. Your first one, you've been here before?
We haven't been here before, not for racing. We've done the Swiss Epic together, and now we figured he basically entered the lottery and just like, oh yeah, we got a ticket, so now we're here.
Go get it, guys. Good luck out there, yeah?
Thanks.
Let's keep moving. Mixed team. Hello, everybody. Tell us about the team. Team name, where you from? I see we've got the Pyga machines. They look beautiful.
We are the dad and daughter dynamic duo from Durbanville, locals here, and we are very excited. This is my first Epic, and I'm so privileged to do it with my dad.
Dad, how exciting. I mean, what a dream come true. Able to do it with your daughter. Fit enough, able enough, ready to go.
Absolutely. It's been a hell of a year, so we're finally here after a lot of hiccups along the way, and we're really excited to get going. But a real privilege to do it with my daughter.
Enjoy it, guys. Enjoy it. Let's keep moving through here. Gentlemen, good morning. How are you? Where are you from? Tell us about your team.
Yeah, we're from South Africa originally, and yeah, we're riding for Huntington's disease awareness this year. Hoping to raise some awareness and some money along the way. We've been affected with some family members that's got the disease, and yeah, very, very proud and happy to be able to represent that.
Always nice to ride for a reason, and excited to be spending some time together on the bike.
Yeah, absolutely. He's actually my manager, so at work. So it's nice to ride with him, and it's been a dream for like a lot of years to be here. So
good luck, guys. Have fun. Let's get one more quickly, gentlemen. Good morning. Good luck out there today. Keep going. Keep going. All right, we're going to leave it like that. So good to see all the different people, the different reasons, the different whys, but one thing in common, and that is to be here on the biggest mountain bike stage in the world, the Absa Cape Epic. Back to you guys. Let's go.
Yeah, great to hear the emotions, the reasons for riding and taking on this challenge. It is a dangerous place to sit around a bottle of wine with a friend of yours who rides a bike and start discussing races you should be doing.
Yeah, definitely. I think in those moments, the Cape Epic will always be in your mind. If anyone is a mountain biker, the Cape Epic must have been mentioned before, because it is the pinnacle of mountain biking, stage racing. It is the Tour de France of this sport, and there's no other like it, where you can measure yourself to the top best athletes in the world. You ride the same course, the same weather conditions at the same time, maybe a little bit longer than them, but you did it on the same day, same stage.
There's never a true word spoken, Benno. It is the ultimate test, but to be able to ride the very same course in the same conditions as the very best in the world is what does set this event apart in many ways. And quite often, less so nowadays, but you can wander around the village and bump into world champions, Olympic champions, the stars of the sport, and engage with them.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the iconic things here at this race venue as well. It's not a small one, 80,000 square meters of like race village, every single stage we're going to. That is incredible. And we often just see the riders going off, we see the racing part, but we don't get to see like everything around it. And that to me is just sometimes in the afternoon when you catch up with the people. You go from the race village to the supporter village. Like that's a whole different environment just next to what you get to see on camera, right? There's hundreds, thousands of people supporting the riders, making sure that the bikes are working, bike shops are involved. There's the day trippers in there. Like there's so much more than what we sometimes get to see on screen. And that's also why so many people are coming back over and over again. because it's the riding, it's the atmosphere that you have within the race, outside the race, the support you get from everyone. Like everyone is here for the same reason. Everyone is like-minded and like-minded, and it's just such a special environment that you find yourself in here, and that's also why they talk about the post-epic depression.
Yes, and it's a real thing.
It is a real thing.
It is, absolutely. There's an extraordinary bubble vibe about this week of the Absa Cape Epic, both for the riders and for those involved here, where you move around in this little bubble around the 4 race villages, and you feel the event, you feel the emotions, and it is a special thing. It gets into your blood, and many of these riders back again for the multiple times. Gary Dunn and Julian Murdoch. Dunn and Murdoch are on their way at 7:37. They started. Just behind them, number 409. That's Gary and Julian, beg your pardon.
Underway as we head to Epic SJC.
Right, yeah, it is a special thing that gets into your blood here at the Absa Cape Epic. It's infectious.
Yeah, definitely.
For at least 1,450 riders in total, 725 teams across all the categories. It's 4,500 tents across the race villages over the week constructed. I mean, they've been at it for nearly 2 weeks in the various race villages around the venue. Montague is returned to for the first time since 2007, which is a wonderful opportunity for that community and for the riders to experience trails there. They're going to spend stages 1 and 2 exploring the trails there. Some very new trails, some old original trails, and wonderful farms to visit as well.
Yeah, it's another thing of the Cape Epic. Like even after 22 years, they're always able to change it up, to come up with new routes. Last year we were very close to Cape Town. Everything was within a radius of 45 to 50 kilometers. But then now, today, after this stage, we're gonna drive at least 2.5 hours all the way to Montague, and the terrain is gonna be completely different. It's much more natural. It's gonna be rough out there. Some of the trails may be washed out from the winter time still. Completely different.
Yeah, it's almost just on the edge of the Karoo, so a lot of succulent vegetation, and yeah, some of those trails are pretty raw, natural, so a lot of work's been done out there, and we'll talk about the Montague Mountain Bike Club out there. They've done Montague Trails, have done an unbelievable amount of work rejuvenating mountain biking, and what was some decade and a half ago, a real hotbed of mountain biking. It disappeared a little bit, but it's been rejuvenated by a passionate team of trail builders and people who ride.
Well done, Jacques. He's pumped and ready to go.
Well, Bruce Campbell and Jacques Venter. Wonderful to see Bruce there aspire. He's a man who inspires many people as well. Coaching and advising and training. A wonderful, modest man who puts so much into his clients and his sport. Nice to see Bruce out there with Jacques gunning for it. They are, and they don't hold back. Leander Craven and Francois Hubert, 0-1, the Masters on their way.
Two tired Chamois.
And we'll speak a lot over the week about how these trails are constructed.
They're not too tired yet.
Maintained and supported. Because that is the lifeblood of the sport in this country and of this event, is the cooperation of the landowners and the people who give you access to be able to ride around these beautiful parts of the world. This particular Meerendal goes back 2012. It was first used here. Patrick Roberts from the Tiger Mountain Bike Club, and they are a massive, if not the biggest mountain bike club around. This is their sort of spiritual home. Patrick and Enrico Berger have plotted this course around Meerendal.
Yeah, that also shows the relationship and the partnership that the Cape Epic brings to the local business, to the local farmers. If you don't get it right, none of those landowners would open up their gates again. But they do an incredible job. Like, they're not just riding through your property and then they're gone for a year or more. They really reinvest in the trail network, in the partnership, the relation, they look after it, and that's also why we are allowed sometimes to ride certain parts of the course that are not open for the public throughout the year.
Couple of our charities. This is the I Love Boobies really good cause team heading out there. I Love Boobies, fighting and creating awareness and doing breast cancer scans around the country in the rural communities, and doing an incredible job. And they've got a number of teams riding here. Scott Vowles and Michael Kuhn heading out, and behind them will be Letsogo Zulu and Mofiwe Olapo. They'll be riding for the Avis ladies team. Another I Love Boobies combination, American Mike Davis and Jeremy Bush from Canada.
And you know the most important part of that story was that Paul was in a helicopter. Squirrel.
You know, people say that because I love helicopters, I'll do anything to get a helicopter.
There's a clamoring of ants trying to get into the home, into the nest. And those are riders assembling just before being called up onto the start ramp and head out for the first stage. This prologue of 20 kilometers, one of the shorter prologues we've had over the years. It'll be interesting to see how fast the elites do it in. As you've heard Benno said a little earlier, Sam Gaze, who's returning to the event to try and finish it for the first time. 2019 is optimistic at 40 minutes. I think it might be a little bit longer than that. But those elites do really go flat out here. So we're underway here, 43 minutes into the prologue and the Absa Cape Epic in 2026. It is a happening thing once again. Thanks for joining us. We'll be with you throughout the week. Occasionally we'll show you little inserts and bring you a bit of the color and the background and the innovation that is pervading this Absa Cape Epic in 2026.
20 seconds to go. Stand by for the gun. You are now in the hands of the start. Congratulations. The victory is there. Number 3 for Nino Schurter.
Hi guys, Casey Self here, riding for Topado Kenda FSR. I'm here with my new bike for this year, the choice of the Cape Epic. Won last year's Swiss Epic. I won it together with Fabian Rabensteiner. So this is the new Topado Nero Air. It's a totally different bike compared to last year's bike. We went to a shock looking downwards to one horizontal. So you can have like a fair bit of different changes in the suspension setup. But for this specific Cape Epic, we are riding 120 front and back. We're riding the Kenda Rush for me on the back, and first time for me riding the Dagger. It's a new tire from Kenda on the front, just to give me a bit more extra security, more grip. For the Epic, we didn't change much with our bikes. We are riding with a bit more spares on the bike, so we are ready for nearly everything, I would say. Keep it fun, be fast, stay safe, try not to crash. Yeah, respect each other.
Hi, my name's Noah Warren, and we're here at the 2026 Absa Cape Epic. I'm riding for Café du Cycliste, the Meteor, with my teammate Loic Blanc. And this is my Allied BC40 that I'm riding this year. It's really cool to be an American on an American brand here in South Africa. Nothing super special, except for Transfer SL. I'll run a 36-tooth chainring with a custom 3D printed chain guide. I'll run the Duet handlebar because it's super light and also adjustable, and Envy M5 Pro rims for some protection against the rocks here. I'm also running Envy's 3D printed grips. They're a little bit softer and more compliant, which is super nice for the really long days on the bike. I've also got ceramic speed bearings all over the bike, in the hubs, on the jockey wheels, in the bottom bracket, in the pivots, in the headset, saving watts across 8 days. Big pulley wheels are nice. They save some energy in the race, so super fast. I'm feeling really strong this year, strongest I've felt, so I'm really, really excited to show what I'm made of, and I think me and Loic are riding really strong as a duo, so excited for a high-performance year.
Hello again, Hans Becking here from the Buff BH team. I am here with my beautiful BH Lynx Race Edition. It's a special edition, it's the Cape Epic edition. We have a really cool paint job. Always with Buff, we try to come here with something really cool, and I think this year again, we pulled it off. I'm super happy with it. And some basic setups with the bike. I don't run a lot of things different, but for Cape, you always need a little bit extra. So I have an extra power link on the handlebar, some extra big grips for a little bit more comfort and a little bit more softer grip. I like that more. CO2 with me, a little bit more latex in the wheels because it's a Cape Epic, nothing is easy here. I insert in 36 chainring, a lot of wax on the chain because we want one. They have dry chains here, and basically 120 millimeter front and rear. And of course, if the bike looks good, I also have to look good. Or at least my kit has to look good. So we have matching kits, and I think we're really colorful, so we're easy to spot out there. So people, please, we need all the support of you. So that's why we are so colorful, and that's why we have this beautiful bike and kits every year for the Cape Epic.
All change every year. You come to the Absa Cape Epic, and there's innovation and creativity around the bikes that are being ridden, and that's not all. We'll find out that wheel size has gone from 26-inch way back in the day, in the early years of the Absa Cape Epic, to 27.5 to 29, and now we will see one, if not a few more, 32-inch wheel bikes out there. But that a little later on in the day, we'll find out about those. But yeah, it's a great testing ground as well, this Benno, isn't it? To bring your bikes, your new innovations to put them to the test here. No better place.
No better place. Like, we have developed so many new things along the way because of the Cape Epic, and also the attitude of the riders has changed a little bit as well. It's not all about the weight anymore, especially within the Cape Epic. You want to ride safe. The weight of the bike doesn't matter too much. It's more about being safe, having the right tires and wheels and everything on it that lasts for what it needs to. Within cross-country racing, like, your tech zone is only half of a lap away, and we're talking about 2 kilometers. Here it can be up to like 20 kilometers from one tech zone to the next one. So you want to make sure that, you're riding safe equipment. And you're also limited with the spares that you're going to take with. You have a CO2, some tire plugs, and a chain link on the bike, as we saw. But that's pretty much it. You can't carry too much. You also see a little bit more of the hydration packs now, also today within the Prologue. Not because of the distance, it's more because safety as well, like grabbing the bottle out of the bottle cage while you're trying to have a good time, the speed high, it can be dangerous. We saw back in the day, Burry once had a big crash just because he took the bottle at the wrong time, and many others as well. And that's also why the equipment got more developed. They are lighter, hydro bags are like such a big part of stage racing as well. And even in a Prologue, you will see more and more pro athletes using them as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Innovation and testing out equipment. Well, we did get a glimpse there of the calendar and the events that make up the Epic series, of course, and that is another area this event has expanded globally with the opportunity to race around the world, the 4 islands in Croatia, Andorra Epic, Swiss Epic, the Wines to Wales. There's so much opportunity for riders, and Epic legends will become legends if they ride through those events. Some will be ticking this one off to complete their Epic legend status. Others have done so already. But yeah, it's a wonderful opportunity. Similar events, but not quite the Absa Cape Epic. This stands alone as the pinnacle.
Yeah, definitely all of them very unique. Like every single event that you have on the Epic calendar is completely different. The terrain changes, the way you ride, you have to ride, how you prepare yourself, all those kind of things. But the Cape Epic is just such a big event overall, just the pure size of it. Like organizing an event like this with this size and the amount of people you need to get involved somewhere else in the world is almost impossible. You need the space, you need the support, and it takes time to grow an event to this sort of level.
Yeah, just a massive organization that operates like a well-oiled machine, and all falls into place in the most efficient manner. Unbelievable. Away they roll, smiles all round, it's underway. The nerves can ease off. Kadri and Lars in the mixed Musi's bike service. Welcome to Africa and the Absa Cape Epic for 2026.
Yeah, the mixed category also got a very, very exciting team in there this year. I think there's also 2 cross-country riders that paired up to conquer this category, this race, with Jenny Risworth and Simon Andreasen. I think that's another highlight to look forward to, and another time that I would like to see in the GC today, where they're going to end up, how serious they take it, how hard they're going to go. But I mean, we all know how strong they ride at the World Cups, been here before. It's going to be interesting. I think they could actually ride into like a top 20 overall or in the GC today.
Yeah, Jenny Risvet's, well, one of the all-time greats. And Simon Andreasen up there as well. World champions both. Simon still just as a junior and under 23, absolute superstar, but he's still racing at the sharp end of the World Cups at the moment. Yeah, fascinating to see their time around this course, because they are 2 absolutely dyed-in-the-wool cast on XCO specialists who know what it's about, and this is in a way an XCO course for those riders.
Yeah, definitely. And I know from her mechanic yesterday that she was looking for a bigger chain ring, whatever that means. She is riding something like a 36 today, apparently. So something that kind of like shows the confidence, also the preparation, the willingness to go all in at the Prologue, just to kind of like get a nice buffer on maybe the other teams. Once you have a buffer of a minute or 2, you can already change your race strategy a little bit. Like from hunting, you just gonna ride with, but then at the same time, we also know how eager they are, and they will just take it as it comes, right to their best capabilities, and again, like, show what they're capable of. And I think those two is also interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what and where they end up in the GC.
You just to elaborate on that, the chainring option that Jenny was looking for there, 36.8. So what are most of the riders? Okay, we can spread it across the amateurs to the pros. What are they riding here? This is we're talking for those who maybe just tuning in and getting to grips with mountain biking. You're following a rider here. It's the size of the front chainring that they use there. How many teeth?
How many teeth? Well, all the mountain bikes within this race most likely have one chainring at the front and now 12 gears on the rear. So you're talking about 10 to 52 or 10 48 cassettes on the rear, and then on the front you change it from anything between 30 to some of the pros maybe even a 38 today, just because they want to go all in. It's all about the torque. They are powerhouses and they just used to the big gears. When it gets tough and hard, they just get out the saddle and they put the hammer down. So you have a huge variety, and then you have to look at the stage profile. If it's steep, if the climbs are too steep, you don't want to burn your legs, but you also need to look at the flat sections because you want to make up time, perhaps, if you are one of those big riders. So you have to find the right compromise, and most of the teams, most of those pro riders will change chain rings depending on the stage, the way they feel, where they are. But that's one of the things that you have to keep an eye on, as your suspension as well. Very important to look after your suspension, the tire pressure. Even there, like, if you measure your tire pressure in the morning versus like during the day, there can be like 2-3 psi difference going up, but then at the same time maybe you have some thorns that take it down again, and so on. It's such a combination between like the experience you need to have for this race and the equipment you have available.
In simple terms, the smaller your chain ring, say a 30, make it easier to go spin up the hills. The bigger the chain ring, the more power you can put down if you have it in your legs, and it will be useful on those flat stages. Those two big transition stages, 130 k's, or over 130 k's long. We'll see a few big chain rings come into play there.
Yeah, and it can differ between the two riders within the one team as well, you know. So you do have the big rider with the bigger chainring pulling at the front when it's flat, and then you have the other one keeping the pace decent on all the climbs and so on. So it's very specific to the rider themselves what they're going for.
Welcome to Meerendal. We've been going an hour in the Absa Cape Epic Prologue today, and it's day 1 of 8 in the iconic Absa Cape Epic, the 22nd edition of the Untamed African Mountain Bike Race. And the day 1 is the 20-kilometer prologue around the Meerendal wine estate. And it is a beautiful estate that has hosted the event not consecutively, but over 10 years. And it's providing a wonderful backdrop for riders to enjoy the trails and to ride into the Absa Cape Epic, because these are early days. Jana van Bakstrom going there from Namibia. And these riders setting off from the start ramp at 20-second intervals. So there will be a degree of congestion, not too many places to pass, because there's plenty of single track on this route. So these sort of situations are going to happen. There's going to be some cooperation and understanding. Riders are not starting in any particular order in terms of their speed and ability here. So if that is the amateur riders, the professional slightly different. So there will be some cooperation needed here.
Yeah, especially for the prologue, you pretty much put down your time. Based on that, they rank you. Some of the people, they just want to leave early, so they put down the average speed, so they get off earlier, and so on. But that's only for the prologue. From here onwards, the time that you had in the prologue will decide your seedings as well during the next couple of days. And there's plenty of patches. But yeah, it's a bit of a risk if you are cut behind a slower rider. It is hard to pass. It's a lot of single track, and then you have to just be patient, respectful before you take over or overtake, and then wait for a bigger section to pass.
There's an area where you can see they come very close to the village here, right past it, and there's an opportunity for riders to overtake there. Just caught a glimpse there of our first finishers, Kevin Jacobi and Conrad Viljoen. They have finished their prologue, so they have an early into the day. They've got plenty of time to get out to Montague and prepare for stage one. Perhaps a nice breakfast and lunch, and then head out to Montague. So Montague is where we're going on stage one for 2 stages. Then it's a big transition stage to Greyton, a day of racing in and around Greyton, and then the monster stage from Greyton to Stellenbosch, and then a couple of stages along those iconic trails of Stellenbosch. That's in a nutshell what it's about. But the route was launched late last year, and we're going to take a look at that route launch video. There have been a few tweaks to the route as would happen, so there are slight changes to it, but this is basically what the route looks like for the 2026 Absa Cape Epic.
The Epic Series is a global portfolio of the world's most exhilarating mountain bike stage races. Each race is a chapter in a greater journey, a journey that culminates at the pinnacle of mountain biking. The Absa Cape Epic.
These 8 days you will find yourself. The race is going to try break you.
The Absa Cape Epic is the truest test of any mountain biker's abilities.
You will go through all of the emotions within a very short time.
Going out every day and giving it everything.
If you say I've won the Absa Cape Epic, everybody quite knows where you're at. It's a really nice race to win.
It's so unpredictable, 8 days. But on the other hand, it's also super fun and a great adventure.
You have these moments out there where you think nobody's coming.
There's a lot of media attention always with this race.
It'll be interesting to see how it works out with the team dynamics and how that plays into everybody's strengths and weaknesses.
It can hurt, but it can also be your biggest achievement.
The Absa Cape Epic is the hardest mountain bike race in the world.
In 2026, the route promises to be something extraordinary. '26 is really something special because it's a mix of the old and the new. There's a traditional start point, then a visit to a town that hasn't been visited in nearly 20 years, before a little transition through a remote village and back to finish in the mecca of mountain biking.
The prologue sets the tone for the stages to follow, and it brings great excitement. The Tygerberg network, and I'm grinning as I'm saying this, is known for its lack of shade. In summertime, it's a great place to ride your bike, but it's scorcher out there at the most of times, so riders will be tested, especially later in the day. Meerendal has got a very unique spot in our network. It offers pristine views of Cape Town. The backdrop of Table Mountain in the back is very, very special. Probably one of the most iconic venues in the northern suburbs of Cape Town, especially from a mountain biker's point of view. Meerendal itself holds a special place for us in our hearts as Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club. It's one of the initial farms that came on board in our earlier development years. We will be back at Meerendal for close to the 10th time. And that itself is something very special. If you think that the Cape Epic is only 20 odd years old, half of those prologues or stages would have been held at Meerendal. It's very significant and a feather in the cap of Meerendal wine estate.
Short, sharp and punchy. This is a race against time. You can't win the Absa Cape Epic on the prologue, but you can lose it. Nerves will flare, the pace will be fierce. Legends of the epic have risen here, while some have fallen. A calm start will let the riders find their rhythm on this short stage. The Stairway to Heaven climb leads to the unforgiving Dorstberg, where fans and supporters will line the trails, their cheers pushing riders to dig deeper and adding to the atmosphere. It's easy to get carried away. Push too hard and you'll pay the price. The prologue builds momentum and confidence if tackled smartly. The first taste of victory can be earned here, establishing the hierarchy of the field.
Since 2007, we haven't seen the Absa Cape Epic come back. Really proud to host the world's toughest mountain bike event. We certainly know that the terrain's up to it. The work that's gone into these routes is just amazing. When you're out in the mountains, you are alone. You are left at peace. You don't see anything other than just beautiful mountains, koppies, Cape Fold Mountain that wraps around you. It's just absolutely beautiful. And the terrain here is quite unforgiving. There's lots of shale, lots of sidewall cuts happening, things like that. So technically, it's always a really nice challenge. But there's one thing for sure, Montague is beautiful and it's really nice to be out here and the riding's awesome, but you're gonna have to look after yourself and your bike here. It's rugged, it's harsh.
Stage 1, reigniting tradition. Nearly 2 decades have passed since the heroes of the Absa Cape Epic last rode these dry lands. Inhospitable but beautiful, Montague will reignite tradition and spark memories of glories past. Stage 1 is a roller coaster through the Klein Karoo. The first major climb comes early, a showdown that will reveal who is ready to fight. Intentions will be known on the drop down Deadman's Pass, the Toyota Tough section, a loose, nervy descent. Welcome to Africa. Fatigue will grip before the long cascading descent leads to the slog, carrying riders back towards the town over Bergsig. Here, anyone struggling for form will be exposed. Out in the open and in the wild rough, nothing is certain.
Montague is an absolutely gem of a place. It is situated on the famous R62 route. It is just really the porthole to the Klein Karoo. Montague has amazing mountain biking trails. When you're in town, there's so much to do here, restaurants, activities. Well, when you get on your bicycle and you're out in the field, it really feels like you are the only person in the world who's ever been here. The mountains, the different layers of hills, where these trails take you, within a few kilometers, it really feels like you're so isolated.
From a Montague point of view, we didn't have 200 k's of stages. There was a lot of old trails which we needed to revive. In total, we crossed 48 farms. There's been wonderful support from the farming community.
After the Stage 1 test, Stage 2 will ask more tricky questions. Long and unrelenting, the climbing begins immediately, challenging the weary from the gun. Oberg Pass rises smoothly but unyielding. Pacing will be everything. At the top, a long ridgeline stretches ahead, opening gaps in no time. The front riders could soon be out of sight, out of mind. The drop down Slagkloof is tough, but leads to the welcome respite of African Game Lodge. Still, the Karoo is unforgiving, thorny, unpredictable, and ready to sting at any moment. Riders must stay focused while taking in the splendor around them. A steady run back to the race village offers little relief, playing on the mind and legs alike. Stage 2 is a test of patience, endurance, and resolve.
I hope that everybody who visits Montague will be able to experience a little bit of that Montague magic.
After 2 days of magnificent riding in the Montague area, we're on the first transitional stage of the Absa Cape Epic 2026.
and it's going to be a long one. Be prepared. We haven't done this kind of kilometers for the last couple of years, so be prepared. The good thing is the climbing is not going to be that much. It's going to be a fast one.
The stage from Montiquet to Greyton is a long stage. The benefit of this stage is that the speed's going to be fairly high. The route we've put together, there's some single track, but it's not massively difficult. So we expect some high speed on the stage. Intensity is going to be huge. I think the front guys is going to find that they're going to be averaging 30 k's an hour on this stage. And also for the back markers, it's not overtaxing. The Absa Cape Epic coming through Bonneville is in for a bit of a different experience in terms of the terrain it will be riding on. We've got a thing called Nabang. It's super, super hard rock. It's harsh riding, there's a lot of rock, but what is amazing, the rock doesn't move. On a climb and you go up a steep hill, you can go for it because the rock's not going to shift underneath you. There's a huge traction on the up and the down.
Stage 3 of the Absa Cape Epic is an ode to the past. A long day across open roads, a stage that will have the Amabobesi grinning. Racing will start fast, bidding farewell to Montague and riding through the iconic Kochmanskloof Pass. Partnerships will be key. Two-person teams must work as one, embodying the ethos of this magical race. The small town of Bonneville will welcome the courageous as they cross the Breerivier before the test of Dricasso threatens to break the day apart. Teams will need grit, focus and determination with more than half the journey still ahead. Open roads stretch ahead with unsurpassed views of vineyards and orchards and the Langeberg Mountains on the horizon. A brief, ironic pass through Rivier Sonor-Ent reminds riders how long this stage really is, before a gradual trek leads to Greyton. Teamwork and making the right alliances will be the name of the game on Stage 3.
Greyton is a very unique, beautiful, amazing place to live, but also to enjoy the outdoors. From a mountain biking point of view, the trails that it offers, the steep climbs, the amazing single tracks on the other side down, the community itself, the restaurants, the things you can do in Greyton. It's a really unique place to be able to live and to also come and enjoy over weekends. Very interesting day that it's going to be. A lot of single tracks, a lot of rocky switchbacks and things. Probably one of the nicest areas for me to ride a bike, which is why I live here and I love it so much. Unique terrain, something you don't get in a lot of places in the Western Cape, and definitely going to be a fun day. Challenging, but yet fun and rewarding.
A country favourite. On paper, a shorter day, but these battle-worn trails tell a different story. Riders leave Meerendal with purpose and hope before being drawn into the labyrinth of single tracks that rise and fall, flowing seamlessly within the Rivier Sonor-Ent Mountains. Every turn will offer a choice, a line taken too boldly, a moment of caution, and the consequences are immediate. The stage builds gradually towards its climax, the legendary ascent to the UFO, the radar station that looms like a guardian of the mountains. This is where the race changes will happen. The descent to Middle Pass is fast and exposed. A roll of the dice could point to glory. How much are you willing to risk?
The town of Greyton is looking forward to welcoming the Absa Cape Epic in 2026.
Ek glo dat die fietsryers wat hierdeur kom, hulle los 'n belangrike gedagte agter, veral vir ons jeug. As ek sien hoe excited hulle is wanneer die fietsryers hier deurkom, dan glo ek hulle sien die manne as hulle rolmodelle. Ek wil ook eendag so wees. The Overberg area is renowned for the barley, the wheat, and this is a very big area, especially the agricultural area.
The real queen. One of the biggest, meanest stages the Absa Cape Epic has seen in years. The numbers alone tell the story. extreme distance, climbs, and relentless terrain. The question, will the weather gods have mercy on the field? The race leaves Greyton in the direction of Botterfield and onto the first big climb up Katpas. Then it's a traverse of the famed Pofada and the Toyota Tough section, all taking place within the splendour of the Cape Floral Kingdom. Riders will be counting the kilometres as they reach the historic Ganto Pass, a compulsory portage to enter the Helderberg Bowl. Across open plains and through Lawrenceford, the infamous climb over the neck awaits. From there, a fast drop to the finish in Stellenbosch will reveal who has risen to the occasion. A day that will be remembered for years to come.
So what a privilege to be part of the mountain biking showdown of Africa. Welcome to Stellenbosch, the mecca of mountain biking, the home of trails in South Africa, and a vibrant town with a huge history. And mountain biking is part of this history. Welcome to Stellenbosch, South Africa.
The home of mountain biking. By the penultimate stage, the final finish line feels far away, yet so close. As always, Stage 6 is no play day, yet the stage offers a balanced route tailored to the strengths of cross-country riders. Opportunities to make up time on rivals or pull further away are everywhere. Strong legs early will be vital, especially after 5 days of hard riding. The climb up Botmaskop will thin the field. Podium hopefuls will attack, while many in the field will pace themselves for a long day ahead. Bannock Berms, Knickknacks, Klipwerf, a sweet series of fast-flowing single tracks carries riders to the halfway mark. The second half of Stage 6 is relentless. Tight single tracks extinguish every opportunity to rest. The route passes through Ida's Valley before the final climb, launching riders into the Doctor. A prescription of skill, focus, and grit is needed to hold on to the finish. This is a stage for the racers.
Kuluvuyo nemigcobo ukuba ngabana sinamkela apha eStellenbosch kulonyaka we-Epic. Siyathemba ukuba ngabana nizonwabele zonke indlela zethu zebhayisikile ebeniqhuba kuzo apha. Siyabulela. It's an exciting thing to compete on the same race with the world-class riders. I mean, I cannot put that into words, but it's a good feeling.
A fitting finale. A last kick drives home the point that this is the Absa Cape Epic and nothing comes easy. It's no rest day, no pleasure cruise to the grand finale finish line. You fight for every kilometre and every finish is earned. As you would expect, the challenge starts from the get-go. Riders launch out of the race village and straight up onto the climbs. It's 58 kilometres and you will work for every metre. But it's also a day to be enjoyed, as the Absa Cape Epic takes you into the world-renowned Jonkershoek Trail Network. Here, the trail builders constantly tinker away to perfect South Africa's finest mountain biking routes. The riding will bring you joy, so too will the throngs of spectators along the way. Cheers and yells of encouragement will power you home. For the racers, the route will make it tough to pull away. If the overall leaderboard is tight, it's a day where anything can happen. If the Jersey leaders go into the grand finale with a healthy gap, then the title will be theirs to lose. Either way, a thrilling finale awaits.
And the next team that you like so much are the Woody Buggers.
Well, that is what it looks like for 2026. A dynamic route, a change in many ways from recent years and those two huge transfer stages between Montague Greyton and Stellenbosch, over 130 kilometers. A throwback to the early years of the Absa Cape Epic when it was still a point-to-point race that went from Knysna to Stellenbosch.
Yeah, that is a long time ago. My very first one was actually in 2005, together with Christoph Sauser at the time and Fredrik Katsiakov, a long time ago. And yes, one of the highlights was always driving from Cape Town all the way to Knysna. That's already like a 6-hour trip, plus minus within the camper van. And then every day you move from one stage to the other. It's building up the camper van, the campground, and then moving along the next day again. It was brutal. It was actually brutal. And of course, the Cape Epic was much smaller. You wouldn't be able to do this kind of racing
Not
now
with
with this
1400 riders, yeah.
No, definitely not. Like the logistic behind it would just not be possible. Already now we're changing 3 times venue. We heard yesterday there's 4 venues up and running right now. Not all of them finished, but what you see here today, tomorrow is going to be gone, while we already in Montagu later today, and so on. So it's an incredible big logistic effort behind all of this, just to kind of like give the riders what they need. There's 1,000 crew tents, only crew tents, on the campground, and then all the rider tents as well, and so on. So the sheer size of this event is incredible. And like I said as well, there's so many people involved. Great for business and the community along the way.
Yeah, those transition stages will be, I think add a fascinating element. If we look at today's 20-kilometer stage, it suits, in many eyes, it suits the sort of cross-country specialists. Last year's Prologue winners, Luca Brodo and Simone Avendetto are back. Very much cross-country specialists, Matissa Zaro and Irida Zanotti, and the other cross-country guys, Lucas Swashbauer and Sam Gaze. Many feel they will be the team to watch, but as the week unfolds, so the marathon men, and they're more and more, well, it is a marathon stage race, that will come into play for those longer stages. So that's the dynamic that makes this, enriches this drama over the week here, as everything will unfold. And by well, this time next week, we'll know who the champions are. And there are not many who've won this title before. 3 men and 2 women in this entire field have won the title before. So it's a rare thing to be able to win the Absa Cape Epic. Yeah, no Nino Schurter back this year. So the Scott team are not going to be up there racing for the overall this year, but new champions, not necessarily, but the likelihood we could have a new champion team crowned. And will it be an all-South African team? There's another issue that we can talk about as we go on. At the moment, though, we are an hour and 24 minutes into the prologue. G-Max, Gareth Phillips and Mark Tompkinson head off on their prologue journey. So we've been speculating as to how long this prologue will take. 20 kilometers, 650 meters of climbing. And just in now, RTM Cami de Cavallas 360, 57 minutes and 12 seconds. That is the time recorded by Xavi Mascaro and Luis Campos Capo from Spain. So 57 minutes. Sam Gaze's 40 minutes is not entirely out of the question.
No, not at all. Looking at those times, yeah, they already crossed the mark under an hour now. The conditions right now are just perfect. Like if you just saw the flags, there's no wind out there. The temperature is still just mid-20s at this stage. Will definitely heat up a little bit later, but if the wind doesn't pick up, yeah, I would say under 50 minutes for sure. And let's see how close we're going to get to the 40 that Gaze gave us in yesterday's interview.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, Sam Gaze is a man of immense credentials and huge power, talent, skill. He's the package. You worked with him a little bit, Sam, and he's been through some times, some tough times, but he's now matured into one of the best in the business.
No, definitely. I kind of like spotted Sam back in the day when we had the World Championships in Australia. At that time, we still had Eliminator Racing, and he was a very young athlete, and just the pure power that he was able to put out there as a young athlete, and eager to win races. Like there's nothing more that he goes for than winning events. Like he is really someone that has this kind of like winning mindset. Especially at that time, he was young. He was like full of power and he just one of those raw athletes that incredible to see. And then he was also the one that managed to win the World Cup here in Stellenbosch back in 2018, right?
Broke a mold. Nino Shirt had done a clean sweep in 2017, and first round of the World Cup was just ahead of the Absa Cape Epic in Stellenbosch, and Sam won an thrilling sprint finish on the playing fields at Stellenbosch. So, and he's won the Cape Town Cycle Tour.
Yes.
So there are a few little things that he's got on his palmares that attribute to South Africa. So he's got unfinished business here after a very, very disappointing last time he was out here. So yeah, let's see if he can redeem himself. He's certainly got a partner, Luca Schwarzbauer.
Yeah. No, those two, they will be strong. And again, like definitely contenders for today's prologue. It's not going to be easy, as it always is, you know, like you have to ride right on the edge, keeping it safe. Also, Luca Schwarzbauer is probably not a big fan of heat, and today they are some of the last ones to go off, and it will be very hot. It will be hot, and you have to kind of like make sure that your core temperature stays down to be able to kind of like put the watts down when it counts. So it's going to be interesting to see where they're going to end up. You have some youngsters in there, fully motivated, probably going to try and get into the yellow jersey or the orange jersey in the women's. It's the shortest stage, the one-shot opportunity to kind of like get that jersey today, where the marathon specialists, they know they're not going to win the prologue. They just want to have a solid time, make sure that everything is running smooth, but they're not the ones aiming for the GC jersey today.
Well, away they roll from the start line. And smiles and high fives as they head off on their journey. Enjoy the privilege of riding away from Meerendal.
The stuff just evaporates.
So let's now get down to the start line to hear from some of the riders, because a man who's been chatting to them is Max Clear.
Team 524.
Gentlemen, Team Songo.info from Portugal. Tell us about the team, what you up to, where you from?
We are from Portugal, and we want to challenge us, so we come to Cape Epic, the most wonderful and challenging race in the world. Yes.
Why the Absa Cape Epic?
Because it is the biggest one. It's the Tour de France on MTB, and we came here 2 years ago, and we have to come back because it's the best one.
Good luck, guys. Go through the middle. Let's keep moving. Here we go. Our last lioness, Lisa and Hanla. Hello. I see the smiles. I'm excited. How are you feeling?
Nervously excited, excitingly nervous.
That's amazing. Is that not an that's an oxymoron, right? Lisa, how are you doing? Your second time together at this race. And what did you learn last year? Have you made any big changes?
No, it worked so well. Just seamless, great partnership, privileged to ride with Hanela. So yeah, everything just works beautifully.
Bond that was made in heaven, I tell you. It's the first time I've ever ridden with the same woman twice. And there's a reason for it, because it's absolutely amazing partnership.
Well, good luck. We cannot wait to see the Team Shian team get out there and have some fun on the trails. We'll catch up with you all the day. I'm Obabesi, number 3. Go. Good luck. Let's move. Let's get the next guys behind them as well. All right, Team Hyperclear, where are you guys from? Tell us a bit about you.
We're from Durbanville, Cape Town. We're supporting Ride for a Child, which is part of Bright Start in Hart Bay. We're riding for our purpose for education in South Africa.
Go get it, boys. Good luck out there. All right, moving across here. Hello, good morning and welcome. Tell us about the team, where you're from, what's it all about?
We're from Switzerland. We are Team Swiss Bergkaiser, and we enjoy to ride here. Thank you.
How many Absa Cape Epics have you done?
1.
Wow.
It's the second one. So.
And you, sir?
Also the second one. And we want to go to race and have fun.
Good luck out there. Go get it. All right, we got 2 young ladies. Come on through here. How are we doing? Are you ready?
We are very grateful to be here, thanks to my German partner Ute. I'm from South Africa. We're cycling for a kinder race and very grateful. Such a wonderful opportunity.
Have fun out there. Good luck, everybody. Let's get across and have a chat here. Good morning. Welcome. How are you doing? Are you ready?
Well, and you? No, it's not ready, but it's fine. I'm here.
Tell us a bit about your partnership, your teammate.
He conned me into it, so I'm just here as a support, you know.
Go get it. Good luck. All right, there you have it. So lots going on. So good to see Hanla and Lisa looking so good together. As Hanla says, the first time she's ridden with the same partner twice. That combination, absolutely phenomenal. What an example. Back to you guys.
Yeah, lovely to hear the emotions, the excitement of the riders at the start as they prepare for this prologue. And just looking at our image, if you've been with us since we came on air nearly 2 hours ago, dark and a little bit cooler, you just look at that, and the point that Benno was making a short while ago, it's warming up.
Yes, it's definitely warming up now. Getting hot out there. We're sitting here in the air condition, but it's going to be very, very different out there. It's going to be quick. Also seeing Hanli there, she did 21 epics. I mean, just to finish every single stage. I just want to like highlight that. And then also the pure pressure again, not just like getting ready for this, but I think there's 2 riders within the race.
She and
right?
John Gale is the other one. Yeah. What extraordinary. Every single event, and we talk about the commitment to preparing for one. I suppose you could look at it and say, well, if you could have done it one and then you start, just use that as your template and keep, rinse, wash, repeat. But doing it every year, it's a way of life.
No,
your whole life is geared towards that. How spectacular is that? Absolutely beautiful morning here in the Western Cape. Table Mountain in the distance, where we've had prologues on the slopes of that mountain before, and a drama as well that we've had there. But this is out on the route. Beautiful scenes from the prologue. Our cameras getting out there now and starting to warm up themselves as well, as we'll be bringing you live coverage of the entire day's racing here, as we'll do that throughout the week. So join us throughout the week, similar time every morning, and we'll bring you the stages. But different it will be, because we'll be looking more at the elites. And that's that brutal climb. They head up on the left-hand side, switchbacks all the way up to the very top, and then the reward is the magical descent.
Yeah, look at this. Like you can, the climb on the one side, the descent on the other side. Like you see what you're working for on the uphill. Like it is a beautiful downhill. Fast, loose, like we mentioned earlier. You do have to be careful. And then also a big shout out to the media team out there. We have 2 e-bikes within the race again, Bulls e-bikes that will give us a good intel of what it's like to ride on those trails, the speed of the pro riders. We have the helicopters up in the air now as well, and then all the other guys with cameras, photo on the motorbikes, just following all those athletes and giving us this beautiful imagery.
Yeah, media e-bikes, the Bulls media e-bikes, 10 years now, believe it or not. I remember it the first year we used them here at Meerendal. It was a wonderful innovation, and now it's standard. It's part of the package. Stefan Sam, Darren Stowe, and Jesse Nixon will be our pilots following the leaders. They'll be going up and down this section, actually, for the elite men and women, keeping track of them on those trails. Wonderful to see them do that. And little switchbacks as they go around the wheat fields here. Little terraced they are. Don't panic when riders pass you. Just let them go past, ride your own race. Focus on what you're doing and not on anyone else.
Yeah, being respectful out there is a must. Like if you pick a fight on the first stage or first day, you're gonna see that person again. So
you'll regret that.
You're gonna regret that.
But you can see riding along here now, these riders heading out, and they are still perhaps only 6 or 7 Ks, 8 Ks into it, and they'll look across and see Dorstberg on the other side, and a long way to go. There's the challenge. Here's Marius Herter. Incredible powerhouse. And Adel Zili, his partner. Marius, well, he is a man who in 1 year, in this phase of 6 months at the start of the year, will do all the major mountain bike stage races. He's done Attakwas and Tankwa already. He's doing this. He's done Cycle Tour. He will do 2 Oceans, Cape Town Marathon, Ironman. He feels that if he's going to get himself in shape to do these sort of events, he might as well do them all at once, because he doesn't want to decondition and then have to do it again next year. So, yeah, he's a real inspiration and a wonderful, wonderful man. Yeah, just make your way up here. Anna Foundation, one of our wonderful charities supported by the Absa Cape Epic. A lot of riders riding for a cause, and the Anna Foundation, one of those. I mentioned I Love Boobies. We'll chat about them more and more as we go on. Songo.info, there we go.
Yeah,
another of them.
There's a lot of foundations within the race, and we saw a lot of them also at the Champions Race, the Songo.info Champions Race, where they all come together. It's also almost an iconic event now just before the Cape Epic. It's the township just outside of Stellenbosch, and Songo.info was founded in 2008. Christoph Sauser and Burry at the time, Burry Stander at the time, they came together and initiated together with Songo. Songo is actually one of the kids at the time, or one of the mentors from the township that started the project, and it's ongoing since there. And a lot of the foundations are coming together, like you said, to raise awareness. There is no other stage race that gives you that amount of coverage, and it is beautiful. And again, like seeing how you can utilize this event to give back to the community is outstanding.
One of the man who's sort of now running at Super Modolo is riding with Thabo Kojani. They'll be going a little bit later. So, lovely images from out on the road. Nice tempo they're going at, this pair. And on they go, the Estes swishbacks. And the Stairway to Heaven is just adjacent to the riders going up on the other side. So very close from a spectator's point of view. You could see the Chivita corner, if you like, with a oopsie, he's left the route. Just overshot the switchback there. No problem, no real damage done.
Yeah, a little bit from the sun into the shade.
Yep.
It's still early morning, so the sun is just coming out, or like it's still very low. So you're kind of like riding into the sun in certain sections, and then, yeah, it sometimes just takes your eye a little bit longer to adjust, and because you're coming down so fast, it's easy to overshoot those corners sometimes.
You just caught a glimpse here of that Chivita corner, if you like, Chivita cheer zone, and building up a nice vibe there. I tell you what, later on today, there's going to be a huge crowd there, roaring the riders up the Stairway to Heaven, which is the start of the climb up Dorstberg. Very fast, straight down descent, and this is an area we talked about a little bit earlier where it's pretty sketchy in terms of the surface. You've got to be just a little bit wise to not overshooting and going too fast down there. Riders rolling into the finish here. Job done on the first day. Relief, satisfaction. Some will be delighted with the time they've done here, but all will be very, very pleased they've got round the route without any major problems at all.
Thank you for your support.
Away they go at 8:41 and a couple of seconds. Willem Koetser and Gerard van Zyl.
Definitely the brothers. They're twinning, but they're not twins.
Right, so riders loading up into that start chute, still going at 20-second intervals. Max has been able to catch up with more of them.
All right, you finished the prologue. Love the hats. You look like you worked hard out there.
Moertoe, regtig. Is baie seer. My pa het met 'n bietjie hard gery. Ou het 'n lekker geval hier voor die einde op die brug, maar ons het dit oorleef, net. Sal nie elke dag so kan ry nie, ons gaan dit nie maak nie.
What's the team name and why are you guys here?
Team's name is Trap and Top. Trap and having a couple of beers afterwards, after every stage, obviously. And yeah, this is my second one. It's Peter's fourth one. Yeah, we just love it. I love the challenge.
Good luck, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Good morning, good morning. Talk us through, how was it?
Great, wonderful ride. Morning was beautiful morning, views beautiful, trails nice, I know, enjoyed it.
Happy to get out early?
For sure. Get the legs up, be ready for tomorrow.
Now the nerves are gone, tomorrow you get to ride your bike.
Just excited for the next 7 days.
How are you feeling? How was your ride?
Very good, eh? Very good. Lekker.
Tell us about conditions out there.
It's nice. It was nice and cool this morning. Not like this week in Cape Town. So very nice and cool. Lekker day out. Not too dusty. Brilliant.
Good luck for the rest of the week. Good luck, guys. Let's get through here. Gentlemen, tell us about the day. How was the ride?
Oh, it was lekker. Chasing my father up the hills and he chasing me down the hills. So no, happy. Good choice to go out early in the morning. I think it's going to be hot out there for the pros this afternoon.
In the Absa colours, tell us a bit about your team combination. Well, how did you guys get together?
No, son-in-law, married to the daughter. So, but he's a strong lad, so he will have to push me this next few days. So his work is cut out for him. So.
First 20K is done. Only 687 to go.
It feels like a long day.
Good luck, guys. Nice to see you. Well done. All right, so as you can see, super hot out here. Time check for you, about 28 minutes past 8 in the morning. And already you can see the effort that's been put in by the riders. Amazing stuff. We're going to get some cool stories for you here, both at the start and at the finish of the time trial. Enjoy.
So the views of those who finished the route here, plenty of excitement, and I think you sense the relief and the happiness at having done the first day of their journey. Marcus Beck and Sander Fonk head out their team squirt, one of one mastermen on their way.
Team A and B, Bianca and Arnold.
Just behind them, Bianca Movio and Arnold Eibsteiner. Bianca from Italy and Arnold from Austria. Many wonderful mixed teams. Out there, just started about a minute earlier, was Nicholas Roach and Marta Toromia. Nicholas Roach, of course, a familiar voice you've perhaps got used to over the last few years if you do watch the Grand Tours on television, but also, of course, a veteran of over 20 Grand Tours, the Irishman. Real superstar of road cycling, and now has gravitated towards gravel, and now doing the Absa Cape Epic.
Wow, yeah, even for athletes that are not coming from mountain biking, I think the Cape Epic is still one of the things you have to do if you call yourself a true cyclist, I guess. And it just shows, like, yeah, he has been on so many other events, and now choosing to do the Cape Epic, there must be a very good reason for.
Yeah, you'll often hear from riders who are nearing retirement. I mean, we've seen them. Vincenzo Nibali came here soon after he retired. Cadell Evans, George Hincapie, and many, many more. They want to put this on their, list, and they quite often come soon after they've retired to be in some sort of condition to race it. I mean, Vincenzo Nibali was certainly competitive. So yeah, it's wonderful to see. That's the attraction, that's the appeal of the Absa Cape Epic for sure.
On the start ramp now, it is the Chalos VTT, Gregory Duverge and Guillaume Cides.
Yeah, we're getting down towards the stage where we're getting more and more of the competitive age group riders heading out.
Corazon, the Titan, the Titans,
Mixed, the Masters, the Grand Masters. The great Grand Masters, and a category introduced a couple of years ago to bring into the racing element those who'd been racing the Masters but were still racing competitively and riding competitively, and felt they wanted a category to ride in from 60 to 70. And it's a popular category, and some very, very strong riders there.
I hope you have lots of crack out on the course, guys. That means lots of fun in Irish.
Craig Woodstock, Christopher Kibble. Enjoy the ride, gentlemen.
Chronox Overdrive, Kai Ox and Gavin Grenier.
Almost getting 2-3 deep along the start and finish shoot there. The spectators starting to really cram into Meerendal. Opposite Gavin Cronje, Chronox Overdrive in the Master Men's category. Congratulations, gentlemen. You've made it to the start of the Absa Cape Epic, and that is no mean feat for amateur riders, particularly in the GIC Masters category.
Forza Luca, dai dai dai.
Trotman and Luca Fanelli, no true words spoken. Education does matter on their jerseys. Double denim.
You don't need sun cream when you're doing the Absa Cape Epic. Just cover yourself in dust, like you saw the elephants doing on the safari.
Canadians on.
But here we go. For fun, Marco de Souza and Kevin Hedder.
How excited are these two? Marco de Souza, Kevin Hedder, just for fun in the open men's category.
Robert Izetz and Andrew Hermanson. Welcome to your start line. Epic Speeder. Xu Young-Mang and Zhong Qing-Ho are not there yet. So it'll be Fix Racing, Brennan and Matthew. Do you think they're mechanics?
Well, Brannon Fix and Matthew Fix.
Is that my first cheese for the day?
Seeing riders start for nearly an hour and 50 minutes.
The Fixers, here we go, Fix Racing.
And very shortly, we'll be seeing
Fix and Fast Racing.
a pair of Mike Nixon and Shane Barker heading off. In fact, after this, Mike Nixon is one of those who, for until 2 years ago, was one of the last Lions. Fortunately, Mike couldn't ride due to an illness 2 years ago, and so it came down to just John Gale, and there is Mike Nixon. Adventurer, an amazing man, and off he goes. Number 20 for number 21 for Mike this year.
But he's back. The man has summited Everest, and he's going to do it twice in the bike this week as Papa Lon and Father
Shane
John.
Barker, congratulations, Mike. Great grandmasters. There's the old boys. They're certainly not old.
They go.
No, the competition for the jerseys in the amateur category is just as tough and hard and as it is for the elite riders. The competition between them, like everyone is like pushing very hard to get those jerseys.
The Epic Series is a global portfolio of the world's most exhilarating mountain bike stage races. Each race is a chapter in a greater journey, a journey that culminates at the pinnacle of mountain biking. The Absa Cape Epic.
These 8 days you will find yourself. The race is going to try break you.
The Absa Cape Epic is the truest test of any mountain biker's abilities.
The Cape Epic is the toughest race in the world.
It's a spotlight to showcase the best of the best in conditions that throw absolutely everything at you. Africa is different. It punches differently and hits differently.
We see that the level it's basically getting higher and higher every year.
The more pressure we can execute on our competitors, the better it might end for us.
It's very cool when you're riding and you hear the helicopters, one with the top man and the other with the woman, and you see them on the top of the mountain. And you see, shit, I have to climb up there.
Mentally, the way we prepared was just, it is what it is. It's gonna be wet, it's gonna be slippery, we're gonna get cold. It's all these things where I guess it's negatives, but you can't see it as a negative. It's something that we're gonna have to deal with.
With their sight on the overall podium, we can 100% expect that things are going to change.
You just need one weak moment. It's pretty much one drop gel, energy gel, and you can lose time.
On 3 for your champions, Nino Schurter, Filippo Colombo. 1, 2, 3. Annika Langval, 6-time Absa Cape Epic champion. Sofia Gomez Villafan, 2-time Absa Cape Epic champion. Victory for the 2025 Absa Cape Epic is yours.
Preparation is everything, and we believe in plan the work and work the plan. And this year, it came off perfectly, exactly how we planned it.
After 21 years, I still haven't found the words to really describe the feeling when you cross that finish line, when I cross it, every single time. All I know is that it's an amazing feeling of so much gratitude.
Kudos to all those amateurs. They can be very proud.
It's year 22 of this most extraordinary human drama that is the Absa Cape Epic, an iconic event on the international cycling calendar, and it has established itself as the pinnacle of mountain biking. Welcome to Meerendal Wine Estate for the 2026 Absa Cape Epic. An absolutely sparkling day it is here in the Western Cape as we get down to business with the prologue today, and it's a 20-kilometer prologue that traverses the entire farm of Meerendal. For the first time, the prologue will be contained within the boundaries of the farm as they tackle some serious challenges, including the climb up at Dorstberg. Sitting alongside me, a man who's been involved with this event for all, but in fact, I think for almost every year, Benno Willett. Welcome, Benno.
Thank you, Jared, for having me again. So excited to be here for the 22nd edition of the Absa Cape Epic. I think there's so much to look forward to. A lot of changes, new teams, new riders, new equipment, a ton of new things that we're going to see during this week. And now we're just about to kick it off. Actually, we already kicked it off.
Yep.
Riders went off the start line since the last 2 hours. And yeah, this is going to be a spectacular day.
Yeah, 7 o'clock this morning, the first rider team rolled off the start line called City of Cape Town. Kevin Jacoby and Conrad Viljoen, and they and many, many more have completed the lap of Meerendal, but still there are plenty more to head out, including our UCI men and women's categories. And those two categories are chock-a-block full of the best riders in the world. And 42 elite men's teams and 22 elite women's teams. There we go, our weather here at Meerendal, 25 degrees now, topping out at 32. It might be a touch warmer in various parts of this course. Some of the areas not exposed to the wind, which has increased from earlier around 6 kilometers now to 13 kilometers now out of the southwest. So coming off Dorstberg and heading out towards the Durbanville area, the wind will be headwind, and going back up, it'll be a tailwind. For the last 2 hours, riders have been rolling off this start ramp and taking on the journey. And this is the latest of those. For this day only, every single team has a moment in the spotlight, a moment to contemplate the wisdom of their decision-making in actually entering this race as they stand on top of that start ramp and think, wow, here we are at the start of the Absa Cape Epic. And a smiling combination roll off the start line once again as we are back at Meerendal for the 9th time, an event that, a venue that hosted the event for the first time in 2012, and since then has fluctuated. Sometimes it's been the prologue, sometimes it's been the grand finale. In fact, 1 year in 2017 it was both start and finish here at Meerendal, and last year not only the prologue but also a big loop stage as well was the highlight for them.
Here we go. Orbs, are you ready, brother? Tanya, are you ready? Tanya, I hope you reinforced your pockets for Aubrey to hang on to on the climb. There they go. And it is prime cleaning paint chemistry. Hello,
rolling off the start line.
Are you Douglas?
And Gavin Schultz. Who's the painter and who's the cleaner?
Oh, they're always cleaning up on this course. Douglas Berger, Gavin Schultz are on their way. 2 left feet, Travis, Warwick Oliver and Rensha Retief. Welcome to the 2 left feet, Trav and Rensha.
Team Absa colours, the bright red out on the course. Next it is the Boyer boys, Jonathan Boyer and David Boyer.
I'm going to have to explain this next team name to you, Joanne.
Yes, please.
For the Boyer boys to be on their way, Jono and Dave. There they go. So in South Africa, we have a brand of pasta called Fatties and Monies. And these are the Fatties and the Monies. Which one's fat, which one's moaning? He's fat and you moaning.
So we've got Matthew Carlson and Michael Whitehouse. Let's go, boys. See you on the finish line. The pasta will be waiting for you. As we say hello to the Desert Primos, Oscar Vázquez Balta and Andres Pablo Bustos del Val. Let's go, Oscar and Andres.
Rokon is Johan Perikek and Dirko Rotenbach. Team Rokon are getting ready to roll.
The Epic Series is a global portfolio of the world's most exhilarating mountain bike stage races. Each race is a chapter in a greater journey, a journey that culminates at the pinnacle of mountain biking. The Absa Cape Epic.
These 8 days you will find yourself. The race is going to try break you.
The Absa Cape Epic is the truest test of any mountain biker's abilities.
The Cape Epic is the toughest race in the world.
It's a spotlight to showcase the best of the best in conditions that throw absolutely everything at you. Africa is different. It punches differently and hits differently.
We see that the level it's basically getting higher and higher every year.
The more pressure we can execute on our competitors, the better it might end for us.
It's very cool when you're riding and you hear the helicopters, one with the man and the other with the woman, and you see them on the top of the mountain. And you see, shit, I have to climb up there.
Mentally, The way we prepared was just, it is what it is. It's gonna be wet, it's gonna be slippery, we're gonna get cold. It's all these things where I guess it's negatives, but you can't see it as a negative. It's something that we're gonna have to deal with.
With their sight on the overall podium, we can 100% expect that things are going to change.
You just need to one weak moment. It's pretty much one drop gel, energy gel, and you can lose time.
On three for your champions, Nino Schurter, Filippo Colombo. 1, 2, 3. Annika Langval, 6-time Absa Cape Epic champion. Sofia Gomez Villafan, 2-time Absa Cape Epic champion. Victory for the 2025 Absa Cape Epic is yours.
Preparation is everything, and we believe in plan the work and work the plan. And this year, it came off perfectly, exactly how we planned it.
After 21 years, I still haven't found the words to really describe the feeling when you cross that finish line, when I cross it, every single time. All I know is that it's an amazing feeling of so much gratitude.
Kudos to all those amateurs. They can be very proud.
Raw emotion and a triumph over adversity and a real challenge. It is the 2026 Absa Cape Epic. Welcome to Prologue Day here in Meerendal Wine Estate in the Western Cape. An absolutely spectacular morning as the 22nd edition of what has become an iconic cycling event on the international calendar gets underway. It is 8 days of hugely challenging riding all the way through the Western Cape. And alongside me, Benno Willett, who knows this event perhaps better than most, having been involved from virtually the outset.
Thank you, Gerald, for having me again. This is going to be a super exciting year, the 22nd edition of the Absa Cape Epic. Lots of changes, new route, new combinations of riders, teams, equipment, and we're gonna go all the way out to Montague this afternoon, actually, and for first stage tomorrow. So,
our weather today, 25 degrees at the moment. It'll rise to 32, perhaps a little bit warmer in certain parts of the course today. And the wind is rising as well. It started much milder than that as it comes out of the south. And 13 kilometers will hinder the riders coming back towards the village and assist them going up the brutal climb of the Dorstberg, which is today's major focal point, the centerpiece of today's challenge, because that climb comes right at the end of this 20-kilometer prologue. The riders have been rolling off the start line for the last 2 hours. Kevin Jacoby and Conrad Viljoen had the honor of leading them off, the City of Cape Town team, and they posted a tidy time today of 1 hour and 23 seconds. And still they roll off the start line as Swiss-Austrian combination about to roll off now. And they do so, Dagmar Chop and Marcus Czerny, both epic legends, so they've completed at least three of the Epic Series events. And this is, of course, the pinnacle event, the Absa Cape Epic. Well, former motorcycle racer Sheridan Marias and Franco Alexander. Legionnaires 322 in the Masters category. Get off the GIC Masters category. So we've got a week of amazing mountain biking. Some 1,450 cyclists, 725 teams. And Malusi Buthelezi, the management team from wonderful supporters of the event, and sponsors Ixaro and Dani Mouton. Both Amabubesi, having completed 3 previous Absa Cape Epics, head out for their lap of 20 kilometers of Meerendal. Yeah, it's a 20-kilometer lap, which doesn't sound particularly challenging in the context of the 707 kilometers for the majority of the field to ride this week. But it takes some doing because there's some steep, sharp climbs and some loose, rough terrain that they have to deal with. Rick Diesel back here. Nice to see Rick Diesel back and riding. Stephen Home as well. Tank Clinic. As they head off. Rick, the pool man, riding second wheel at the moment. Doctor. Wonderful to see him back and racing. Now, this is one of 3 teams who are amputee teams, Klingi Gwala and Rudy Joubert. An inspiring story from these 2 riders as they begin their journey around the Absa Cape Epic. Alwyn van der Merwe and Aldo Brewer. 20 seconds between each of these start groups, so there's not much time for them to get out there and ride.
No, not much time in between them, and then also hard to overtake when you're out there on the course. There's a lot of single track today. There's a couple of steep climbs as well. You have to be very careful. It gets hot and hotter. I think the best time of the day is past. It was nice and cool this morning. There was not a breeze of wind out there. But now it's going to get warmer by the minute, and also the wind is picking up a little bit more later today. So the amateurs leaving now. We saw the fastest time so far for the 20Ks was just below an hour. Very good time as we start off. None of the elite women or men are out there just yet. They are the last ones to roll down. But the times have been set, and yeah, it's a wonderful day here in Meerendal.
Well, the excitement's been building through the week ahead of the Absa Cape Epic as riders from Brazil and all over the world flooded in. 58 nations represented here, and then it was registration day for the riders here at Meerendal yesterday. And there was plenty of hype and excitement as the riders collected their goodies and their race numbers.
Really excited. Can't wait for the Cape Epic 2026.
Yeah, we're not here for 40 minutes of racing. We're here for 8 days.
You know, we are racing in the mixed category, and it's a little bit different from what we're used to.
I think it's not about forcing things too much. Like, we just race every day like a normal race. We get the best out of each other, and that's the way to win.
I think we are ready. Yeah, we were ready last year also, but as we know, it was not the best ending for us after we won one stage.
Only we can do is our best, and let's see where we get.
We have a strategy that can easily change after the first or second day, and we must be adaptable.
We want to do it the best way that we can. Of course, we don't have experience. On the other side, it makes it really nice because we are coming with a really positive approach that we can do whatever we do. It's going to be a win for us.
For me, it's the first time. This is amazing place, amazing trails, and I hope to make a good race.
I hear a lot of stories about those epic 8 days, and yeah, I couldn't wish for a better partner than Mark, which is guiding me along.
To be honest with you, it's just going to be 8 days of managing, our efforts and having fun, really.
Epic is
is a true test. It's a test of your skill on the bike. It's a test of your fitness, but it's also a huge mental test. And I think what Greta and I have shown, what Melissa has shown, what our entire team has shown this week already before lining up for the prologue is a whole lot of resilience.
It's going to be more battling the elements and making sure we do the best possible ride rather than thinking about straight competition in the first half of this race.
So we've had Colombia, Costa Rica.
Great excitement. This is the task that awaits these riders. Prologue down here in Meerendal, and then they head out to the furthest part of this year's route, out to Montague. For the first time since 2007, the race finished in Montague, or the stage finished in Montague from Barrydale. It's all changed now. They'll be doing 2 routes around Montague's wonderful Karoo trails. A whole lot of new riding for them there. Then a huge transition stage from Montague all the way out to Greyton, 146 kilometers of challenging riding. And then a loop around the magical trails of Greyton once again. Then Greyton to Stellenbosch, the Queen's stage, all of 134 kilometers. Stage 6 and stage 7 will be in the heart of mountain bike Mecca in Stellenbosch. The women will ride a slightly shorter route, but their time will be on parity with the men, 545 kilometers, 1,300 meters of climbing. They will start each day at a remote start, ride slightly shorter, but certainly as fast. Today's prologue route is all within the confines of the Meerendal wine estate, and it is 20 kilometers with 650 meters of climbing, with the Dorstberg climb right to the top and the Toyota Tough section coming at the end of the route. So it's backloaded with climbing, so it's all about patience and keeping your powder dry until when you really need it.
Yeah, lots of up and down to start off with. You leave the venue, you do the first climb, as you can see, up to the very standard, come back, and then steady climbing, up and downs, and then the biggest climb is all the way towards the end. Stairway of Heaven, we saw it a little bit earlier. Lots of riders are making up their way right now. Switchbacks going up, and then the long descent back into the finish.
At 7 o'clock this morning, the sun rose gloriously above the Drakensberg Mountains, and that was when our first teams were starting to leave the start hut here on this prologue here, and they were set off by the Mayor of Cape Town, Jordan Hill-Lewis, and fittingly, because his Chief Financial Officer here in the city of Cape Town, Kevin Jacoby, on the left-hand side there, heading out with his partner as they headed onto the route. Wonderful privilege it is to be able to be the first team out there and to have the honor of leading them out. And Kevin and Conrad did a really good job. Conrad Viljoen and Kevin Jacoby, they would clock a time of just 23 seconds more than an hour, which gave us a very early indication that this is going to be a fast prologue route for all these riders. 20 seconds was all that was spaced between these teams as they headed out of the start chute. So they have been flying off that start line through the vineyards and up onto the mountain here at Meerendal for the last 2.25 hours. And they will be doing so until the last team leaves just after 1 o'clock this afternoon. And those will be the elite racing men's teams. The UCI women's teams start in just under 45 minutes time.
Gentlemen, Team China Epic from China, good to be here. You were here last year?
No.
First time?
First time. This is our first time.
Tell us a bit about your partner.
Yeah, this is my partner Peng, and we will be together to finish all the stage here. and we are all new here. This is our first time.
Are you looking forward to it? You excited about being here?
Sorry, I don't speak.
Tell us a bit about excited to be here. Tell us a bit about yourselves. Where about in China are you from and why are you here?
Yeah, we are from China, Chengdu, the city in Sichuan, and the panda of hometown.
Welcome. Good luck and have fun out there.
Thank you.
We are from Germany and we are here to finalize the race. First time. He's from Hamburg. I'm from near Stuttgart, and it's a great adventure for us, to be honest.
Good luck, guys. Good luck
Thank
today.
you very much.
Gentlemen, good morning. Are we ready to go? I see, what's this? Father and son? Son-in-law?
Father and son.
So cool to do it with your son. I mean, what an amazing thing to do, right?
This is the second time in 19 we have done it, and we will look and join the race and have fun.
What's the plan? What's the plan? Who's the hammer? Who's the nail? How are you guys going to combine together over the next 8 days?
What the plan? I don't know. Finish. Let me comment.
That's a good start.
Yeah.
Guys, good luck, all right?
Thank you very much.
Hello, gentlemen. Good morning. How are you? Tell us where you're from. Germany, both of you?
Belgium.
Tell us about the team.
Yeah, we are two French colleagues, and we do the Swiss, Cape, everything together.
And how many times have you been here at the Absa Cape Epic?
The first one at the Cape Epic. So
Both of you newbies?
Yes.
Fantastic. Good luck.
Yes,
Tell
thank
us,
you.
how did you guys become friends? How did you decide to train together and race together?
Colleagues on the work. Yeah, and then the weekends we go for rides. And yeah.
How's your experience been in South Africa so far?
Epic.
I like it. Go get it, guys. Gentlemen, come into the shade here. Let's get one more interview with both of you. Tell us where you're from and why you're here.
Spain. I'm from Spain. Speaking is Spanish for the people, Latin, okay?
Say something in Spanish. Say hello to
Ah,
people.
pues vamos a hablar en español. Si no te importa. ¿Hablas español? Nothing?
A little bit. Gracias. Tell us about so many Spanish people coming out to the Cape Epic. Obviously, the Andorra Epic, a very popular race back in your
Swiss
country,
Epic.
and Swiss Epic. How many times have you been here, and tell us about the partnership?
It's the first time to race the Cape Epic, and we have enjoying. Exciting, enjoying.
Good luck, guys. Vamos. Vamos. All right, vamos. All right, exciting times here. You can see there's a lot going on, and it's just so much in these guys' careers that they find this as the pivot of where they've come from and what they want to do. So very excited to see. Good morning and welcome. Nice to see you. Oh, let's go straight in. Oh, one of the legends, one of our legends in the category. Tell us about your partner. You're from Krana, obviously Croatia Epic. This is the hometown, the home country. You guys ready to go?
My partner is very young. I am much older than him, but I'm tried best and expect good race.
Always good to have you. Good luck. Let's get one more over here. How are we doing? Don't look so nervous. Tell us about your partner. Are you nervous or is he nervous? Who's the hammer? Who's the nail? Tell us about the partnership.
He's the hammer, I'm the nail.
Riding for Absa. Cool to be here. What a great stage to ride your bike on.
Yes, awesome. It will be my fifth and he's sixth, so we've done a couple, but we still stay nervous. It doesn't get any easier.
Good luck, guys. Get out there, have some fun. All right, there you go. We're going to keep them rolling through. Time check. Wow, it's still early, people. Lots to be done today.
The vibe down at the start line, nerves tingling and jangling for riders as they get into that start hut and begin their journey. And once they're on the bike and rolling away, Benno, they'll be relaxed.
Yeah, much different. It's also cool to see how the ambitions are very different. The ones are here that just try to survive what they signed up for. The others, they're here for the good time and then also the good result and so on. So I think no one knows exactly what it's about, especially for the newbies. Start off such a big event, the stage itself is intimidating sometimes because all of a sudden you're right up there, the camera's on you, your name is in the background, there's no way to hide anymore. Right? No. And here they are.
Yeah, I mean, the prologue is one of those days where for the only time in the week, every single team will have a moment, even if it's 15 seconds, standing at the start on that ramp, in focus, just them. Every other day, they'll be part of a mass batch and quietly hide their nerves within that batch and engage. But this is it. This is the day. You get it all underway and a chance to shake off the nerves. There's gentleman pushing his bike up there, maybe a mechanical. But, yep, that's what it's all about. Our elite men starting from 12, our elite women just after at 10 o'clock this morning as they explore Meerendal Wine Estate. It's, well, since 2012, the first time the wine estate was used as a venue and subsequently been used many times for prologues and for grand finales, scenes of great emotion and triumph and celebration for winning teams and for finishing teams here, and once in 2017 for both the start and finish, grand finale and the prologue. And well, it's now under the curatorship of Herman and Aletta Koetser, who bought here in 2004 from the Stark family, who've been here for 75 years at Meerendal. And believe it or not, since 1702, Meerendal has only had 6 owners. Herman and Aletta Koetser, the current owners, the 6th. They make some wonderful wines, through which they'll pass through the vineyards here as well, many of them on the outer reaches of the estate, and that cellar dates back to 1943. So now it is home to Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club, who have been instrumental in creating these trails. Those early years, Adrian Windsor was one of the early builders here, and various people like Marant Boerter, the late great Marant Boerter, and Bennett Nell were involved in his early days. But the trails have matured and established as one of the great venues to ride mountain bikes.
Yeah, it's incredible the amount of trails we have here in this area, and also I think it's one of the biggest cycling clubs that you have in South Africa. Here, Durbanville, this area here where Meerendal is, and also the farm has many to offer. Like, yes, a huge amount of mountain bike trails. They have great concerts throughout the year as well. And then the wine, as you mentioned, and yeah, even the wine or the vineyards are empty now. All the grapes are in the cellar, as we had a wonderful summer, hot summer. Great for the wine. The trails are dusty, loose, and challenging. That's for sure.
They certainly are. Patrick Roberts, who's the chief trail man here at the Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club, very much involved in plotting this route, together with the Absa Cape Epic route director Hendrico Berger, who's had an incredible last couple of months of putting this all together. Challenging in the extreme, but he does an incredible job. A wonderful sight of these two young men heading out there. They'll be racing in the category of the Xaro special class, and Change a Life on their way from the Valley of a Thousand Hills. And still they roll. 20 seconds is all you get to take in that mood and emotion, and just corner all those emotions and channel them into racing.
I like your shirts. Very nice.
So, good vibes only is what it's all about.
Byron and Bradley, they're on their way. Matching color bikes.
They head out. Johan Augustin and Edward Johnson in the NTT Masters.
Racing for Chivita, go Pablo, go Simon.
Character of the sport, Simon Dorstberg, heading out on his journey around. You'll no doubt follow him and get to know him a bit more through his social media channels. Very, very engaging and entertaining. Plenty in now as spectators flock in to be part of the Absa Cape Epic's prologue today and the start of this 8-day journey. Justin Milner, Ian Bryan, both of them Amabubesi, having completed at least 3 each. Santon Factory Racing, they're known as, and they are open men's category, and behind them will be the McCarthy Racing team.
And the families and the friends and the spectators, if you're feeling a little bit warm, imagine what it's like for the riders.
58 nations represented at this year's Absa Cape Epic, amongst the 1,450 riders, made up of 725 teams. This is the race everyone wants to ride and the elite want to win. And off we go.
Team BDO, good job
Lucas
and welcome, Team BDO.
Zmansky and Pavel Papis, two riders who are bidding to join the Epic Legend status here in the Masters. This will be their third of the Epic Series events, and once you've done that, you qualify for the Epic Legend status. Amo Bobesi's 3 Absa Cape Epics, Mark Willemot and Jens Freiberg are heading off there. Mark from the Eastern Cape and Jens Freiberg from Germany. And 2 elite athletes in their own right. Mitchell Steenman and Janneke van der Meulen from the Netherlands head out in the mixed. Both world-class rowers in their time, and lovely to have them here racing. Mitchell in his second Absa Cape Epic, Janneke her first. It's been a busy morning of watching the riders charge off here, and they are still doing just that. And 20 seconds in between at just after 10 o'clock. It'll be the first of the 22 elite women's teams, or UCI registered women's teams. Four, 5, 4.
Go Big Factory Team HQ.
High five, get the nerves settled. Done all the preparation.
Team Go Big Orla,
and about to head out now. Alberto, Albert and Jose Ramon. So let's now get out to the start and introduce you to our second field reporter and commentator. And well, there are a few more pedigreed riders than this wonderful guest we've got with us and colleague.
Welcome to the Haygarth.
Hello, Ariane Luthi.
Aaron Engelbrecht and Graham Ferree.
Good morning. Ready for a hot day in Meerendal?
Yeah, looking forward to it. A bit hotter than I was hoping, but yeah, good way to start the Epic.
You're from South Africa?
Yes, we are, both of us. Durban, and he's from Somerset West, a local boy.
Oh, very close. Could basically roll out of bed.
Pretty much. I did actually roll out of bed today, and then, yeah, nice, easy drive into the start. A little bit of panics. We left our SOS in the car, so we had to go get that. So we missed our start, but we'll get going shortly.
Great. All the best for the 8 days ahead.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask you from where you are from?
Pardon?
You are from South Africa?
Yes.
And is it your first Cape Epic?
No, second one.
Second one. How is it for you to line up here, 2 women of color from South Africa? What is the message you want to bring out to the world?
I would say go out there, do what you can, and you do it best. Like, give it your all. Everyone can do it, yeah, especially girls. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You're very inspiring already.
Yes, I'm Winnie Majabu. I'm from Soweto, so it's my first Epic, so I'm going to kill it.
Amazing. Very best of luck. Thank you. We've got a mixed team next. Good morning, good morning. Okay, I see some beautiful Tiovita jerseys. Is it your first Cape Epic?
It is, I'm an Epic virgin.
Oh, wow, amazing. But you've got a good partner. May I ask if this is a romantic relationship?
No, strictly business.
Strictly business.
It's for the week.
Who's going to do the mechanical fixing?
Yes, it's me. I'm the slip machine, I'm the bike mechanic, team manager. Yeah.
Amazing. But you're definitely bringing the good spirit to the team, right?
Definitely. All the years.
Brilliant. Good luck, everybody. I like these jerseys. They look amazing. Lots of smiles I can see here. Yeah. How long do you think is the smile going to last this week?
Oh, for as long as it can take, eh? As long as it can take.
Amazing. You have been riding a lot together in preparation for this?
Yes, we have been. We've come down from Zimbabwe, so we're here for our first Epic, and yeah, ready to have a go. And yeah.
Both of you are from Zimbabwe?
Yes, from Zimbabwe, Harare.
Amazing. And you have a big group here, or is it just the two of us? Two of you?
We've got 3 other Zimbos that are here, so the other 2 have already gone out, so it's just us now finishing up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fly that Zimbabwean flag high. Good luck, everybody.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Nice and clean white shirts. Who's going to do the washing to clean the shirts?
Oh, it's his turn.
Oh, brilliant. Where are you from?
Puerto Rico. We are from Puerto Rico.
Amazing. And you came all the way here? Is it the first time that you're here in South Africa?
Yes, it's our first South Africa trip and our first Cape Epic, yeah.
What's your impression of South Africa so far?
Excuse me?
What is your impression of South Africa so far?
Very beautiful place, very welcome people. We have a lot of fun.
Amazing. Good luck. Good luck. Enjoy it. Enjoy it.
The energy and excitement of pre-Absa Cape Epic Prologue nerves as the riders roll off the start. And then they will see as they head out, those flying into the finish and think, well, we'll be there soon. In just over an hour or there and thereabouts, perhaps hour and 20 minutes or so. The fastest times so far recorded for this route, 57 minutes. That's been standing for a while by Javi Mascaro and Luis Campos Capo, the Spanish pair, Artim Cami de Cavals, 360. They put in 57 minutes. Only 2 teams have gone under an hour. The other, Leon Klopper and Daniel van der Vat, a young man from the Drivetrain Academy down in Belita, and his partner have done a great job in 58 minutes and 10 seconds. But I think we'll see that time come down appreciably, of course, as we see the UCI categories hit the start and the finish. Well, we've laying the table for this prologue today, and of course for the week ahead. 22 years now is time that we've seen this beautiful event evolve from a point-to-point race from Knysna to the Western Cape to this dynamic route that has changed immeasurably since those early days where there were long transition days on quite a lot of gravel road, to an event that tests every rider technically, physically, and emotionally in every way, Benno.
Yeah, definitely. I think from where the Cape Epic started back in the day, from Knysna all the way to Stellenbosch, very little amount of single track at the time. I think that all developed year by year by having the Cape Epic here in the Western Cape, and now we're going from, like, back in the day, maybe 20%, 30% single track to almost 60, 70% of the stages are pure single track. You have some dual tracks, 4x4 tracks, a little bit of tarmac, but very little, maybe a bit on the transfer stages, but not stage-to-stage events.
Yeah, it's changed dramatically, and we'll see more changes this year. We'll elaborate on that, but suffice to say the UCI women's race is going to see the women do a slightly shorter 8-day race. The prologue and the grand finale are identical, the same distances, but stages 1 to 6 will be shorter for the UCI women. However, they will ride a time parity, which is the key to the event. Now, this is a team that is of some significance to us here in the commentary box, because it's the Pump for Peace team, one of their Pump for Peace teams heading out here, and Ariane Luti is sitting alongside us. This is your team, one of your teams.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Yeah, that's beautiful to see. It's a good friend of mine that just left the ramp here, Christoph Rüttimann, doctor in physics and former Ironman triathlete, alongside his partner Olivier Fromentin, also former Ironman athlete, not pro athlete, but they both have been to Hawaii. So they know the heat, whether they know the dusty trails, that's a different story, but they've prepared very well.
Well, we'll get to know a lot more about the Pump for Peace team, and you've got teams racing in the elites as well. So it's a big program that is evolving and growing.
Yeah, it's the first year that Humble Peace is an official charity partner of the Absa Cape Epic. A great opportunity to present the charity to the world. And we've therefore got 5 amateur teams riding for the course as well. You've seen probably some pink jerseys already rolling off that ramp from all around the world, same as our project. It's a global project that builds pump tracks in underprivileged communities, holds after-school academies, and since 2022 we've got our racing team that I'm now managing aside of doing this job here. And we're going to see them later starting the race in the elite categories.
Grandmaster Ben Glenn Pringle, Greg Justice heading out on the prologue now. 20K is a great way to just ease into the challenge of completing the Absa Cape Epic, and that cannot be underestimated. This is a seriously, seriously tough challenge for anyone, and perhaps the biggest challenge is getting into condition and preparation and to the level that you want to be on that start line and be able to take it on, Ben. And that is just months and months and months of commitment and dedication and sacrifice.
Yeah, 100%. Like, first of all, you have to be lucky to actually get one of those entries because they're sold out within seconds, within a minute. Once you get that ticket and you know that you have a secured spot within this race, that's when the hard work needs to start. Like, you get your partner ready, you get yourself ready, you have to find the time, and also the support you need to conquer such a big race. This is just so much bigger than maybe any other race you ever have done before. It's 8 days of racing, you're here in South Africa, you're training in cold conditions when you're from the North Hemisphere, so that's already a tough challenge, and then you come straight into the African heat. So you have to do your heat sessions at home, you have to do your training, maybe still dark outside, but you still have to get on that trainer outdoor, wherever you can, to get the fitness up to the level you need for this race.
Ariana, you're dealing with, you've come in, obviously you come in contact with a lot of the amateur riders, but you're from a professional athlete's background. Do you have that, have you gained a greater perspective and understanding of what it takes to get to the start line? As an elite athlete, you sort of have the time and that's your job.
I've been quite in contact with our amateur teams, trying to prepare them as best as possible for this race, and obviously the challenge for them is to squeeze all that training in between work, family, all their other commitments, and it's definitely extremely tough to do that and still allow enough rest. To put in the training is the one thing, but actually to rest and allow your body to recover and not to get ill beforehand. We actually had one team pulling out of our amateur team setup due to illness, and it happens a lot, you know, because if you don't rest enough, you don't get stronger.
See, that's why we love having the elite athletes with us, because us amateurs just ride. And then we go and work, and then we do this and that and the next thing, and we'll get some sleep when it comes around. Why do you do that? Because there just isn't time to do everything else. But rest is, you're both nodding your heads, probably one of the most important things one needs.
Yeah, training only gives you the potential to get stronger, and the rest is actually where your body does get stronger and adapts. That's a lot of people actually don't quite understand that well enough until you hit that wall. That was definitely my biggest learning curve, turning from an amateur into a professional. And actually also the hardest thing for me. I'm a person that, you know, loved the training, but it was hard for me just to sit still on the couch and not go out and see friends and basically just be isolated a bit. Mentally, that was the hardest part for me, turning professional.
The section we're watching now is a short but nasty little climb, and it's hidden from the wind. You can see the grass is dead still there, so it is an area that's becoming a bit like an oven because it's starting to soak up that sun that's beating into, it's a north-facing slope, and a horrible little climb, and they'll crest out at the top, do a little loop around towards the Table Mountain side, and then they'll come back, and what they'll see is the climb up the Dorstberg. And no doubt their eyes will sort of drift away to the right-hand side and see the descent. But they will know that they have to get up to the top to enjoy that descent. And you've had a ride around this prologue route, Ariane. How does it stack up?
Yeah, it was really cool that there was a first loop actually around Race Village. So you come back into Race Village, which makes it really fun. Obviously, there's spectators in Race Village. To come back through those people is obviously very cool. And it also kind of almost breaks up the course a little bit for you mentally. It's kind of like, okay, we're starting again, going to the second loop. But it's almost like when you actually start the last climb, Dorstberg, you don't see the top, or well, I didn't see it. I just needed to focus on that next switchback and getting around it actually, because those are very tight.
Yeah.
You actually really need to almost have a standstill and then start pedaling again, going around these switchback corners, going up the mountain. Wow.
Rolling into the finish, and yeah, delight. You'll see exactly what that rider exemplified there. Just done. One day under the belt, and we are into the Absa Cape Epic. Albeit that this is just a 20-kilometer stage, you're underway. The reality of the challenge that lies ahead will only dawn tomorrow. And this is a perfect example of those switchbacks here as we look from above from our drones, and the overtaking, passing here, the rider on the left-hand side, foot off the pedal here, trying to ease up and let the rider go past. Dangerous skills there.
That was tight.
Yeah.
You've got to be quite careful because it's like a bermed edge. And, you know, if you go off that edge, it's like not so easy to go back in. It's hard to see just from the screen, but it's really not that easy to overtake on this course, on these trails at least.
Trail sort of merges there as riders going up. We saw from the Stairway to Heaven, and then flowing down towards the finish, which is the ones on the right-hand side here, and the ones on the left, well, they're only just sort of getting into their task here in the first 3 or 4 kilometers of the prologue, and you can see already riders passing. So the start process with all these riders starting at 20-second intervals, it's loosely based on the time they've submitted as what they reckon they'll average, but generally there isn't a sort of seeding as much. So what the prologue does is to allow the riders to find their place before the major stages tomorrow, and they'll be batched according to their finishing times here for tomorrow's stages. So they'll ride amongst riders of similar speed and ability. But today, sometimes you'll find faster riders starting well behind slower riders, and vice versa. So prologue it is, and we're watching riders from our wonderful drone shots. We've got cameras, we've got media bikes, we've got helicopters. They'll all be joining the party as the day progresses. But midweek, between the Cape Town Cycle Tour on the Sunday and the Absa Cape Epic starting on the Sunday, is a race that for the last 10 years has been a very, very little interesting focal point on the Wednesday evening in Stellenbosch in the township of Kayamandi, and it is the Songo.info Champions Race instigated by Christoph Sauser and Songo Fipaza to generate income and create awareness around the Songo.info program. And they raced on Wednesday, perhaps one of the biggest fields we've seen for a long time. Some of the best in the world were there. This is how they went.
And welcome to the 12th edition of the Songo.info Champions Race right here at the beautiful Kayamandi Soccer Stadium. It's been a jam-packed afternoon so far with the open and amateur racing as well as the e-bike racing. Next up is the big show, the elite women and the elite men. We've just done the prize giving as well as the bicycle handover from the Ironman Foundation and the Absa Cape Epic to Songo.info and the foundation. Just to see the smile on these kids' faces, over 30 bikes for each of them. 60 bikes in total, changing lives with bicycles. What a day it's been. Thank you to the Ironman Foundation. Thank you to the Absa Cape Epic. It's Songo.info racing time, baby. Let's go.
Sipho Maduro here, Songo.info Program Manager. Today we're here in Kamandi. It's a Songo.info Champions Race. And it's really cool to see the excitement, the kids, for actually them to see the people they look up to. Bringing them to Kamandi is quite special. So it's actually nice to see the parents and the brothers and sisters out to see what we normally do on a daily basis. Sometimes we talk about cycling, no one really understands it. So bringing it actually to Kamandi, I think for me it means a lot. It just doesn't get better than this. I mean, getting guys like Sam, Charlie, and quite a few other big names to Kamandi, it's really cool for us, and we really appreciate the support from the guys. Songo.info is a sport and education program based here in Kamandi. Basically, we're supporting kids from preschool, high school, up to tertiary, and then we try and find them jobs afterwards. So we've got quite a few success stories. Even me, I went through the system. So to actually run the organization a couple of years later, and we also have quite a few other stories as well. So it's really cool to have a program like Songo, but obviously we can't do this alone.
So Songo.info has obviously always been a massive part of our Absa Cape Epic brand. Christoph Salzer, founder, 5-time winner of our race. And last year our team came here, we saw what they were doing in Kamandi, and afterwards straight away we messaged Nick, Christoph, Sipho and the team, and we said we have to be involved in this. So here we are, year one of Absa Cape Epic, collaborating with the Songo.info on this, and super excited for years to come and how much hopefully we can grow this into what is now the actual official opener of Absa Cape Epic Week.
So the Songo.info Champions Race is a sort of showcase before the Absa Cape Epic. It's a little preview of who's who and who's feeling strong. And it happens in Kamandi, it happens in the Kamandi sports fields and runs through the Songo.info clubhouse, our BMX track, and past our education facility and into the township and back out again. Yeah, I suppose showing this community what the mountain biking industry is all about and how we are, interested in supporting brighter futures for young children, not only on the bikes but through education. And this is a fundraiser, it is a raising awareness, and it's really about bringing the entire community together here in Kamandi.
Yeah, it was an extraordinary day. World champions, Olympians, wonderful to see. And then riders who are not riding the Absa Cape Epic because they're out here doing training camps. The Canadale team, Charlie Aldridge, Cole Ponchard, Luca Martin, and young South African Luke Moyer who won that. Wonderful sight. This is the young man, Azakili Moy and Sipho Ntembu from the Kwano Cycling Academy in Plettenberg Bay. Sipho is the mentor and coach. They put about 100 kids, they've got about 120 kids in the program, very similar to the Songo.info program, and doing a wonderful job down in the KwaNoKhutula township. Rolling off the start line. Don't get carried away on Prologue Day.
Better not. It's not a cross country. It's the distance close to a cross country, but don't start it like a cross country. What is not recommended. I had to learn that throughout my career as well. You know, you get so excited, so fired up, so many people along the road, you just want to sprint out of this ramp. But you do still need to pace this thing. There's a very big climb at the end of this. And I actually learned to better ride by number, and that number was around about my FTP. It's about an hour effort for the women, I would say. So it's good to kind of stick to the number that your coach gave you and just ride by that, if you have a problem with it.
We're seeing a lot of the, in between these, a lot of the teams from the, taking part in the Xaro special jersey category, heading off. 91 Songo.info, Zizo Chingana and Kanya Sikombogwana. And just before them, we saw the City Changer live pair, Sishle Glungu and Sishle Nkobo. And they're all taking part in in that very important Exaro special jersey category. From Cycle Lab, Marcus Jan and Benjamin Michael. Benjamin, an epic legend.
There we go. That's quite a sprint there.
As you were saying, yeah.
Yeah, the excitement is taking over the legs.
Zara Manganese, Letaba Lerumo, Talelo Klako. Fiercely contested Exaro special jersey. They'll race within their age categories and their particular categories, but there's a special jersey awarded to the eventual winners of that category, and it's highly prized and highly contested.
It is. It's growing, I would say, and the teams are really going for it. It's a big motivation for them to go out and play.
Yeah, under 26 is the age limit, and from previously disadvantaged communities, and the growth in that area has been phenomenal. And many riders have come through the academy over the years, or through the Exaro category, have emerged and carried on riding and racing, and have had some support, which is great. That's the key. It's continuity and continuing to be able to afford to ride and race around the country. Meerendal, what a venue this is over the years. It's 2012. Do you recall your first time racing here?
I actually wonder. Oof, now I'm putting on the spot. I still remember that where we had the mountaintop finish. That was pretty cool. And I remember before we actually started Stairway to Heaven, we came down a descent very fast, and I was just aiming for that rock, and I slashed my tire.
No. So you hit the rock and slashed your tire. Riding through the manor house.
Oh yeah, that was another great.
One of the famous moments.
Very much. 2014, it was the first time the prize money for the women was equal to the men's. I was teaming up with Annika Langwall, an absolute legend of the sport, and we were 20 seconds into our race, our first Absa Cape Epic together, and she crashed down the stairs through the manor house. And I should have actually taken that moment to just get ahead of her, because it was very tough epic for me after that. Yeah, she was very lucky to actually, she was crashing so hard. It was just a slip. Yeah, it was a moment.
Yeah, it was. We do recall that. It was one of the early years of us going live, and it was quite an occasion. We were positioned, in fact, in our commentary box right in front of the manor house, and it happened just behind us. But Annika Langveld, six-time winner, won last year again, came back and showed us just what a class act she is.
Indeed, and obviously being a mother now, and last year having prepared with looking after her little daughter, she definitely found out how challenging that is, and I think many women participating in this race, not in the pro category or even in the pro category, Benno, your wife, who's raising children, two very active children.
Yes.
And her partner Isla as well, yeah.
Exactly. You know, these women are incredible examples of what a woman is all capable of, handling more than just one thing in their lives. So yeah, very inspiring for everybody else out there.
And off they roll onto the start line.
Well, it's all truly inspiring, the Absa Cape Epic, because these riders, Rob and John amongst them, heading out to take on the prologue, is that they have committed to getting to the start line. And as I said earlier, this is just half the achievement, is getting onto the start line in the condition to be able to get through 8 days. And truth be told, not everyone does get through the 8 days. That's the nature of sport and the nature of this event. It doesn't you're not handed a medal at the end of the race for just pitching up, you know?
No, definitely not. I mean, we saw it even in the elite. A bunch riders came here early, but then within a couple of days before the race, they had some accidents out there. Some people get ill, and we had some reshuffling within the elite field as well. Also in the amateur categories, I saw yesterday people standing there at the registration waiting for other teams not to show up, because there's always that big question mark if you're actually going to make it to the stage. the first stage as well. And then there's others in place that are ready to go in case they get this opportunity. So yeah, it takes a lot to actually just be on the start line of this prologue.
Yeah, I know someone who got an entry on Friday, and he, look, you know, you get yourself in condition to be able to answer that call, but yeah, he was quite happy. Us working class wonder how you can, you know, strike off the week's work, but I suppose if you are preparing for it, you prepare for that as well, and that is part of this whole program, being prepared. We're at the prologue of the Absa Cape Epic, and there's a brief pause now for about 10 minutes from the start ramp because a little bit of a break, and then we'll be heading towards the elite women who will be starting, the UCI elite women at 10:05. Julika Paul and Linda Detring will be the first riders to roll off that start ramp, and they will be starting to load down there. It is a nervous time for all these riders before getting onto that start ramp.
Definitely. I mean, especially with all the spectators there, it's such a big race, it's such a big stage, and then standing there on that ramp, you know, you're so exposed. You can't hide in a bunch.
No.
And that makes it all the more special. Like, you have all the cameras pointing at you, and I mean, people who have never done something like that, that's quite something to deal with, being nervous in any case, just for what's to come. Yeah, it's an interesting learning curve.
Well, we've got a bit of time, so let's maybe drill down a bit deeper into the women's category, UCI women's category, and sort of just pick out a few teams here. I mean, last year, Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen drew great attention in the way they rode and their performances. And Bianca's teamed up with the South African marathon champion this year, Samantha Sanders, for Sani to see efficient Infinity. So how do you see them going this year? New combination.
Yeah, it's interesting that they mixed it up and didn't stick together. I don't know the insights or the thoughts behind that. Obviously, Hayley, having raced overseas quite a lot, must have met the other Hayley along the way and built a friendship. Bianca Hoare, with a very solid, very experienced partner, Sam Saunders. She's been part of the scene, of the marathon scene for so many years. She's the current marathon champion in South Africa. Definitely a solid partner on the side.
But returning to the women's race, having done 3 years, oopsie.
Ooh,
well, this is what happens.
All good, all good. Just quickly pass, get back into the pedals.
Yep.
Well, there we see at the back actually an amputee. Yeah. I mean, amazing. You know,
that's Rudy Hubert. Amazing, yeah.
Yeah, look at this. It's so absolutely incredible. I had an interview with them earlier.
Partner.
And, you know, it's definitely not easy to go around. It's so hot. You must be sweating with amputees, etc.
Well, let's hear from them before they started.
All right, with me, Team Lefty, riding in the colours of Absa. Gentlemen, how was that today?
I was lekker. What a jol. No, it's a hard 20, but it's fun.
You got 7 big days ahead of you. You've chosen a great partner. You must be excited for the next 7 days?
Just a warm-up, that's all.
What's the plan? What's the plan over the next couple of days? Are you suited to the longer days? Where are you feeling you're going to find your hot spot, your sweet spot?
I think Montague, like they say, it's going to be a surprise for us. A lot of loose rocks. The long stages, more my cup of tea. The long climbs. But we're going to assist each other. Yeah, Brian must stop a bit more than me, but we're gonna work on that to make it faster.
Saki is being modest, he's a climber.
We see you at a lot of the races. We know your son will be watching. We see your wife at all the races as well. This is just part of who you guys are and what you do.
100%. It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle choice. Although don't measure me against my son. He'll be highly disappointed if we don't finish on the podium. So we just here to ride water point to water point and finish on day 7.
Guys, good luck. We'll catch up with you during the week. Well done.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
3 teams, amputee athletes, and that was Brian Stiles in Zagris. There's also Travis Warwick Oliver and Rensha Retief and Klengi Kwala and Rudy Hubert, all amputees taking on the challenge. And this is Rudy and Klengi.
Wow, it's
getting
so
up the climb.
incredible.
Quite inspirational.
Very inspirational. Really hats off. I mean, yeah, their preparation was very intense. I spoke to them specifically earlier. Yeah, and they really took it very serious to get ready for this.
Klengi, high quality triathlete before his injury. Rudy was a workplace accident, but he's done plenty of big stage races in his time, Rudy, as well. Steep little section, this, as I say, this is where it is pretty hot in this little corner of the route. The wind is shielded by the mountain. So, we were getting through a chat about the elite women. And Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith, yeah, they've done, they raced together on the Lifetime Series. They did the Gravel Burn last year as well, and they've teamed up. Canada from Hayley Smith, very experienced racer.
Yes, as well. Very much cross-country racer in her early days. She's represented Canada many times. She went to the Olympics in cross-country, and then kind of started doing more kind of going the pioneer or privateer route. Doing her own thing. Last year she was again in a team, and this year she said again, I prefer actually just to do whatever I would like to do, and is back privateering. So hopefully that will be her setup that really makes her shine and brings all the strength out of her.
Fastest time today so far, just clocked in, Kuklin Kani and Otando Sitoza from Velokai, 56.09. And Hayley Preen, very experienced now. And a real all-rounder, gravel racer. She's marathon, continental marathon champion. So she's formidable, and this could be a combination that might surprise a few. Pump for Peace, tell us about that team. Faranak Patozo and Leila Nemchevich.
Yeah, incredibly happy to see Faranak racing this race. So Faranak and I met at the Swiss Epic in 2021, and that was basically the beginning of the Pump for Peace team that I then got involved in, supported by Pump for Peace and Velo Solutions. And she is really the icon in women's cycling for me. Coming from Iran, Iran makes it so hard to be even riding a bike as a woman. It's not fully accepted in the country yet for women to ride a bike, and she just pushed through. She was starting riding when she was 21. She was hiding from her parents even. She was sneaking out when it was dark, just riding through the alleys. And then she met some people along the way and started riding in groups that were in cycling. It was not accepted at all. Her parents basically sat her down many times what she's actually doing here, but she continued. Eventually a Dutch became national coach of the Iranian Federation and started to help her, train her, and that was the beginning for her to really go into racing.
And her partner, Leila Nemchevich, is the Bosnia and Herzegovina national champion. Formidable racer she is at marathon level.
Yeah, definitely. She won the 2023 overall Marathon World Cup. Really an absolute top athlete, a lawyer as well, sports lawyer, extremely smart person, and a very, very solid partner for Faranak. She's got all the experience in stage racing. She's an absolute professional in all she's doing, and also just very calm and collected, and that's exactly the energy that Faranak needs. She's quite nervous for this. It's very, very new to her. She's very much a cross-country rider, basically, very much built for the 90 minutes that she's normally racing. But she's got a good coach, an experienced coach in Barry Austin, who guided her to do this race.
And the former French champion and a stage winner here, in fact, in the past, Margot Moschetti and Claudio Peretti, the French-Italian combination for Simtech.net. They'll be there and thereabouts.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. Marco Moschetti was a cross-country rider before, She came second in the Under-23 World Championships 2014 behind Jolanda Neff. That's quite an achievement. She's then gone more into marathon racing in the past years. She is a teacher, sports teacher, has done a little bit of a break basically between her cross-country racing and then turning into a marathon rider when she was basically teaching and coaching, and is now teaming up with Claudia Peretti, a very strong rider, Italian champion before. I think she podiumed in a European championship before. Both very strong and actually fairly close to each other. Claudia Peretti from north of Italy in the Piedmont, and Marco Moschetti very close to the north of France, Savoy.
Just off the start ramp, Jenna Reinhardt and Leah van der Linden from the United States, two making their debuts here, and both part of the Lifetime Grand Prix Series on gravel in the United States. So lovely to have them here. And the elite women are getting underway here at the Absa Cape Epic. So we've got them starting to load there. Monica Calderon, a two-stage winner here before. Tessa Cortacas, they won the grand finale stage last year. Calderon, the Colombian national champion. Again, they've had great success racing the Epic Series as well. So this is another race they want to perhaps try and get onto the podium.
Yeah, an interesting mix. We've got Tessa very strong on the flat, and Calderon, that's definitely a climber from Colombia. Colombia is extremely mountainous, high altitude. She definitely loves the climb, and Tessa from the Netherlands can't get really flatter than that. So an interesting combination like that, but they've proved that the teamwork is on point. They've been very strong in the past.
Kelsey van Schoor on the left-hand side, and a Namibian partner, Henri Greef, head off to begin their prologue in the UCI women's category. Team Pertek Pollard. Kelsey very, very strong on the road, and on the mountain bike she'll soar up the climbs. Wonderfully strong climber, slightly overshooting the corner. Not the first to have done that today. It is quite a tight bend if you're not, as you say, you come out a bit too hot out of the start and
too motivated.
Yeah, but wound up, and so they're on their way.
The gaps now between the teams is 30 seconds. With the amateurs, we had the 20 seconds. Now it's a little bit more, 30 seconds between each team. Also makes a bit of a difference.
The 20 kilometers of that pylon with
ASAP women's team, Karen Povey, Riley Smith.
Magnificent Meerendal.
Strong cross-country rider as well, Riley Smith. She's been more on the cross-country scene where I've seen her. Still very young.
I think we've got 90 seconds between them here, because they're due to go 10:09:30. Taryn, very experienced. She's a Namibia Bessie, so she will give all the assistance and guidance to young Riley on the right-hand side. Away they go, Team ASAP, strong team here in the Western Cape, predominantly the men's team. They do have a strong women's team that took part in the cycle tour last week. And away they go, Taryn and Riley. This is the UCI Elite Women's batch, but not all these women, as we're hearing, they're not all full-time professionals.
100%, yeah, that's...
very few of them are.
Yeah, very few. Some are mothers, some are full-time working. It's still, unfortunately, the case that, there's not quite as many opportunities for women, but they make the most out of it. And especially the marathon sport, the money is not big there. I also never raced for the money. It was mostly passion. The time I was racing, and so it is still, or actually it didn't get better. It's a very difficult time to get sponsorships. The industry is not doing great at the moment.
The Graafruit der Grendel team, about to hear from them, because this is Chloe Bishop and trail runner Nicolette Griffioen.
Chloe and Nicolette, a new combination, a bit of a lastminute.com combination from what I understand. How are you guys looking to go today?
We're looking to have fun and get to know each other and see what we're in for the next 8 days. It's exciting, it's surprising to us and everyone, so who knows, we might surprise a few people.
Nicolette, a bit fast today for you. I know you've got a diesel engine, it only kicks in after 5 hours, but certainly lots of fun and nice to be taking it on with a new partner, a new experience.
Yeah, it's my first Epic, so I'm really looking forward to enjoying it and seeing the trails and yeah, obviously give up our best and have a good time.
How's the training been going? How are you feeling? Are you feeling confident going into today?
It's been going well. I've been doing a lot of races, so it's always nice knowing that your form is where you want it to be by testing yourself out against everyone else on the trails. So I'm happy. I couldn't be better prepared, and yeah, it's my second time round, so it can only get better from here.
Good luck, you guys.
Well, the thoughts there. Nicolette Griffioen heading out. She is one of South Africa's finest trail runners, having won most of the big trail running events here, but taking on the challenge of the Absa Cape Epic. And also on the start line, Sancha Milana and Claudia Kren.
All right, we've got a South African-Austrian combination, Sancha and Claudia. Sancha, you ready to rumble?
We are going balls to the wall today.
Full gas.
Yeah, we try not to kill ourselves today, but we want to go like a very fast pace because then we're in the finish earlier, you know.
A lot of anticipation coming into the race. We know how hard you've trained, we know how well you've prepared. Now it's time to let things go.
Yeah, no, we're ready, and I think this course is flowing so nicely. So yeah, we're super excited. I think it's going to be lekker.
Good luck out there.
Sancha already an epic legend, teaming up with the Austrian Claudia Kren.
Yeah, hopefully that goal of the day, one goes balls to the walls and the other one's like not going too hard today. Let's see how in sync that will be. But yeah, looking strong. Just need to get back on that wheel to benefit from the draft. But it's already blistering heat. We are here in a very climatized room, so we don't really feel it, but the riders definitely feel that sun on the back. It's very, very hot out there.
Wonderful image of this pair riding up through the vineyards. Nicola Freitas, another hard-working medical doctor, alongside Rebecca van Heesteen. Let's hear from them.
All right, team breathalyzers. Rebecca, you ready to go? I mean, you two know what this is all about. It's not your first dance, but it looks like this pairing is standing the test of time.
Yeah, no, we're very excited to race together. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be very cool.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. It was a really rough week getting to the start line. We had like people in the hospital and my bike got stolen. But I'm on a bike, thanks to Titan and Cycle Show. Guys, insure your bicycles. And now this is the fun part. Like the stress is past and now we're ready to enjoy the trails that the Cape Epic has worked so hard on for us.
Lots goes into putting this together. Maybe just a thank you to your friends and family back home, your coaches and your teams.
Yeah, obviously thanks so much to our sponsor Breathalyzers. Titan Racing have done an awesome job of getting us some amazing bikes to ride for the week. And just thanks everybody for the support. Yeah, can't wait to ride.
Trials and tribulations of owning a bicycle. Unfortunately, Nicola Freitas had a bike stolen from her on the few days before the event. So had to make a plan, has managed to obviously get a new one, and heading out with Rebecca van Heesteen. Now, Benno Willett.
Yes, look at this.
Here they are, Isla Stowe and Cherise Willett. Mums and racing demons.
Yes, those two, the effort that went into to be on this stage right now, it's incredible to see how they manage their daily life with so many things going on, and then still finding the motivation, like sometimes even jumping on a trainer at 8 o'clock in the evening.
Away they go. It is wonderful to see Fortress Toyota, Isla Stowe and Cherise Willett head out and give it absolutely everything as we'd expect, Benno.
Yes, look at them going off the ramp as fast as possible. I hope they know about that first corner Stay on your side. Well done. They got through it, and from here onwards, out
They've
the
got
fog.
great skills, Benno. Don't worry.
Makes
Very
me
skilled
nervous.
life you've got there.
Making me nervous.
I tell you what, having seen your children and Isla's children, I don't know if you lot, the adults, are the most skilled riders in that house.
No,
Kids are pretty skilled.
Very much, very much. No, we love riding with our kids. Luckily we have Cherise, her dad here. He's actually currently looking after the two boys. They're here just supporting mom. We'll see them a little bit later. And then he's going to take care of them during the week because they're still going to school. Someone needs to look after them and life goes on, right?
Payback time. Dad's the reason Cherise is riding in the first place.
Definitely. I mean, he was the one that brought her to the Cape Town Cycle Tour at the age of 9 years old. That's when her passion for cycling started, and then is as big as it's ever been.
This is a combination that's fascinating because the Safari Essence Titan Racing pair, Danielle de Troy, multiple junior champion for South Africa on the left-hand side, and Roxanne Kemp, who in the last 3 years has come from amateur, riding as an amateur with her husband, and decided to sort of get into it. She had a surfing background, and here she is racing in the UCI Elite category. Quite extraordinary.
Yes, and they were doing really well at Tankwa Trek in February, which is always a little bit the dress rehearsal for the Absa Cape Epic in South Africa. And they did really, really well. A very tough stage race there.
There they go. Danielle and Roxanne, yeah, done a lot of riding together. Clearly, that's a great thing to be able to do. Not everyone can, and not everyone has that opportunity. I don't know how many times Isla and Cherise get to ride together.
Yeah, also on the training, not at all. They do the individual stuff. They also did the Tankwa track together. So that was also, like you said, one of the testing grounds to see where the fitness is. The communication is always very good between the two of them. They understand each other so well.
Let's hear from Stefanie Zana and Michele Bartzerold.
Stephanie and Michaela, welcome to the Absa Cape Epic. How are you feeling? You ready to go?
We feel very nice. We feel ready to go. We are excited, and we wish also a good day to our fans in Switzerland and Germany.
Michaela, how are you feeling?
Oh, my feeling is good. The weather is hot, but okay.
What is your expectation? What would be a good result for you come next week Sunday when you get to Stellenbosch?
Oh, we would just like to finish this Cape Epic. It would already be a great result to be finishing the Cape Epic this year.
Good luck.
Yes, thank you very much.
Close, from very close where I'm from. Well, actually, originally from the Valleys, the Valle, where the World Championships were, cross-country World Championships last year. She is a nurse, still working. I don't know if it's full-time, but now she lives very close to where I live, close to the Lake of Thun, and training there. Yeah, so also somebody that can't call herself a full professional and still racing this race.
More Swiss riders in the start. Sandra Stadelman and Laura Tissere.
Don't know them too well, or not at all actually. They look ready. They definitely got enough hydration with them, with the packs. Very important today.
Yeah, I mean, and we chatted about this hydration and feeding on the route, and this is a particular route that you can't take your hands off the bar too often to feed, to drink. Lots of single track, lots of areas you've got to be careful. So carrying the hydration pack, not a bad idea.
Yeah, for sure. You can just concentrate on basically riding. The tricky thing with a bottle is actually not necessarily taking it, but putting it back.
Yeah.
It's normally like, oh yeah, you got the moment to take it, but then you take a sip and you already need to go around the corner again. So I really enjoyed riding with my USV backpack. And that's also always nicely in place and close to my body. So these days they work so well. It's been seen as an amateur thing to have a backpack in the past. So everybody always needed, we need 2 bottles in the bike and the frame. But it's changed completely. You see the USV backpacks everywhere these days. So yeah, and I absolutely enjoyed riding with that.
You see, us amateur buddies were trendsetters. You know, we were the pathfinders.
100%.
Just had to refine the equipment, and we have done that beautifully. They really are.
Exactly. They've got this very lightweight Race 2.0. It came out 2 years ago. It's got an insulation sleeve as well, which makes it nice and keeps the drink nice and cold.
Just starting to get the feel here. Team number 61, Nama Neumann and Tanja Priller from Israel and Germany, respectively, heading out on the prologue.
Yeah, very interesting team. Tanja Priller, very much the marathon rider, long distance. She loves to put in a lot of hours of training in Germany. And Nama, very much a cross-country rider. She's actually doing projects at the Gaza Stripe to play with children, to get them on bikes. Really an absolutely lovely woman, doing so much for her people at home that are very much suffering from the war.
Under the bridge, which they will return into the finish and out into the vineyards and eventually onto the mountain. It's a big women's field, 22 teams setting out in the UCI Elite Women's Field this year.
Yeah, fantastic to see that. It's growing, and it's so nice to see it growing now that, you know, the changes have been made to the women's race, shortening the distance. Many people question that, you know, it was seen as equal with having the distance equal, but we've been pushing for this for quite some time to allow, especially cross-country riders like Nama, who still needs to chase points to be in a good position at the start of a World Cup, for example. They need to chase points. They need to race during this time of the year as many cross countries as possible. And then if you have to take out a month to recover after this very long Cape Epic, it's just too hard for them to then also have a good cross country season.
Just to fill you in on the fastest time out there at the moment, 54 minutes and 25 seconds. The Q36.5 R&D team, Ivan Santaromita and Alberto Bianchi. Ivan is a former pro, many years on the World Tour, and 54 minutes and 25 there in the open men's category. So that time's coming down quite rapidly, and we haven't got close to the elite men, and the elite women will soon catch up. Here are Samantha Sanders, the national champion of South Africa, and Bianca Hall of this team heading out onto the trails. Let's hear from them.
Team starting to see efficient infinity. We have some experience with Sam. We have some youth and exuberance with Bianca. But above all, we have two racing snakes looking for the African Absa Cape Epic jersey, as well as overall podium hopes.
Yeah, I mean, we have hopes, but mostly we just want to get the best out of each other.
Bianca, how are you feeling?
No, I'm super excited, Max. Yeah, the vibe is very cool. It's like you're very chilled this morning, and now you get here and you're like hyped up, ready to go. So yeah, Sam's like, let's pace it. So I'm like, no, we're not pacing it today.
It sounds like you're going to have a case of the horse bolting out the stable and no one able to put the reins on.
We'll see how it goes. But you know, day one's always about sort of finding your rhythm. And we made a promise to communicate honestly. So,
Bianca, did you hear that? Communicate.
Yes, I heard it loud and clear.
Like father, like daughter, Bianca Hall. Go until you blow. Her father, legend in the mountain bike circles, at Sani to see, and Sani to see efficient Infinity Insure team are on the road here. By all accounts, Samantha contacted Bianca and said, let's ride together. So she likes someone who will go hard. Well, that's, I think, what it'll be about. Lovely to see on the start line here, the ChemChamp Honeycomb team, Hayley Preen on the left-hand side, and a Canadian partner, Hayley Smith, are next off the start line. This young lady has huge potential and talent, and has already made her name in the United States on the Lifetime Grand Prix circuit. And the one on the right-hand side, an Olympian, a cross-country race as we've been talking about in the past, and now also the original winner of the Lifetime Grand Prix Series back in 2022.
And the winner of the Swiss Epic.
Winner of the Swiss Epic, yeah.
She was riding with Catherine Pendrell back then, multiple world champion in cross country, and an absolute legend. So she definitely has now a bit of experience here. She was racing last year the Cape Epic as well, and I think now they're really motivated to get Team Haley as fast as possible across that line.
Yeah, Hayley Preen has been 3rd, 4th, 6th, 4th. In her first year, she fell and broke her hand. But it's pretty consistent racing from Hayley Preen from Hout Bay in Cape Town, riding with Hayley Smith from Markham in Ontario in Canada. They're on to the trails now, and they will be up there and thereabouts, this pair, that's for sure. They both raced the Gravel Burn last year. Hayley Smith was 8th and Hayley Preen in 3rd place. Little fist pump.
And the prayer.
Yeah.
To be safe out there and bring the bike in one piece back. Katarzyna Szoszna, Lithuanian champion, absolute powerhouse. Very tall, very powerful on the flats. I've been on that wheel and been suffering on that wheel many times. Definitely a great slipstream, as if there's a flat road, you definitely want to have that partner on your side. And now with new teammate from Torbaro Kenda.
You're making her debut, Georgia Marchett, and Katarzyna was 5th last year with Claudia Peretti in her debut race. This pair were 4th at the Swiss Epic, and they're out of the blocks nice and fast as well.
Yeah, Katarzyna has done some time trialing as well. She's done cross country, she's done basically all that the sport can offer on 2 wheels. And yeah, that's a great wheel to follow on these flat sections through the grass.
Georgia was the under-23 cross-country world champion in 2020, so there's pedigree there, that's for sure.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, that's definitely great on this track.
On the starting ramp now.
Sun coming out, it's going to be very, very hot for these riders, the elite UCI riders heading out into the baking heat of the Western Cape.
Here we go, Farnak and Leila. 2 very inspiring women, especially Farnak, who has had an incredible journey to make it here to the start line of the Absa Cape Epic. Such a wonderful woman, has fought so hard in a country that's...
Let's hear from them.
Yeah.
Team Pump for Peace, Leila and Farnak, it's your time.
Yes, we are excited to start it.
How's it going? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, and also the way that I'm taking to this race is kind of different than all the other way, and I made some changes, and I'm happy to start it with Leila.
Leila, great to have you join us. Obviously, just so many incredible women racing here in our elite women's field, and you've got such an amazing partner.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be here. Happy to be here with Farnak, and yeah, we're ready to push it all out.
There's a lot going on, a lot of anticipation, but it's a short day today. You don't want to put all your effort in today because you've got another 7 days coming.
No, of course, we have to pace. We have to, choose our efforts, choose our time, and this is exactly what we're doing today. And we're racing for a bigger cause. Our big goal is to, do the best as we can, and this can be only done through pacing and smart racing through 7 days. 8 days, sorry.
Farnak, racing for Pump for Peace, a bigger purpose than just yourself, and such a great purpose to ride for.
Of course, this gives me an extra motivation and kind of make me excited that I'm doing it every time I'm suffering. I know it's not only for myself, but I'm also inspiring and helping maybe to race and being showing to others also what is possible.
And that she does, yeah, 100%. She won the 2023 bronze medal at the Asian Games behind 2 Chinese, which is incredibly tough to achieve despite all the odds that were against her. And that basically was a little revolution in her country in terms of women's cycling. Was the first time ever that the federation and everybody that needs to recognize women's cycling in her country.
Simtech.net, Margot Moschetti and Claudio Peretti, who has some pretty decent form, won the Andalusia race with Natalia Fischer earlier this year, 9th at the Calpe Marathon event, so some good form.
For sure. MB race on their chest. If you ever wonder and want to do 7,000 meters of climbing in one day, go to the MB race in France. That's where Margot is from. She's basically on the foot of the hills, mountains over there. Yeah, beautiful race in her home country and home area.
Claudia won Epic behind her 5th last year with Sosna we've seen go already, and Margot in her 4th Absa Cape Epic, 5th in 2018, 8th in 2024, and finished as an individual last year, but did win a stage in 2018, won the grand finale into Val de Vie with Raisa Mulao, the Brazilian racer. Experienced, 4-time national champion, and totally focused on the job at hand here, you can see. You've done the Grand Raid. You don't win that without being a proper rider. And Claudia's won that, hasn't she?
Yeah.
3 years ago, 4 years ago.
Yeah, that one is 5,000 meters of climbing in one day. So yeah, it's also a pretty good day on the bike. Was the World Championship Marathon last year where Kay Courtney, that we're going to see just in a moment, won the race and therefore wearing the rainbow stripes.
Getting down to the business end of our UCI women's teams now, into the last 5 teams. Moschetti and Peretti. Epic legend already, Peretti, Moschetti, and
Nice. Nice rhyme of the names, Moschetti and Peretti. Beautiful. Moschetti seems to be an Italian name, actually.
Yeah. Staying on the wheel, consistent riding together, and yep, they didn't ride together last year, but maybe taking turns already.
Yeah, that's kind of tricky. You really need to figure out to get that flow and to communicate to each other when you come around, because it's different on the road. Because on the road, you know, you don't have a ditch, you don't have stones in the way, you don't have those slippery corners like you have here. So it's very much, and so many twists and turns that you really need to have a little bit of a plan when you take these turns.
Well, 2 out-and-out marathon specialists here, and very, very experienced. This pair have won the 4 Islands, Andorra and Swiss Epic. The only thing missing is the Absa Cape Epic from them. Let's hear, no, we won't hear from them. Monica Calderon and Tessa Corticas of Massey Sport. Very, very experienced pair.
Very ambitious pair for sure. Definitely a team to keep an eye on. And they've shown last year they basically came closer and closer to the front as the race went on. Let's see how they start this year, if it's going to be a fast prologue for them. Last year they really had to find their feet a little bit into the race, but were finishing extremely strong.
Yeah, Monica, couple of stage wins, 23 with Greta Steinbeck. She won stage 7, and then last year they won the grand finale into Lawrenceford. This pair finished 4th overall last year, so just off the podium. As I said, they've won 3 of the big 4 Epic Series events.
Now it's to be an Epic legend, get that medal.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, we come down to a very formidable lineup. This is South Africa's Candice Lill and Switzerland's Alessandra Keller. Many people's favorite to win this race. Let's hear from them.
Thomas Maxim Sabi in the ice vests. Would be quite nice to keep those on for the whole time trial, right?
I actually did think about it. It would be really nice. When I put this on, it was a huge relief.
Candice, you're here. It's time to go. You guys have done everything you need to. You've really put in the proper work this time around, and now the stars have got to align, and you've got to do your job.
Yeah, exactly. But I think, you know, there's nothing more we can do now. We're here at the start. It's actually the part to just enjoy now. All the work, all the hard work hopefully pays off.
Alessandra, your very first Absa Cape Epic, which is hard to imagine because it feels like you've been around in this space forever. Is it nice to be here? Are you excited?
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like I've been in South Africa for a long time, but not racing, so yeah, it's different, but it's super exciting, and you know, you're not gonna win the race on the first day, you're gonna win it in like 8 days, and that's our goal.
Today, just 20 kilometers, nice and short. It's a course that definitely suits the two of you, and today's going to be a good test for you guys at race pace.
Yeah, I think so. You know, I think it's a prologue. We have to deliver proper performance, but that's what you need for like every race. So I think we're cross-country athletes, so we get used to this 20Ks. But yeah, you still have to leave it all out there with the heat, and yeah, it's a ridden course now.
Candice, in Cape Town, lots of home crowd fans. There's nothing like racing in South Africa at the Absa Cape Epic.
Yeah, for me it's super special. Like, I normally race like quite high level races and it's overseas, but to do one at home, it is so cool to have the crowd support.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, there's so much riding on this. What a combination it is.
Indeed.
Apart from being two of the nicest young women to get on a bike, but they all are. But yeah, they're formidable talents. We'll embellish on them a little bit more, but let's hear from this pair. And one of only two riders to have won this race in the field this year is on the right-hand side, Vera Losa, together with Kim LaCourt in 2023. And perhaps the preeminent marathon racer in the world at the moment, Rosa van Doorn.
Yeah, she won
Team
the
Buff
overall
BH,
World Cup.
Efficient Infinity, Vera Losa and Rosa van Doorn. Vera looking back, taking last minute instructions. Just checking that they've got the ice in and last minute checks. How are you feeling?
Yeah, the nerves are there for sure. It can just start now and just finish, and I just want to get this hard effort out of my body. And then, yeah, I think we can like kind of ease into tomorrow a little bit more. The first day is always stressful, but yeah, so exciting to be here. So exciting to stand here with Rosa on the start line. Yeah, let's bring it on.
Rosa, just time now to breathe. You've done all the work. Time to just relax and get your job done out there today.
Yeah, exactly what you say. You do a lot of work in the winter, but now it's time to let everything go and just ride our own race together with Vera. I'm really looking forward.
A message in Dutch back to the fans back home?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Give them a message, tell them how you're feeling and that they must cheer for you for the next few days in Dutch.
Ja, ik kijk echt heel erg naar uit en ja, ik heb er gewoon echt heel veel zin in. Het is nu gewoon tijd om te gaan genieten en goede flow te vinden. En ik ben super blij om hier te staan samen met Vera Losa.
Janina will be watching, your partner here last year. Maybe a message for her as well?
Janina, we love you. We are missing you here in South Africa.
All right, we've got Vera just doing some final checks there. You can check she's onto the back wheel there, making sure tire pressures are right. But this team is ready to go. Buff BH, Efficient Infinity, Vera Losa and Rosa van Doorn.
Vera winner of the Swiss Epic last year at the Lexus Skada. As we come to our top-ranked team in the UCI Women's Elite Field, and it is the World Marathon Champion, She Sends Foundation, Kate Courtney alongside Greta Servold. Your views on this combination?
Well, a very new combination actually, since Kate's actual partner that was meant to ride with her, Melissa, crashed very unfortunate with a scooter in Stellenbosch when she came back from the shop and broke both her arms, well, an arm and the wrist, which obviously is not a great thing to do before an Absa Cape Epic. And she was very fortunate that Greta, she was meant to race in the mixed category. The Absa Cape Epic, they share both the same coach, and I guess he was playing a part in bringing those two together.
Team She Sends Foundation, Kate, 2018, the last time you were here. You're back. Are you feeling it?
Yeah, it's really good to be back. A lot has happened.
A lot has happened, and we've heard all about that. But right now, you're on the dance floor, and you've got to push play.
Absolutely. Super grateful to be here. I don't think we've ever celebrated a start line more, and it'll give us extra motivation to fight for the finish.
When you got here this morning, you hear the vibe, you see the people. It's a great stage to perform on, isn't it?
I love racing here, being with the community. I think every rider out there is experiencing the same emotions, just maybe at different speeds and at different times. So it's really cool to share. And I woke up this morning and pulled on the rainbow jersey for the first time. So pretty excited to represent this today and give it my all out there.
Let's get across to Greta. Greta, I know you having a swallow there, getting it all done, getting that last minute nutrition in. How are you feeling? I mean, it's been a whirlwind. You've been in South Africa for a couple of months though. You get the call with the current UCI Cross Country Marathon World Champion, and now you're on the dance floor, seated number 1 for She Sends Foundation, and it's time to show up.
You know, the time you take the gel, you know you're ready. So I'm ready.
How's everything been on your side? Obviously a lot to process, a lot to get together, but you've got a good team behind you, and they're going to be there with you for all 8 days. You're not on your own.
Exactly. I am feeling super proud to be part of the team. Honestly, I miss my team that is watching me right now. They are, it's a French team, Decathlon Ford. I miss these guys, but I am feeling super well with the team we have here, with Luciano, with Eric. Like, they are so cool people. So it's just easy to be on the start line now.
A quick message in Italian to your fans and friends back home.
Ciao ragazzi, fate il tifo, mi raccomando, seguiteci tutta la settimana. Sarà lunga, sarà dura, ma siamo pronte. Andiamo!
So the thoughts of Greta Servald, real bubbly enthusiasm, excitement surrounding her involvement here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's also a really great cause they are riding for the She Foundation, the project that Kay Courtney started. And she's got such a big platform, she's got such a big following, and she uses that to inspire women around the world. Actually, the 2 Pump for Peace women, Iman and Ponzo, our youngest, from Lesotho, they were going to the ride and they were so inspired by them. They were so happy to ride with these superstars. Kate, the world champion, an absolute icon of the sport. So it's amazing to see what she's doing for not just herself and racing and being at the top of the sport, but just all the women in the world around her.
Yeah, an interesting option. She's chosen to step away from a big team environment, to go privateer, to take that risk. Yes, she's got the profile as a former cross-country world champion and now a marathon world champion, but it's always a big risk, and credit to her for doing that.
And it's a lot of effort to organize it all. It's incredible how she got this all together and going, and that's very much her effort doing that. And that's, you know, many other pros, they really just focus on riding, racing, and the recovery, as we mentioned earlier, so important. And to take on a project like that on the side, it's not easy.
This is Nicolette Griffioen and Chloe Bishop going nicely through sharing the work. Nicolette on the front there, as I said, a trail runner of the highest caliber, has won the big trail run, the race on Table Mountain. She's won around the country and around the world, and has clearly got the endurance and the engine to get through 8 days of the Absa Cape Epic.
She will look forward to the portage section on
Honto Pass.
Honto Pass, where they're gonna have to run down actually a trail section to honor the pioneers that were building this wagon route.
Just a look at those splits. I can tell you the Wolf Tooth Components is not a, that's the fastest time recorded. It's not a women's team, but Pertek Hollard, that's the women's team of Kelsey van Schoor and Henri Greef. Safari Essence Titan Racing through their 101.6. But now we'll be starting to look at that first time check for the leading team there, and it's going to be fascinating. We caught a glimpse there of Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill bolting along the trail at express pace. What a combination they are, two of the very best current cross-country racers. So you're fascinated to see how they go against Kate Courtney, whose pedigree is unmatched on the cross-country scene, but now converting to the marathon.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how Alexandra immerses herself into this very long race. She's the short track world champion. Not exactly, something that we say, made for 8 days. But of course, she's an absolute professional in everything that she's doing. She's taking every challenge that she's taking on very seriously. Has a great team supporting her. Ralph Neff, her team manager, has done the Cape Epic before, definitely benefiting from that experience. And of course, the experience of Candice, who's done this race so many times before. Alexandra has been in South Africa many, many times already, has ridden here, has done some races in preparation for the Cape Epic in South Africa, so definitely knows the terrain.
Yeah, she says this is the 14th year that she's been doing her pre-season in South Africa, which is going to serve her very well. I mean, as you said, she's done cross-country races here. She's done plenty of training. She knows she loves the environment here. So already that's
so important.
Big step.
No, it's so important. And I mean, the heat is one thing. It's a special heat. It's this really stabbing, burning sun on your back that you kind of need to be mentally ready for. And then just the terrain, it's so different to Switzerland. You've got this very hard pack, especially here in Meerendal. It's very hard pack, but you've got sand on the top, and that makes it incredibly slippery. And that's just something that you also just need to get used to. Every corner that you can gain seconds if you've passed around these corners. And obviously that adding up, it will make minutes at the end of this very long race.
Well, they're sweeping around these switchbacks as they make their way up. They've come through the village here and they're making their way up the initial climb. The Dorstberg is in the distance there, and they do a section on the far side there. The Baristanda section, plenty of switchbacks and sweeps there, but this is a longer drag along these wheat fields, along the contour further up this climb.
Yeah, you see no tree, nothing
Exposed.
To throw with shade. And I can tell you, people, this is very, very hot out there. It's, again, a very hot day here. Last week, Stellenbosch, or this region, has seen one of the hottest days in years. It's not quite that bad today, but it's very close to it. And when the men's are going to start, the temperature will be at around 35 degrees. And when you're riding, it's definitely going to feel more like more than that.
Switch up here with the 90-second gap between the teams. There's a bit more space now. No serious traffic. Hammering along the trail and sharing the workload, and that's a point that Ariane was making now. You alluded to a little earlier, riding with Anneke Langval, who is renowned as one of the strongest and most powerful riders. I'm sure there was lots of negotiating and trying to manage that.
It was quite easy. She was in the front, I was at the back.
Simple.
Simple, yeah, exactly. She was swallowing all the wind for me because she was definitely stronger than me, and I could just basically hang on to her as good as possible, and she was so good in looking after myself. So it's really not easy for actually the rider in the front, if you're the stronger rider, let's say, to find that right pace. And that requires really good communication. And it's not like you can have, you don't have radios in your ear where you can communicate with each other easily. You have to find some sign language almost, or very simple language. So Annika and I, for example, had it that whenever the pace was good, I was saying, yeah. Whenever she needed to go faster, which was hardly ever, was go. And whenever I needed to go slow her down a little bit, it was A. And that was 3 different sounds, because you can't say slow and go. That will sound very much the same from afar. And if the helicopter is close to you, it's very noisy out there. You've got the wind in your ears. So it's really not easy. What helps these days, we didn't have that back in the days always, is a power meter. You can check. So whenever the pace is right, you can kind of look down at your power and, okay, this is what my partner would be doing at the back. And that is very much a tool that obviously professionals would use as well.
Just catching a glimpse now of the She-Sens pair. Greta Servalt in front with Kate Courtney going down the Barry-Stander section in the early part of this prologue route of 20 kilometers. Kemchamp Honeycomb, the 2 Haleys, Preen and Smith, are setting the benchmark at the moment at 7.5 Ks. With Topada FSA Kenda in second, 16 seconds down, and Signage Sea Fishing Insurance in 3rd place at that stage.
Beautiful how they flow around these corners. That's where you see, that's really the cross-country skill to actually even get speed out of a bermed corner like this. That's why they are bermed, so you can actually generate speed out of them. Obviously working for Pump for Peace, I can just say a pump track is very much designed like that, that you can practice exactly that you would generate speed out of it. So a pump track is called a pump track. You're not riding it, you're pumping it. So that's exactly what they would do here as well. You actually pump into that corner to generate speed out of it. And it's so beautiful how these 2 ride, or Kay Courtney and Greta Sewald especially, the 2 cross-country specialists, how beautifully they take speed out of the corners.
Upper body plays a big role here.
Yeah, it's not just about the legs here, it's also the upper body, like you mentioned. Your body weight, you take advantage of your body weight, you compress your suspension going into it, and then it kind of like shoots you out of it. But you have to be careful. It is that little bit of dust on top. You have to make sure that you stay on the clean line, not into the rocky parts that are always a little bit lower. But those 2 ladies, women, are flying down this track.
They are loose and rocky, that little section, as they fly out of the Barry-Stander, and then they'll bottom down towards the race village as they are charging along the trail.
This must be the Swiss
Stefania and Michaela?
Yeah, Stefanie Sano, I think.
Or no, I think this might be Sandra Stadelman and Laura Sears. I think the next ride, Apival combination, I think that's them. This is where they turn that right, and this is fast.
Very fast. You've got to be careful there not to overshoot.
Particularly down the bottom, yeah.
Yeah, and also not to, there is fairly big rocks, and sometimes when you just flick one, it can actually like jump up from the one rider to the next and almost hit like a bullet.
That's where Benno would have been years and years ago. The tech zone there, Benno?
Tech zone, yes. There's only one on this short course. Not allowed to help. You can drop off your parts, but the riders actually have to manage their own mechanicals as well. So everything is up to the riders. They have the opportunity, only the elite riders, to take some of the spares out of there, spare wheels, spare cartridges, something like that, CO2s and so on. But you're not allowed to help. Help is just allowed between the category, within the same category, I must say. So elite the woman can help elite the woman, or elite the man, but you're not allowed to share parts or anything amongst the other categories.
Now on board with our Media e-bikes, and we have 3 Media bikes on this race. In fact, 2 at a time. Stefan Sam, Darren Stone, Jesse Nixon will be doing our duty, and that is Stefan Sam's bike. View from Stefan on the route. This is Rosa van Doorn and Vera Loza.
2 very different styles. You see Rosa quite upright, very stable with her shoulders, and Vera, the time trial national champion of Namibia many times, very tucked down. You see from her roadie background, she makes sure not to get any wind too much on the front. And here a very wide corner, very slippery. They took that beautifully, wide around. And Rosa is keep taking that pace. She's definitely the one that has a little bit more punch in her. And Vera very much got the long distance in her. But I'm sure they're making a great team, working well together here.
Yeah, Rosa's still young, and as marathon races go, relatively young. I mean, to be fair, the large portion of this field of perhaps over 25, heading towards 30, and some into their 30s, but she's just 24. So one of the new generation of marathon racers.
Yeah, and very accomplished. She's a former European champion. And last year's Marathon World Cup overall winner.
Yeah.
Very skilled rider. And unfortunately didn't have the greatest Cape Epic last year, with her partner having had a very hard crash and breaking ribs, and which was very painful. So she's looking to have a bit of a better race this year.
Nina Verst last year, they were 6th in the end, but she won 3 of 5 of the World Marathon Series races last year. Dominant performance by her. So yeah, she's the rider. Look at the cars here. Thousands of people have come in to watch the Absa Cape Epic today.
Yeah, when you come into Raves Village now, you basically walk half a marathon to discover.
But it's worth it getting up here, and it'll be a great spectator point. A little bit further down, there'll be people swarming there. It's Chloe Bishop and Rebecca van Hasteen, I think, make their way up here.
And swerving to the right, you would see a beautiful view on Table Mountain and Lion's Head. Stunning, stunning view. They went to clean the clouds off Table Mountain. Cape Epic does everything to bring good scenes to the field.
Now it is the world champion on the front. That's Kate Courtney with Greta Sebold. We saw her leading through the single track.
Yes, very nice style. It almost looks like they not that much on the gas in comparison to what we've seen from Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill. It seems that they are taking it quite conservatively today.
This is just behind the venue, and they're taking them through the village here. Wonderful to see. And through the I Love Boobies activation.
Yeah, wonderful. So much motivation from them. Wide open space.
This is high on the other side of that little hillside on the edge of the property, and looking up there, they will see that's where they headed to the Dorstberg climb.
Yeah, when I was riding it on Friday, it was quite a bit of a breeze out there, so you definitely wanted to be in the slipstream of your partner, especially in certain sections that were open, like this one here. You're always traveling faster when you're actually on each other's wheel, and really use that teamwork to get the best out of it. But it's very difficult because, yeah, first of all, when you're on each other's wheel, you have no time to react if there's anything unexpected lying in the track. And you need to really be in sync in terms of the pace that you're going.
This is after quite a tough little drag climb up as this pair get to the top, towards the top of Dorstberg.
And here we can see it's not that easy to overtake. Like if you would swerve to the left or to the right, there's rocks, it's a bit bermed. So you can't just quickly go through these bushes to overtake a team should you need to. And yeah, there is definitely teams that will catch up with the other where you need to overtake. So it's not simple where you can just quickly pass.
This is Griffin and Bishop, I think it is. Graafruit, the Meerendal team. Now, Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill on the outer extreme of the route.
Yeah, luckily Alessandra makes us easy for her to spot with her very distinct position on the bike, very famous for it. Always looking like she's giving her absolute all on the bike. She's just taking a sip of water. Definitely needed on this track, although it's just an hour effort. You do need to hydrate really, really well, even on this short prologue.
And they're heading to the far extreme southern part. This is Thomas Maxim Sabi. And look at, there we have it. After 7.5 kilometers, they have set the benchmark. Ahead of Buff BH, Efficient Infinity, that's Van Doorn and Loza, with Preen and Smith third fastest at this stage.
We haven't seen anything from Kate Courtney and Greta Seiwald yet. Will be interesting how they will feature here.
I can tell you that they are
second. They are there.
There we go.
24 seconds behind.
Just coming up there. There we go.
So it looked just smooth. It's definitely not slow how they were going.
Well, it was to be expected that this Candice Lill, Alessandra Keller combination would be very, very strong on today's route, because as we've illustrated, they are both at the very highest level of XCO racing, and this is a course that suits them, punchy and fast, and they have the skill set to maximize this route.
Will this be the race that Candice Lill finally gets to step onto that top step?
It's just the prologue now.
I know, but that's the start of it.
5 years in a row in second place.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. Will she take that leader's jersey home? She had it on her shoulders before on the very last stage, and it was just taken out of her hands when they had a very unfortunate mechanical and treacherous conditions where her partner Amy Wakefield was breaking a wheel. There was many things breaking in that race.
Yeah.
But that was just so unfortunate.
She's won 5 stages, but not since 2023, Candice. So this is an opportunity today, anyway, to put that, improve that record. But one of the true great ambassadors of South African cycling is Candice Lill, and a testament to perseverance and chasing her draw, and also finally finding where she was going to settle. She's a junior world championship bronze medalist.
Yes.
In the cross country. So for a while it looked like cross country, and then South Africa's infatuation with marathon racing meant she had to do marathon races here, and eventually she found that actually let's go to cross country.
Yeah, so glad that she made the switch, and it was going back to cross country racing into World Cup racing. It was tough. It was like she was really slowly moving through that field, finishing in 40th, finishing in 30th, and actually making it from the back through the field to the very front of World Cup racing, of Olympic Games even. Unfortunately, very unlucky there as well with mechanicals, but she was in such amazing form at the Olympic Games in Paris, and really actually going there as a favorite.
And the World Championships as well. So the pedigree's there, the strength is there, and the maturity. Again, a privateer, she's opted to go, and it's paying off for her so far, which is wonderful to see.
It is. Her husband, Darren Lill, former road pro, very much also known in South Africa, supporting her and being basically the rock in her life. And they've just been so good as a team. And she had many offers from other teams, but she always preferred just to basically be the two of them, getting the support from local sponsors as much as possible, and touring the world together.
Now this is Calderon and Kortikas.
Tessa in the front, Monica at the back. Tessa is definitely the one that can push the power on the flats coming from the Netherlands. Knowing, probably having done many hours in the headwinds of Northern Holland.
They know each other really well. They ride very impressively together. Years of riding together.
Yeah, good tandem that. That's definitely the thing with Kate Courtney and Greta. They know each other very well from World Cup racing, but still, like, they haven't had the time, you know, to communicate. How are we going to go about that? How do we do everything? Greta was just kind of thrown into the setup at last minute with Kate's partner Melissa injuring herself in the week leading up to the race, basically, or the 2 weeks leading up to the race. Yeah, it takes in a partnership, in a race that you with two. It's very different. You got to make up that communication between you. You need to figure out, you know, what makes your partner tick. What does your partner want you to do? If you have a bad moment, you got to discuss these things. And most of all, you got to trust your partner. You got to trust your partner that your partner always got your back. That it's not a competition between the two. That you just bring the absolute best out of each other, and that's yeah, you've got to find that out.
Get an idea of how steep this is by how low Alessandra. I mean, she has got a unique style, but still getting right low onto the bars to get up that little climb, and now they're going. They are leading the race at that 10-kilometer halfway mark by 38 seconds from She Sends Foundation of Kate Courtney and Greta Serval. This is Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill.
They will definitely set a good benchmark, should that be ever the same track again. Powering through the tracks here, showing their absolute world class. These two, both of them have led the UCI World Cup before in first position. So we really see the best women in the world showing their skills here.
And sharp contrast to their skills. Not that Rosa also started out as a cross-country racer, but very much a marathon specialist here, Loza and Van Doorn. And this is the beauty of the Absa Cape Epic, is that there's opportunity for every type of rider here to achieve and evolve and win a stage or perform.
Yeah, it's very much a mix of cross-country. Some people say Cape Epic is basically like a very long cross-country. There's so much trail. You know, it's not, you hardly ever put your tires on some tar. It's the constant focus, being smooth on the trails that a cross-country racer needs to do as well. But then obviously the length of marathon, you would see more and more gravel riders coming into the scene as well. We've got Hayley Smith and Hayley Preen. We've done the Lifetime Grand Prix overseas, very much a gravel series. So yeah, we will definitely also have some more disciplines in here.
I think we're with Jessie Nixon here, following her sister down the trail here, Isla Stone, your wife.
Yeah, exactly. So also there, the whole family is involved.
Yes.
Jessie is in the women's race, and then Isla's husband, Darren, is going to actually be on the e-bike for the main elite race. So as you can see, like the whole family is involved in the Cape Epic, and it's not an easy task actually to follow those riders, those elite riders on an e-bike down those trails, because it's not just you and the bike, you also have a backpack with all the camera equipment in there. So it's about almost 10 kilos that you carry extra on your backpack, and all of them know how to ride those trails. You can see how fast they are, and now you on the e-bike, much heavier bike, you're trying to stay with them on the downhills. So it's a big achievement for Jessie here to follow them.
And also not very easy to follow Isla Stowe down these tracks. She's an incredibly skilled woman, and Cherise Willett She's the queen of following wheels. I remember following her wheel, and she was basically 2 centimeters off the wheel in front of her, and I was always just thinking, you know, maybe just leave a gap a little bit. No, she's absolutely incredible. Cherie's following in following wheels, and she's come from the road, has upped her skills so much, and definitely following Isla Stowe through the epics that they've done together has only just helped her skills.
This is Sosna Pinella and Marchet. Opada FSA Kenda on the other side of the spectrum going up the trail here. So that was Stefan Sam. And the e-bikes will rotate up and down this section, going up and down, up and down. What a day. What a way to spend the day.
Yeah.
Riding the trail. But as you've said, it's not the easiest thing to do, but it's quite fun as well.
Definitely good fun on the e-bike here.
Yeah, what one always underestimates is actually the e-bikes are quite heavy. Therefore, it's really rough. You feel the roughness of the track actually more. You really need a very good suspension setup. You don't want to have your suspension set up too tough, too much air in there, because due to the heaviness of the bike, it just pushes back so much more when there's rocks underneath you.
On the fence line of Meerendal, they're heading down towards the base, and soon they'll be beginning the paved section that is the gradual ascent up Stairway to Heaven. You can see the Chivita zone just up ahead there, the official apparel sponsor of the Absa Cape Epic.
Very good moment to change in the front. You can see a little bit, there's like the cement paved things there, plates there. It's very annoying to ride this. It's very slow to ride this. It feels like riding cobbles in Belgium. And actually you will see probably most of them will actually ride on the side of that. And it's a bit tricky because it's that edge, and you must just see that you don't actually catch that edge and make a mistake. So concentration is key. And like I said, the switchbacks are extremely tight, so you almost come to a full stop and you need to accelerate again to go towards the next.
They put another 11 seconds into the She-Sens Foundation, this pair. Thomas Maxim, Sabi, Candice Lil, and Alessandra Keller are laying down a marker here just over halfway through the prologue of the 2026 Absa Cape Epic.
Close to a minute over 20 Ks. That's something. That's definitely something. And I mean, Greta Savold and Kay Courtney, the world champion in marathon racing. Yeah, that's something. That's an achievement here, what they're showing. Let's hope they make it safe down the track.
Just saw a glance from Candice across just over her shoulder there, just to make sure everything's good. Again, this is a combination that have not done a stage race together. Alessandra's done the Swiss Epic before, but she's not a regular stage racer. So she'll lean on Candice's experience in these situations.
Yes, for sure. Like I said, it's so different to race on your own, what they normally do in a cross country where they can just focus on themselves. Here, you constantly need to have in mind your partner. Where is your partner? Is the partner doing well? Is the pace okay that I'm riding if I'm riding in front? And also, the responsibility is very much on the rider that's at the back to communicate whether that pace is right or not. So it's not actually the rider in the front that needs to make sure that the other one can follow. It's actually the rider at the back that needs to communicate whether or not this pace is right.
I would have gone through that little zone with the Chivita zone there, and the noise would have been deafening there. The cheering for Candice, they're willing her.
That's just 10 watts more to the pedal, which will definitely do well on that climb. But this is just the beginning of this climb. It feels like, oh yeah, you're almost there, but actually it drags on and becomes steeper and rougher as you go towards the top. But the views up there are stunning. You have such a beautiful view on Table Mountain and Lion's Head, and there's definitely some rewards coming towards you after this beautiful trail going down to the finish.
You and I riding it yesterday, the day before, could admire the views.
Yes, we could.
I definitely won't be doing that.
I don't
but
think
there
so.
it is, beautiful, yeah.
That's the thing, like I hardly know what I've actually been riding through all these epics. I've just seen a very dark space and a little wheel in front of me and just the body rocking in front of me, and yeah, it's quite sad. You just basically look right in front of you and stay focused. That's what they do. These women are absolute pros. They've been preparing a very long time for this, and now it's the time to shine, and they definitely do that.
I mean, we just love watching Alessandra Keller on the World Cup circuit and the short track and the or XCC and the XCO, because she's just so energizing and aggressive.
Just this never give up attitude that she has. Like, you know, she may not be, or she may drop back, but you can't get rid of her. You can't shake her. She is someone who can suffer to the very end. And definitely one of the people, you know, you can't mentally break her. and that makes her just such a tough competitor. And also just her consistency. And I think that's what Candice possibly saw in her as a Cape Epic partner. It's just the consistency she has throughout the season. She's extremely reliable. She doesn't have ups and downs, and you know, sometimes she's always there. She's been so consistent in all of the World Cup races she's done, and that's something you need to bring to the Cape Epic. You need to be somebody to rely on, somebody who's got a solid pace all the way through.
You analyze her record in cross country over the last couple of years. She's seldom out of the top 3 or 4. Every time she's there and thereabouts. Still, she's more consistent winner in the short track than she is in cross country, but she's always in the fight for a place, which is wonderful to see. And Candice has been there and thereabouts as well. A couple of second places, third places, yet to get that World Cup win. It might still, it will still come, we believe. For the time being, though, her most pressing engagement is to try and add this event to her palmarès. So here we go. The stage leaders at the moment. On the route, it is Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill as they're reaching the summit of the Dorstberg climb. And down below, Rosa van Duin is following the wheel of Vera Lorsa through that rowdy Givita cheer zone, and they head out now onto a somewhat quieter and more focused section, the climb all the way to the top.
Yeah, Vera, the African marathon champion. The African championships were in South Africa last year. I think it's the first time, or the first time in recent years, that actually there was an African continental marathon championship. So quite rare to see that jersey, but beautiful to have it here. Flying through the trails at the Absa Cape Epic.
Yeah, men's champion is also in the race as well, Travis Stedman, so we'll see it again perhaps a little bit later, but yeah, wonderful. That was in Cascades in Pietermaritzburg last year, and it is Vera leading up the climb at the moment.
So yeah, it's basically current and then a former continental champion riding alongside each other. One from Africa and one from Europe. Vera, who's now living in Switzerland partly, speaks German, coming from Namibia. So obviously easy for her to have found her feet in Switzerland, having worked there even.
Versatile racer, has 10 road race titles, time trial titles for Namibia, has won big races on the road in South Africa. The Ryan Joburg is in the mix a week ago at the Cape Town Cycle Tour.
Has represented Namibia at the Olympic Games.
Yeah.
On the road. So yeah, she's swapping bikes quite regularly. It's got quite an arsenal in her garage probably. Also doing some gravel racing here and there. Yeah, I know Vera, when she did her very first race, very first marathon here in South Africa, still very much a roadie who had to learn the skills of riding a mountain bike. But she's definitely worked hard on them and improved a lot over the years. Very much up there in terms of her skills riding these trails. Back to Candice and Alessandra. Interesting about Candice, she's on a new bike, Swiss brand Thermus. very much from the region where I'm from. It's actually quite an interesting story. The founder of Temu, so that's his name. That's his nickname. He grew up on a farm outside of Switzerland's capital, Bern, and he just loved bicycles. He started fixing people's bikes in his little town, very much a farming town. And then eventually, once his parents went on a holiday, they basically came back to a bike shop. The farm turned into a bike shop, and now it's huge. It's a very big facility. There's a pump track there. There was the pump track. The UCI Pump Track World Championships were held there, the very first ones actually at the Termus farm. It's quite an impressive bike park that he's built there. It took many years to build that up there around his family farm, and that's the bikes that they are riding. They've developed a lot over the years, and they're absolutely World Cup class bikes, as one can see, dominating the World Cup, not just with Alessandra in the women, but also in the men's with the likes of Matthias Flückiger.
Well, at the moment, it is Candice and Alessandra who are really showing a clean pair of wheels to the She-Sen's pair of Courtney and Sable. We're climbing up Dorstberg at the moment. A long way to go still. You can see the riders coming down on up ahead there over that bridge.
Basically, that's the pièce de résistance in this prologue course, the Dorstberg climb. It's not such a hard course as previous years, the prologue. It's actually quite a bit shorter and less climbing than previous years. We see quite a bit shorter times this year. Here now they're flying down the track towards the finish line. Now it's basically enjoying those flowy trails of Meerendal, beautifully bermed tracks. Now it's Alessandra leading, so there might be a strategy, you know, that one person is leading the climb, the other is leading the descents. Could be interesting to hear whether that was on purpose or if they don't mind whoever is in front. Some teams, they would basically designate the rider in front. Normally it's the rider that's maybe slightly faster. We saw Isla Stowe mostly leading the trails earlier with Cherise following, and it's definitely the experience of Isla, very skilled rider on the tracks, you know, making it easier for the rider at the back to follow that line and basically being pulled along the way down the track.
They make it look so easy. They make it look as if it's the easiest thing to do. But there's one little moment that can change everything. That's loose, and as the day's gone on with over 1,000 riders coming down this trail, there'll be plenty of loose areas and dangerous spots.
Yeah, one needs to be careful with these berms a bit, and also just don't underestimate the heat. The heat actually makes your vision quite blurry. If you're just a little bit dehydrated, and obviously they're really pushing themselves to the limit, you don't see everything so much in focus anymore. But they just make it look so easy. If you would see the amateur teams going down here, it would be a different picture. But these women are just such incredible riders, actually.
Darren Stowe is the man on the Bulls Media e-bike following this pair down, and there is the split after 15.5 kilometers and 1 minute and 4 seconds already to the She-Sen's Foundation with Van Doorn and Losa, 1:52 down, and Simtech.net over 2 minutes adrift.
Yeah, teaming up with Candice, there's only one goal, is going one better than before, and that's unfortunately, fortunately, depending on how you look at it, just this one position, that's the one in first. And they definitely prepared all for that. It's all for the win for those two.
Also in Van Doorn, just up the road, they are absolutely flying down here.
closing that gap between the team in front of her, and that's obviously massive motivation. If you see that other team in front of you, you know, you just duck yourself a little bit more. You try to. We see actually it's the Pump for Peace team just ahead of them, I think, taking maybe it a bit conservatively. For them, it's really first of all to get the nerves settled and to get the teamwork going. And these two here are very much on the mission to get that leader's jersey on their back.
Yeah, wonderful exhibition of descending there from Keller and Lil. Now just drag up here, and they're within 1.25 kilometers of the finish of the prologue.
Yeah, there's the Pump for Peace team, Leila at the back, Farnak in the front. They're closing that gap. It will be a little bit interesting to see how they may overtake each other. They're just coming down into a section that's very, very fun to ride. Oof, difficult corner. This one, that's a very difficult one, very tight corner. But this section is very flowy, very fun, going down a little bit dusty. But yeah, here they will probably close the gap to Leila and Farnak in the front. And then we have to see how they are going to do the overtaking maneuver.
Yeah, they've just got a couple of meters and then they're going to break off. Here we go. And the finish lawns are just ahead of them here at Meerendal.
Day one in the office, almost done for them.
Unbelievable time, 50 minutes at the moment, still just a couple of 100 meters to complete the stage for Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller. Laying down a marker here.
Hopefully this one here is already with the cold drinks. It's very hot out there, and here they come into the finish around the last corner, and it's a lead out of Alessandra to the finish line. They both need to cross next to each other to have the best time, and here they go. Right behind them, Farnak and Leila also finishing this prologue in style.
So it is Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill, 51 minutes and 24 seconds, have set a benchmark at the moment in the UCI women's race.
Very fast.
That's fast, isn't it, Bruno?
It's incredible. Wow. That's incredible. I didn't expect them to be that fast, to be honest.
The fastest team ahead of, well, behind them is Simtech.net, Margot Boschetti and Claudia Peretti, but over 3 minutes behind them. That's Van Doorn and Loza coming down the mountain now. Champ Honeycomb are in, Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith, 54.30.
Greta leading the way for Kate, the Italian short track champion. She raced the Italian short track championship, won the title, started the cross country the next day and had a very terrible crash. So she basically was out the last part of last year's season, and basically this is her comeback after a very bad accident.
Wonderful skills and exhibition descending. Greta Servalt and Kate Courtney, but Servalt is on fire down here. She's loving it.
Yeah, she's showing off the skills. The decathlon Ford rider.
Remember that time, winning time, 51.24, that leading time, let's put it that way, already at the finish. And this is the world champion in the marathon, Kate Courtney, following Greta Servalt.
Yeah, it was incredible to see her. I was there at the World Championships on that very famous climb that they needed to walk about 20 minutes up to 2,800 meters in Switzerland at the Grand Raid, which was the Marathon World Championship last year in the Valais. And Kate was absolutely smashing it. It was so impressive to see her on such a hard course with 5,000 meters of climbing as a cross-country rider, how she just absolutely smashed it there and took the world title.
Rosa van Doorn, all smooth efficiency now. She follows the wheel of Vera Losa. as they close in on the finish. Back with Servold and Courtney.
Such a fun section. There's beautiful berms. You can really lean into them, take all the speed out of them. Look at them, how they use every centimeter of these berms to get the most speed out of them over the bridges. It's such beautifully built and really amazing piece to ride. It's so nice to flow down to the finish like that.
And rolling into the finish, not drilling it all the way to the line, but Calderon and Kotkas get home. And here goes Rosa and her partner. We lose them under the blue gums.
It's a tricky section. There's like really sharp turns, very, very loose as well. It's kind of like sandy, and you need to be careful not to make a mistake there.
Now they're onto the lawns of Meerendal. Just a glance over the shoulder to make sure everyone's intact, and a safe conclusion to the stage for Vera Losa.
Little jump there and finish. Vera definitely knows how to sprint to the finish. A very accomplished sprinter. And here she goes, pulling Rosa with her, and Rosa just about crosses behind her. Fantastic ride of those two as well.
There we go, they're into second position now.
So we'll see where they fit in the finish here at the moment in second place. But over 2 minutes adrift of the Thomas Maxim Savi team. Kate Courtney and Greta Servold closing in on the finish here. The number one team at the start of the race, the world champion in the marathon, and Greta Servold, a combination that only got together in the last week. A little nod from Servold, the Italian, and she flicks her head, and driving through the line here, the world champion Kate Courtney, Greta Servold have completed their prologue here, and they will finish in, wait for it, Benno, you got it?
In second
place.
56 seconds behind. Seems like a lot, but it's nothing considering what else is to come.
Well, they made time up because they were a minute and 4 down halfway through the race, just over halfway. So they have made time. That'll be encouraging for them.
For sure, it shows that they paced well towards the end. Maybe started a bit on the conservative side, but that will possibly pay out in the later parts of this race. If you burn your matches too early in this race, it's going to be a very tough week ahead.
Yeah. Well, dramatic scenes as the women's elite UCI race is coming to a conclusion. And this is what it looks like at this stage. Still to be absolutely confirmed. But Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller have put it down there. 51.24 for the 20-kilometer prologue. Thomas Maxim, Savi, Kate Courtney, and Greta Servold, She Sends Foundation. A really good second half. They made up time there. So just less than a minute, 56 seconds between those two. But 2 minutes down to Rosa van Doorn and Vera Losa, Margot Muschetti and Claudia Peretti in fourth place. The two Haleys, Preen and Smith of ChemChamp Honeycomb. And then Samantha Sanders and Bianca Hawes signing to see Efficient Infinity, 3:16 down for that pair. So a really impressive ride by the stage winners, Lill and Keller. A sixth stage win for Candice Lill, and a debut win for Alessandra Keller in her first Absa Cape Epic.
Always interesting to have a first ranking, see where everybody is at, basically. But of course, this is a very short piece of the whole route. And there will definitely be some shuffling in this result sheet.
As the week evolves and progresses, won't it? It'll be, that's the beauty, the dynamic of the Absa Cape Epic is that, as we've illustrated and talked about, there's so much for so many here, and so much that can and will happen throughout the week that can influence the destination of the jersey ultimately, and so we're likely to see that evolve.
Very nice this year. We're expecting a much tighter race with the shorter route, which makes the racing just so much more exciting, and that's obviously ultimately what the women's race needs to be. It needs to be exciting to watch, to get more investment into the sport, to give more opportunities to women to race at the very front. As we've talked before, there's not many women that do this professionally. It's actually very, very few, and that's why Absa Cape Epic making this effort to boost the women's race, making it shorter, making it more exciting, that hopefully there's so many more eyes on the screen cheering on the women and following the women.
So let's now go down to the finish and hear from those who've performed today with Max Klum.
Thanks very much, Gerald. Kate, Greta, what a day. 57 seconds is all that it is. You're in second place. You've ticked a box this day, and it's full gas going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I think for us, this was all about finding our rhythm and just having a super smooth ride out there. And yeah, it was a little while before we knew the result. And I was like, I'll be happy no matter what, because we executed our goal. We worked well together. And if we ride this way 8 days in a row, then we have to be really proud of ourselves.
Greta, how are you feeling?
Now good. During the race, it was pretty hard, especially the last climb towards the end. I suffered a lot because of the heat, most of all. Legs felt pretty okay in the beginning. We had a strategy that I was sitting behind Kate, and that felt pretty good. So that was, yeah.
Well, a few comments there from Greta Sewald and Kate Courtney.
Yeah, you can just see on their faces how hot it must have been out there.
Confirmation now across the line. First place for you today, 57 seconds ahead of second and another further minute ahead of third. That's a good buffer on such a short day.
Yeah, it's a really good buffer, I think. Yeah, we didn't really focus too much on the other teams. I mean, we just tried to execute the race best that we could. But yeah, that is I'm really happy with that day, our effort and the time gap and everything.
Alessandra, your first stage win at the Absa Cape Epic. You must be stoked.
Congratulations. No, it's amazing. I think, we came here with ambitions, obviously. But yeah, we always said we're going to take it step by step. So I think it was the first baby step, and yeah, I'm proud of the team.
See you tomorrow. Well done.
The views of the stage winners, delight for them. Little high five between Candice and Alessandra taking the stage win here. Hugely impressive by that pair. Thomas Max and Sabi. Let's hear from the third place team, Vera Lossa and Rosa van Doorn.
Rosa and Vera, welcome to the finish line. Sitting in third place today, just over 2 minutes behind first, a minute 10 back on second. Did you think that you would go sub 55 today?
We said,
yes.
we
I
said like
53 and we're 53.
Yeah, so we did a good expectation. No, I think we wrote our own race, and yeah, I think we did a super good communication. We know exactly where we want to in front, and it worked out. The last climb, the team said we have only 5 seconds on the third place. So we went quite fast in the last climb, and Vera had no brakes in the last downhill, and we catch some time. So we had a lot of fun. For sure, the gap to the first place is really big, but we are looking forward for the rest of the 7 days.
Vera, no brakes, no problem.
Yeah, no, I mean, on this downhill, it's so flow and so much fun, you don't need any brakes, it's just commit fully to the finish. Yeah, so I love the downhills. I mean, if you suffer like that on the uphills, you at least have to have some fun on the downhills.
Prologue is always amazing, but it's good to get rid of the nerves. Tomorrow we go into the Absa Cape Epic proper.
Yes, I'm actually excited for that. This fast start, and you don't know where you are, and like you just have to empty the tank and take everything out of you. I find it quite tough for me personally, so I'm looking forward to the other stages. Yeah, heading to Montague this afternoon, and then yeah, going into a completely different world also. So excited to race there.
Well done, congratulations.
Thank you.
We see a bit of scratched off knees there. Not sure when that happened. But definitely the legs of a mountain biker.
Yeah, I was going to say, show me a mountain biker who hasn't got them out. It goes with the territory. Here we go, riders weaving their way around the 20-kilometer prologue here. These are riders in the various age categories, getting down to work in their Absa Cape Epic journey that begins right here in Meerendal with this 20-kilometer prologue. So the elite women, the UCI women set off, and that was Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller, and Rosa van Doorn and Vera Losa, the challenging team, one of those few in this field. In fact, the only other woman to have won this race other than Vera Losa in this field is Kate Courtney. But Rosa van Doorn, the UCI Marathon World Cup Series winner from last year. And this is Greta Sewald, who joined Kate Courtney just this week after Courtney's original partner, Melissa Rollins, fortunately had a crash last weekend and had to return home to have her elbow and arm or wrist sorted out. But she's found a worthy partner, has Kate Courtney and Greta Sewald, and they put together a very fine performance. Hayley Preen on the front here, and Hayley Smith, the Canadian, behind her, hammering along here for the Kim Champ Honeycomb pair. And the big climb up the top, Nicolette Griffion and Chloe Bishop making their way up to the top. But it was all about this pair, Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill. From the very first time check, they were up and making gains all the time.
Yeah, Alessandra came 100% prepared. She knows she's got the pressure on with Candice obviously wanting to win this race. It's not an easy position to have a rider in, but if there's somebody that can handle pressure like that, it's Alessandra Keller, who's been very much been in a position of being chased and in a position of as a favorite many times in the World Cup, and she's just showing her absolute professionalism here, coming prepared, being focused. Teammate that you can only wish for.
And she absolutely killed the descent down the Toyota Tough section, did Keller, with Candice Lill in her wheel, and well, tell me they didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, Kate needing to really duck here to get back on that wheel of Greta Sewald. So lucky that she was around to team up with Kate at that last minute.
And in towards the finish, Vera Losa and Rosa van Doorn hammering it all the way to the line. Losa with that power that she's has so deeply ingrained in her. And already in, well, this is Kate Courtney and Greta Sewald. They've done everything they possibly could, including a very good second half of the route that saw them claw back around 12 seconds that they'd lost earlier on in the prologue. But ultimately, it was this pair of Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill who would power away to the finish and take the stage win. The prologue win, a 6th stage win for Candice Lill, and a first in a very first outing at the Absa Cape Epic for a Swiss partner, Alessandra Keller. They win the UCI Women's Prologue 51:24.6 and 56.8 seconds back. Courtney and Sewald 2 minutes and 9 seconds also on the podium. Rosa van Doorn and Vera Losa of Buff BH Efficient Infinity. The African jerseys will be on the shoulders of Samantha Sanders and Bianca Hall as the leading African team in the standings at the moment.
Very strong ride of those two as well. Well done, Samantha. Really still showing such great form. She's not the youngest anymore. No. But really still an incredible rider.
Yeah, totally focused and dedicated to her task, and she's really racing hugely impressively at the moment is Sam Sanders, and she's got a young partner who took 5 years away from the sport, Bianca Hall. Returned a couple of years ago and has found the passion and the love of it again, and it's wonderful to see.
Yeah, the daughter of very famous race organizer, former Glenn, who's organizing the iconic Sani to Sea stage race in the east of the country. Beautiful race. Obviously, Bianca has been riding on the trails that her dad was building and creating the race on. So she was definitely early on a bike in her life.
So Meerendal, a picture on this day, wonderful to see it looking so beautiful once again. It's been a wonderful host venue over the years. Well, of course, this is the pinnacle of the Epic series, the Absa Cape Epic, but plenty of opportunity to race the world in the Epic series with Croatia, Andorra, Switzerland, and back here in the Western Cape at the Wines to Wales as well. But this is what the Epic series is all about.
20 seconds to go. Stand by for the gun. You are now in the hands of the start. Elation. The victory is in. Number 3 for
That's what it's all about. The 4 islands in Croatia, the Andorra Epic and the Swiss Epic, and of course FNB Wines to Wales at the end of the year. And all leads to this, the Absa Cape Epic, the pinnacle of the Epic series, and the race that everyone wants to ride and the top riders want to win. And you can well understand that. Now, our UCI men will be leaving from 12:05, this 12:07 this afternoon. Our first team will be heading off. And in the meantime, some of the very strong age group racers heading out onto the route in the heat of the day, and it has got extremely hot out there. Just popped out briefly, and it really is cooking out there. So that's going to be a key factor today. But we've just seen the time there in the women's race that gives us an idea of how fast the elite men are going to go, Benno.
Yeah, it's incredible seeing the elite woman finishing the 20Ks in 51 minutes. I mean, that is incredible. And then we have the elite men coming up shortly, soon. Another very interesting team in this race when it comes to the race time will be Jenny Risworth and Simon Andreasen. They just left 5 minutes ago. They are on course right now, competing within the mixed category. Another team that will definitely most likely stay below the hour, see how far they're going to be and how fast they're going to be. And then, yeah, we're coming closer to see if, Sam Gaze was right with his 40 minutes today.
Yeah.
I mean, it is definitely a very fast prologue.
Super fast. I don't think we've seen anything quite as fast as this in the past. NGT Data Masters category is very competitive because we've just seen Nico Bell and Javi Combrin go out there. Both have kept themselves in great condition very often racing, but not quite often, not as often together any longer, but they are Absa African jersey winners before. They've at the sharp end finished in the top 10 of the elites, but they're back to race the Masters here and look highly motivated to do well there. It's good to see. What a vibe that must be for the riders going through the Chivita zone. Cheered on. And you get, it's definitely not raining out there. Those umbrellas are serving a very different purpose.
Not too much shade on the farm. It's very open, great for footage. I mean, you can fly the drones, you have the helicopters, you can spot the athletes and the riders from all over the place. Also for the spectators, easy to go across. You can see the riders coming up and down many times. You don't have to move too far. And I think that's also a nice feature of being on this one farm and being able to see the riders, support the riders in multiple locations along the route.
Wonderful to see Mark van Zyl and William Piat from Safari Essence. Mark from Botswana, and just loves riding his bike, loves the competition. And he's out there now giving it all for Safari Essence. And William from Mauritius, also very, very handy, strong rider indeed. And they're in the open category, and they'll post a time, that's for sure. They're very strong indeed. Yeah, that time, it's going to be fascinating to see how it comes down. I think to be fair, we probably think that the leading women went a little bit faster than we anticipated, so I'm sure that the same will be with the men.
Yeah, definitely. And also here with the categories, it's elite woman and elite man that go after each other, where the other categories, they mixed down to the time, so you have different categories going off at different times. So it is very interesting to see where the stronger riders are going to be, if they started early, if they started now at this time of the day. It's very much up to them to pick their start time. And yeah, we just need to keep an eye on the leaderboard.
Here we go, DP bike shot. Yeah, I mean, you've been involved obviously with the teams, and you were involved with Specialized for many, many years and preparing them and getting them sorted for this. So going into this stage, heat of the day, middle of the day, you know this is when they're going to be going. What things are you doing? What little bits and pieces are you doing to ensure that they are able to cope with it.
Yeah, it's the preparation beforehand. Try to keep the court temperature down as much as you can. Also the warm-up, you have the ice vest, you have ice socks, you have a lot of like little tricks that you have as a pro team. There's certain parts in the body that you kind of like need to cool down as good as you can. Ice cubes in your socks, you have seen that maybe before. Trying to keep like your head nice and cold as well. Warming up in these conditions, most of the riders, they do it outside. They don't do it on the rollers because it's just too hot. Even if you have those rollers set up in the shade, it is very, very hot everywhere right around the race venue. So they go out for spins, but because it's a short stage, you have to warm up, and the times where everyone just rolls off the start line, they're long
gone, aren't they?
Long gone. Like everyone goes off the stage and flat out. Like you cannot lose a second anywhere, because that's just going to be hard to make up again.
No stage, it's become so competitive. Joshua Ruth and Finland's Sami Inkinen go out. Bessie. And just behind them, another wonderful man from Stellenbosch, Fanny Venter, and Gobus Barnard from Oudtshoorn.
Get underway. There we go. Fanny Venter, Jacobus Barnard, and our final riders representing Team Ironman Foundation.
I'm not sure that they're living in Oudtshoorn any longer, but he and Finny, two legendary riders from the Eden district. And following on them, Ben Hoffman and Tommy Martin.
Go Ben, go Tommy. Go Ben, go Tommy.
The Ironman, Ben Hoffman.
Yeah, actually worked with him in 2010 in Kona. Actually, yeah, was there to support the triathlon team. Chris McCormack, Henry Rasmussen, and Ben. He was like in the beginning of his triathlon career, and he made such a success out of it.
It's not the first time he's done the Epic, I think.
No,
He's been here before.
I think he has done it before.
When he was still an active top-end Ironman triathlete. Yeah.
Yes.
Who did it with. So they are the last of our amateur riders to head out onto the route. Now we wait. There's a 10-minute break whilst they prepare to release the first of the elite men's teams, the UCI team, CVNR Sports. Keegan Tullis and Herman Fourie will be the first of those. Quite a queue of riders going up here. This is what it'll get like this, and degree of patience, understanding, and cooperation required.
Yeah, that's also why we have this little gap of 10 minutes now, just before the elite men take off, just to clear the path a little bit, so they don't run into traffic too much. 10 minutes on a course like this will and should be enough. And then, of course, if the faster riders come from the back, you always hope that no one at the front interferes too much, that it is a clean race for everyone behind that is faster. And yeah, we more than half through, so most of the riders, half of the riders are already finished their prologue. Some are still out there, and now within the next couple of minutes we start with the elite men.
Just a reminder that the Thomas Max and Sabi team of Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller have won the women's UCI race 51:24.6, and the fastest time so far, 50 minutes and 12 seconds, set by the Team Titan FX pair of Kohei Yamamoto and Riyad Hakim bin Lukman. So that is some time, 50 minutes for the 20Ks, and they are racing in the open men's category. Podium for the UCI women's category. In third place, Rosa van Doorn of the Netherlands and Vera Lossa from Namibia, the continental champion of Africa. They finish in third place. Delight for them, because the Buff BH Efficient Infinity team on the podium on the very first day. World Marathon Champion Kate Courtney alongside Greta Servolt of Italy for She Sends Foundation step up onto the second step to take their prize.
Winning the prologue of the 2026 Absa Cape Epic, 20 kilometers, 650 meters of climbing here in Meerendal. The team, Thomas Maxon Sabi, Candice Lil and Alessandra
And
Keller.
a smiling, delighted pair of riders take the win here. It is Candice Lil and Alessandra Keller, but Thomas Maxim Sabi, the prologue winners. A sixth stage win for South Africa's Candice Lil, and in her very first ride, the Absa Cape Epic, Alessandra Keller is on the top step. She's not unused to being in that position, to be fair, but an utterly dominant performance by them. Just under a minute to Courtney and Servolt, 56 seconds to be precise. Meerendal continues to be the hub around which this Absa Cape Epic revolves on this first weekend, with registration on the first day. Yesterday, plenty of excitement and vibe around that, and then this first day is the prologue.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and
at the end of our
as
prologue,
we're speaking, no doubt, hundreds of riders heading off safely down to Montague, a good 2.5-hour drive into the Klein Karoo to go and settle in and prepare for the big marathon stages which start tomorrow.
At the end of 20 kilometers and 650 meters of climbing, it is the team Thomas Maxon Sabi, Candice Lil and Alessandra
Not since 2023 has Candice Lil worn that jersey. It's wonderful to see it on her shoulders. She's with Alessandra Keller and the leaders of the Absa Cape Epic after the prologue. Team Thomas Maxim Sabi, where the zebra striped Chivita leaders jerseys going into stage 1 in Montague.
7-second lead for the orange jerseys, Candice Lil and Alessandra Keller, and we're 5 minutes away from go time for the elite men.
Ariane knows what it's like to carry the responsibility and the weight of the leaders' jerseys.
It's a big honor, and it's, yeah, definitely you put in the spot and the one to be chased down, but it's such a great feeling. It's such, yeah, a big race, and to be leading that race is definitely something that you will never forget.
Be it for a day or a week. You would hope it's for a week. This is Hugo Parmentier and Fabian Ubiez of Red Zone Racing. They are in the red zone at the moment, absolutely hammering along there. Doing the right thing when it's nice and clear, taking the drink. And moving on our Red Zone Racing, a French pair. Get onto the wheel of a team ahead of you.
It's actually not allowed.
Strategy?
It's actually not allowed.
Not allowed to
in the time trial. I'm not sure if the UCI commissaires are going to have a word here.
But the difficulty is then
it is challenging.
Trying to find a way through, and particularly on a narrow trail. So you just basically have to.
Well, you should actually let go
of
the wheel, back off, yes, but possibly not everybody read those rules, as we can see. But it is very difficult. I mean, especially if the track is narrow, you can't always just easily pass, but it's also not there where you actually really benefit that much from the draft. But very enthusiastic spectators here.
Wonderful to see. Also in that image there, Dunster Racing, Tristan De Lange and Martin Fryer from Namibia. They'll make their presence felt in the open men, which is a very competitive category. It's those who are not ranked high enough to get into the elite UCI categories, but there's some very strong riders in that group. So we Fascinating to see how they achieve. Are they enjoying their day or what? Oh, cool.
Hopefully SPF 50 is on their backs. It would be a very good tan after today.
Wonderful for the riders as well to have the enthusiasm and energy of these spectators out on the route, cheering them along the way.
Yeah, that's what makes this race so special, to have really the crowds en route. There's not many races way out in Africa and you've got people cheering this loudly for you, so take it all in. That's why the people travel from all across the world to come here to feel this atmosphere, which is just absolutely vibrating.
It's electric, isn't it? Just to illustrate that open men's category, 50.12 is the leading time, Team Titan FX. Fairtree, DP World, Canada 2. The Ethan Michaels, Damon to Blanche team.
There we go.
Second fast, very strong.
Yeah, very strong. Damon joined the Pampa Peace team last year. Unfortunately, we could only send one Pampa Peace men's team into the UCI category. That meant, unfortunately, that Damon and Tumelo were not teaming up for Pampa Peace for this race, but Damon got the opportunity through Fairtree to race alongside his teammate Ethan, and we obviously didn't want to stand in the way of that opportunity.
Damon based in Nysa, the Nysa Sports School.
Moments away from our first
wonderful opportunities presenting to a very, very fine young man who's got every opportunity to grow in the sport and make Michaels, the Fairtree, Canada set up Stellenbosch doing a great job in bringing riders opportunities to race here in South Africa and occasionally overseas as well. So our first team is on the route right now, and it is the pair of Herman Fourie and Keegan Tullis. And they are en route for CVNR.
In 40 seconds from now.
A familiar jersey and a familiar face in cycling terms is there alongside him. Lachlan Morton and Andrew Lesperance back again, and Lachlan Morton on the left-hand side. Might be a fraction short for his skill set. He's an extraordinary man and a rider who just loves pushing boundaries and doing the most extraordinary things, and he's back again at the Absa Cape Epic to test himself. His good friend and gravel racer from Nice daughter Andrew Lesperance, and Canadian and the Australian are underway.
Yeah, Canadian Andrew, actually I was in contact with him as he was preparing in Spain. They were making a bikepacking trip basically from south to north of Spain to spice up or make the Cape Epic preparation a little bit more interesting, together with his wife Hayley Smith. Andrew Esperance is husband of Hayley Smith, who's riding alongside Hayley Preen in the woman elite category, and they just make the training a little bit more interesting with traveling across Spain.
Now, Travis Rademan Ludica and Jordan Bosch, two fine young South African racers. Project Dream SA, and stars in their eyes as they get the opportunity to race against the best in the world here at the Absa Cape Epic. Committed young men with a goal in mind, and hence the name, Project Dream SA.
Led by a manager, Graham, very interesting man himself. He's been all around in cycling. He's been actually a very accomplished tennis player, the manager. I spoke to him at Mbuko Bike Challenge, but had to go to war for South Africa back then, and now he's preparing these guys for the war of the next week, basically, and definitely an experienced man to guide these two young men through this race.
Up and away they go. Our next team to leave the start at Luis Meyer, regular here, and Kieron Solis Fonseca, Costa Rican champion, and they're on the route. The 7C Pedregal.
Amazing to see so many countries represented at this race, all the way from Costa Rica. They definitely know the heat. And here they are, Team Pump for Peace. Kaviso Sindela from Hammersdale in KwaZulu-Natal, next to his brother from another mother, Unati Numalo. Our two riders from Pump for Peace. Very proud of these two. They came a long way from township, very humble beginnings. Both of them share a very sad story of their dads have been killed through gangs in the townships. But they're great friends and a very great team. I'm very excited to start this race for Taviso. It's his very first Absa Cape Epic. And Unati is seeking to become an Namubesi, his third race. He's been racing alongside Tumela Makae from Lesotho in the past. And now with his very good friend from early childhood, both of them from Hammersdale, racing here at the Absa Cape Epic. And hopefully being cheered on by many people along the road.
Making dreams come true, you are. It's wonderful.
Yes,
wonderful.
I mean, they've just been progressing so much. Unati leading the way for Taviso. He's really a role model for Taviso the past years.
Björn van Staden and Andre van Rooyen, Demicon Canyon Cafe, on their way here for the South African pair. Away they go. All the stress of the preparations are overtaken by the emotions and a degree of relief that you're finally riding, but then there are plenty of stresses for the week. You know, with these riders, all of them, you know, it's a different thing when you're riding as a professional or semi-professional.
No, definitely. I think the prologue just gives you a bit of a taste. If it's your first epic, like this gives you a bit of a taste of what it's gonna be. I think you're gonna be surprised by the things that go in before, like with the accreditation, with the media work, with everything that you kind of like have to do before the race actually starts, from a team perspective, rider perspective. And then yeah, and here you are. Now you finally on that stage, you roll off it. You did everything you could, and the motivation to do well within the prologue is very different. Some, they want to prove themselves something, like some of the youngsters that made it into the elite category. For them, it's probably the best way to shine on an international stage, to see if there's any sponsors out there, teams looking for the next upcoming superstar. And they definitely gonna risk maybe a little bit more than some of the ones that have been before, that don't have to prove that much at this stage, so early in the race.
Interesting combination, Daniel van der Walt and Torbjörn Roth. This pair, van der Walt, a young man from South Africa, supported by Computer Mania Pro Mountain Bike Team, has been cutting his teeth on the World Cup circuit as another 23. It's been tough old road, but he's recovered from a serious injury about 18 months ago and making his way back to the higher end of the sport. And he's got an experienced partner alongside him, the Norwegian, as they head off now. Opportunities, taking those opportunities, overcoming the pitfalls that come with mountain biking and obviously professional sport, but serious accidents can really be a major problem in the career path of a rider. It does go with the territory. This Wim de Bruin and Cas van Geest. Massa blast the box seat racing. Wim on the left-hand side is an epic legend already. An epic legend status means you've ridden at least 3 or completed 3 of the epic series events.
And they're not going to stop.
Away they go. Could not wait to go. especially Gas van Gestia, flying off the line.
And now we say bienvenidos to Scott Calabandida. Hola, Jose Maria Sanchez. Hola, Enrique Moreno.
Everything they've been doing over the last 6 months or so has been geared towards this moment, getting the Absa Cape Epic. Actually, it's been geared towards the moment, I think, in a week's time, finishing the Absa Cape Epic, which will happen in Stellenbosch in a week's time, the grand finale, and between now and then, 707 kilometers for the majority of the field to complete, and visits to Montague, to Greyton, and then finally to Stellenbosch. This is the trio of teams we saw a little bit earlier. Tristan de Lange and Martin Fry on the front, dropping down that super fast descent. And then a hook left through the tech zone. Foot out corner, and that's what can happen.
Very loose.
Going too hot there, you can get into trouble, but it's loose and sketchy. You got to build up the momentum and then accelerate up the next section. This is heading towards that little climb, and then they'll go drop down to the section you can see to their right, which is towards the Stairway to Heaven.
Yeah, definitely today, the earlier you could start, the more advantage you had. The pro riders at the very end, they have the worst conditions, the driest, the loosest, and of course also the hottest of today.
Well, it's the one day of the entire race that it's that way around.
Yes.
And fair enough. It is, for the rest of the week, it is the riders who are least conditioned in terms of relation to the pros who get to spend longest out there and get the hardest conditions. So this is a day that the elites and pros can handle.
The amateurs will make up for it in the week for sure.
Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, it is tough. But then again, they are going faster down these descents and around these sketchy corners and on that loose surface. So the risks are high. They wouldn't want it any other way.
Yeah, you definitely need to be focused all the way. Concentration needs to be high. Not too, or in comparison to the remaining stages, this is for the elite men going to be a 40-minute deep focus, whereas later in the race we will have probably a 5-hour stage for them, and to be 5 hours fully focused is hard. Look at this beautiful view of Table Mountain and Lion's Head. Absolutely stunning.
Pass being made, simply and easily done.
Here it's quite simple, wide enough to pass, but there's so many single track sections where it's definitely going to be tough, and I guess in the elite men they won't give each other any presents, so you got to look well where you can overtake if you overtake somebody.
Our tracking motorbike then runs along the low end of the field and follows the riders along the route with Table Bay in the background. They won't be looking at that. Previous years the route would follow off the plot and then off the farm and then into trails on the other side. Yeah, magnificent. The view across to the mountains on the far side. Siemensberg Mountain, you can just see the most prominent of them, jagged peaks in the distance, and the Drakensberg Mountains.
The finish line is actually very close.
Yeah. And you do, in the first section of the route, you go right past it there. They're teasing you, although it's very early on.
Yeah.
But it is. It's very compact, this route.
But also the final finish line is just
the
big.
The finish line of the race, indeed. Stellenbosch, beg your pardon, yes.
Yeah.
Yep, it's all there. So, Poland, Pavel Bernas and Krzysztof Lukasik about to set off. JBG2 Foster Multilayer, the name of their team.
Polish champion.
Yep.
We've got in the race as well. Nice to see so many national champions in the race as well. Last fist pump. Who's going to go first? Have they discussed that? Is the gear in the right gear to get off that ramp as quick as possible?
Testing themselves over 770 kilometers.
National champions in the cross-country marathon discipline rather than the cross-country or XCO cross-country Olympic discipline, of which there are a few of those as well here. But they won't be allowed to wear their national champions jersey because this race falls under the UCI marathon discipline, so only marathon champions wear their jerseys. Yeah, it used to be a cross-country Olympic status race, and hence we would have a lot of those national champions and world champions.
Yeah, and it becomes relevant again in qualification for the Olympic Games, where UCI points, collecting UCI points is very important. Therefore, one has seen cross-country riders coming to this race just to gather some points, but that is no more the same.
Into the vineyards they go, this little falls flat almost as it drags up towards the lower slopes of Dorstberg. For so many years, the centerpiece of the prologue Dorstberg, and it is again today with a full climb of it. Some years in the past, they haven't done it all the way from the Stairway to Heaven. Well, those riders are taking in the views, which is so cool to see.
Beautiful shot as well. Wow, Lions Head, now we see it actually close up. We can almost spot the cable car going up Table Mountain there. For those who are in South Africa and haven't been up Table Mountain, very highly recommended.
Now this, I think, is Simon Andreasen and Jenny Risvets in the mixed.
The most famous married couple in this race, the world champion of cross-country racing, Jenny Risvets from Sweden. Behind her, her partner and husband, Simon Andreasen, riding for Bear Fox Factory.
Quite recently married.
Very recently married. See if they pass the test this week.
This is a pretty... Well, Jenny's only other visit here was in the mixed as well, the year after she won the Olympic title. And so it's wonderful to have her back and racing here.
He's proving to be a good partner, riding behind her, giving her a hand, just a little bit over the push, just to get some pressure off those legs off the pedals. Tricky to overtake here. She's using all her cross-country skills, passing on a tight track. Definitely something she's done before many times.
Yeah, exactly. If anyone can, any pair can, these two can. There's no question about that. And there's Simon's gentle hand just assisting Jenny up the steep pitch. Well, we've talked about how interesting it'll be to see what their times are going to be.
What the overall time is going to be. You can see they have a lot of traffic on the course, so that will definitely slow them down. If you get behind a group of people in one of those long uphill single tracks, you're just stuck. You're taking quite a bit of a risk to pass by, for both riders actually, for the one you're passing and for yourself as well. But yeah, they're very strong, and you can see how well they work together. Every opportunity Simon has, he can push Jenny a little bit, and that always makes up time.
There was an example, we were talking about the champions' jerseys. There's the cross-country champion of the world, and she's in her team jersey. We see the marathon champion of the world in her rainbow stripes. So that's the example of how it all works. Well, here's a man who has done this a few times, Philip Bass, and alongside him is the South African cross-country champion, Michael Foster. Bass on the right-hand side. Foster is really developing incredibly as a cross-country racer, and we'll be heading to the World Cup circuit this year to do most of the rounds of the World Cup, which is a fantastic opportunity for him. And Phil Bass, well, he's been there and done that, African jersey many, many years. Missed out last year, nice to have him back.
5 seconds to go for the
The base has ridden alongside Nino Shorter, the one here.
Yep.
Come on, South Africa,
And
make it
now
loud,
next
make
to
it
Marco
proud.
Fosse, very young and upcoming rider in South Africa, absolute powerhouse. Really, he gave Alan Hadley, the world champion in cross country, a very hard time at the recent cross country, South African cross country cup, where Alan really had to bring his best skills to the display to shake him off in the very last lap.
13th Absa Cape Epic for Phil, and his two-time stage winner as well. So he's been at the very sharp end with the best intentions in the world. I don't think they are going to fancy themselves being in like the top 10, but they will give it every bit of a shot here, that's for sure, because they are very, very fine riders, as are these two young men, very young men. Jaden Turler on the left-hand side and young Loothuisen from Paarl on the right-hand side for the Toyota Specialized Mbuko team. Turlo found himself within the width of a tyre from winning the Cape Town Cycle Tour last week, hit at the last, well, in fact, he was dragging himself onto the finish line with Ryan Gibbons already raising his arms on the finish, and Jaden was, well, inches away from winning that race. Big engine, powerful rider, and young Loothuisen is developing every race he rides into one of the best young men in the marathon scene. And a little side note, his father is our helicopter pilot today, flying up ahead. He's the man will bring you those images. As Turlo and Goosen head out for the very strong team, perhaps the strongest team in South Africa at the moment, the Toyota Specialized Mbuko combination.
Yeah, big team that in South Africa. They just fused two teams together, making it even stronger, showing a big presence on the marathon scene in South Africa.
Yeah, I mean, it's wonderful to have a big team like that, but it sort of concentrates all, not all, but a lot of the talent in one team, and dilutes the talent around the other teams a little bit. And it's an area has been a sort of push and pull situation for South Africa's mountain bike scene for many years. We see Philip Base's team is now slimmed down to just 3 riders.
It is very tough times in the industry. One sees it internationally. I've been trying to get money out of the industry for our Pump for Peace team, and it's quite after the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, where there was a massive interest to get bicycles. The industry is experiencing a bit of a dip, and that makes it very tough for teams to find sponsors and to bring, obviously, people to these races.
Well, this is the other team in the South African scene, if you like. The biggest team is Insect Science and Wesselboot and Johan van Zyl.
Yeah, Johan actually just changed from Toyota Specialized to Insect Science, so he's on a new bike, getting used to a whole new setup there.
Something to watch for the African jersey. They're highly motivated, want to prove something.
Short track champion of South Africa is Johan van Zyl. Yeah, the Absa African jersey is going to be an interesting one, because the team fancied to perhaps maybe become the first all South African team to win the race is Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia. They'll be going off last today, but anyone with intentions of winning the Absa African jersey will have to contend with them, which is quite tough. Should they obviously win the stage, then the team, they will wear the leaders' jerseys, and the team second place in the Absa African jersey will wear the Absa African jersey for those stages, but it'll be on loan, so to speak. This will be a team with aims of doing just that. taller Wessel Boerter on the front, who's won many, many races in South Africa, some of them with Matt Beers in his time as a partner with him. And Johan van Zyl, as he was saying, in his new team for Insect Science, who've been very loyal and good supporters of mountain biking. Here's a familiar rider going down this trail here. Benno, you'll know him well.
That can only be Christoph Sauser right there.
Been around the block with this guy?
Yes, Christoph and I go back a long, long way until 2003. That's how, when we got together, racing or riding for working for Siemens Cannondale back in the day. So a lifetime ago. And Christoph's still super motivated to ride a bike, even that he retired from racing, you would say so. Well, that's what he said, at least. But here he is, racing again, another Cape Epic. And yeah, I think he also has been here to Meerendal many, many times, many, many years. And it looks like they also stuck a little bit in traffic. Of course, they also want to do well in their category. Just because they retired doesn't mean that they don't want to race for a good position, maybe even for the overall.
Yeah, Christoph and his partner Craig Uriah, South African rider who's won the Masters before. But between them, they are the most experienced team in the entire race. 27 Absa Cape Epics between them.
Wow.
So
here we have Austrian champion Hermann Pernsteiner. He also very accomplished rider on the road, has changed back to the mountain bike recently. Amazing climber. A little bit different terrain here, maybe not quite his favorite terrain, the Cape Epic. And definitely not the most skilled rider in the race, but when it comes to the climbs, that's the one that's going to put everybody in the hurt box.
Yeah, he got together at the last moment. In fact, on the day of the start of the Tankwa Trek, Mark Pritson had lost his partner, and Pernsteiner said, "Can you ride with me?" And they did, and they won the Queen stage up the Marina Monster. So
exactly,
he knows how to climb.
Yeah, 800-meter climb. A rare occasion in South Africa to have an 800-meter climb, but Hermann Pernsteiner is definitely used to climbs that go way over 1,000 meters. And here they go. Hermann leading the way in his Austrian jersey. And behind is his partner from Czech.
And again, you see the colors of
There they go. Pernsteiner out of the blocks.
Team number 20 teams left to start, 40
His
riders
partner,
left to roll up the ranks.
Philip Reitwald, just easing into it. Tim Smenger and Beat Weinberg next to leave the start hut.
Team Bergenkopf, Tim, Pitt, you guys ready to go? How are you feeling? Hot day today. You feeling a bit nervous?
No, I'm not nervous. It's my fourth time at the start of the Cape Epic, so I'm quite used to it. And it's just like a normal race, only everything is a bit bigger, but you just need to focus on your own task and race hard.
What sort of time are you looking for today in the prologue? What sort of time would you be happy with coming across the line?
Around 50 minutes would be great, yeah.
It's a hot day today, but certainly a short day. It's 8 more days coming your way. Time to just tick it over and do your best today.
Yeah, we will see how it goes today, and we keep out the best, yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, that's the news from Tim Smenger and Beat Weinberg as they head off on the route now. I didn't quite hear the time he was predicting, but the fastest time now in the finish is that of ASAP Cycling young riders from South Africa, JP Du Plessis and Cronje Bierkes. So put in 47 minutes and 25 seconds. And they're riding in the open category. They're not in the elites. So they put a marker down. Didn't expect that, I must say. These two young men are very, very talented and highly committed to making an impression here. And they've certainly done that already. Time to go. And they'll plenty of riders behind them. But nice early marker set, 47 minutes.
That's
by
incredible.
Those two young men.
That's incredible. Like, they definitely made the most out of, like, being in the spotlight.
Let's hear from them.
I know this
All right,
face.
we've got France and Kevin here. Kevin, we spoke to you on Wednesday at the Pro Rider briefing. A couple of days since then, you're settling in nicely. How are you feeling?
Yeah, since that day I had a heat stroke, so luckily I'm feeling a lot better now. But today is warm again, so we'll see what that brings.
You've got a good partner here in front. You know, he's done it a couple of times. He knows what it's all about. Time to learn and time to work together.
Yeah, indeed. He did it already 8 times, so I have a good guy to follow. But still, the race needs to be ridden, and it will be very hard.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling well. Let's see how it goes today.
You've become a seasoned campaigner here at the Absa Cape Epic. You've done it many, many times. Does each time hit differently for you?
Oh no, it's actually quite the same. Always the same nerves before the start. It's always the same heart in a way. This year will be extremely hard because it's a bit longer and it's very rough. So we are as prepared as we can.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Full disclosure, please, Ariane.
Yeah, France and I met actually at Swiss Epic 2017.
Okay.
Still going strong.
Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. Yep.
Yeah, France.
Let's hear from this pair. Sorry, we're dipping in and out of them. Here we go. Hans Becker and Thijs Reuter.
Hans teaming up with Thijs. You guys are no strangers to the Absa Cape Epic. A little bit late in the lastminute.com of putting together. You guys have got the same coach, but you saw his form at the Mediterranean Epic, and you guys have decided to come and give it a whirl.
Yeah, I don't want to stay home again, and with Thijs a really good partner, and it's gonna be good fun, I think. He's very motivated. I have my experience, and we already together did 9 Cape Epics. We finished 9 Cape Epics together, so we know what to do, and we're just gonna have fun.
Thijs, how are you feeling? Obviously, riding with Hans. You've been here before. You're no stranger to the heat. You're no stranger to the long days. But nice to be riding with a partner from the Netherlands.
Yeah, of course, it's really cool. Hans is always experienced, and yeah, I can learn so much from him. And he's just such a nice guy. So yeah, I'm really looking forward. A bit nervous, but I think that's good and normal. So we are gonna give it our best, and then we'll see where we end up.
Hansi, any last-minute tips for a vote?
Yeah, just stay calm. Rule number 1 is always stay calm. And I don't know if I'm not there if they're gonna stay calm, but I hope they will stay calm. But
Good luck.
I think they're gonna have a great show.
Welcome to the start line of your prologue. Your 20
A man who's made his mark on this event, both on and off the bike. He was sort of a peripheral part of our team yesterday, last year at least, being out on the route and updating us and doing some lovely stories out on the route. So lovely to have him back and racing. Axel Rudiel Cortenau, the champion of France, Marti Aran Gagliona, Masi ISB Sport on the start line now on the ramp and about to get their prologue underway. We're getting down to the business end. Top 16 after this will be Lucas Baum and Gail Geiger, the only team in this field to have won the race as a combination. And they would like to do that again. That is for sure. But this pair are on their way.
And here we go. They're on their way. ISB Sport, Marti Aran Gagliona and Axel Rudiel Cortenau.
Axel rode the Songo race on the weekend, on Wednesday. And a nice little hit out there in Kai Mundi, part of that Songo.info Champions race.
Yeah,
One or two have missed that corner, by the way, Ariane.
Yeah. Too excited. Too much power, did Kevin Connos. No, Axel actually just changed team as well from Team Bulls. Team Bulls, who has been a major team in the marathon scene for years and years, many times won the Cape Epic very famously back then with Koplat. Sorry, you go.
Yeah, that's no longer, sadly, as a racing team. The brand continues. Here are the former winners of the race, great favourites in South Africa, Lucas Baum and Gail Geiger.
Georg, last minute gels in the mouth and good to go. It's not your first dance, you've been here before, you know what to do.
Yeah, definitely, but it's always a big excitement coming up into this race. I mean, it's the 5th time already, but I'm still feeling like a 16-year-old racing the first race ever. So yeah, it's a big vibe, and we're looking forward to be on track. Hot conditions today,
dusty, fast, so gonna be great.
Lucas, I see you getting the gloves on, and once the gloves are on, the game face is on and you're good to go.
Time to go. When the gloves are on, it's game time.
Super hot out there today. We know everyone's in the same position, but you guys don't mind the heat.
No, it's the same for everyone. Just about how to manage it, and yeah, cooling strategy is important. Let's see how it goes.
They call you Speed Company for a reason. You ready to go out there and show them why?
Of course, it's in our name, so we have to go for it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
They're back. Lucas Baum and Georg Eger. They've been consistent, the same combination since they absolutely won that sensational victory. And they are, I think, highly motivated to try and ensure that that wasn't a once-off.
Definitely. Lucas has been here already quite a while. Definitely accustomed to the heat after last week's very, very hot days. Georg came in quite late. So he's probably the one that's going to be the surprise package or the mystery of the two. Lucas looked very solid. He said he's better than ever, at least in terms of his power numbers. And Georg will need to see if he can live up to his expectations as well. They're definitely very motivated to claim once again the Absa Cape Epic title.
And they're amazing to watch, the way they race, take every stage like there's no tomorrow, pretty much. And they were also just a couple of times a bit unlucky. Like I think one of the mechanicals in the previous years threw the whole dream of getting another leader jersey out of the door. They were very close, but you never know. You never know when something like that can happen, and unfortunately it happened to them. And like you said, they want to prove that it wasn't a one-hit wonder the one time. And they have everything it takes. Like, they're super strong, they know each other so well, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, they won a stage last year. They won the grand finale stage last year to redeem what had been a tough race for them. And they have 5 stage wins between them, which is pretty handy, and they finished 5th last year. Well, here's a combination. Marco Hubert was in 3rd place last year alongside Tristan Nokia. His new partner is Travis Stedman, the African Continental Champion. And they are riding for Toyota Specialized in Buko. And this pair could be one of those dark horse combinations coming stealthily through the field.
Yeah, definitely. And it's also the team that doesn't have as much pressure on them just now.
Let's hear from them.
Travis and Marco, a new combination, an exciting combination, and a combination with a lot of firepower. You look really excited to be here.
Yeah, ready for this now. It's been a long prep to this, and yeah, just going to go out there and give it our best today, and yeah, hopefully it's enough.
A lot going into this. Lekker om hier te wees. Are you excited? A message in Afrikaans for the fans and friends back home?
Ja, hier begin ons julle. And yeah, keep it going throughout the whole week. Ons sal uitkyk vir julle.
Marco, so good to be on the start line. It's a place you love to be. It's a place you thrive in. And now it's time to get into action and let the legs talk.
Yeah, exactly. The switch is getting made now as we roll off the start ramp. Yeah, going to be a fast one compared to previous years. So, and it's super hard. So yeah, just going to have to manage the effort and know that there's still a lot of kilometers to come.
Travis, always exciting to be in a prologue because you've been hunted, but at the same time you're hunting. Which do you prefer?
I always like chasing, so yeah, we got a nice carrot to chase today, so just gives us a bit of motivation, and yeah, if we can finish where we kind of see we are, then yeah, I think we can do it on the day.
Well, that's the thoughts of both Marco Hubert and Travis Stedman. Letizia Aubert about to leave the starter, team number 13. The vastly experienced Samuel Poro and Luis Martinez in his second Absa Cape Epic. Poro is doing his 9th. He's finished in the top 5 times. Mark Pritson and Felix Stili of the Honeycomb 226s. And the first thing you'll notice about this combination is the man on the second wheel there, Felix Stili, is riding a bike with bigger wheels than Mark Pritson in front of him. Benno.
P32 they call it. Yes, I mean, we have seen a bit of a glimpse of 32 coming through, a couple of riders before, but if it's actually the faster bike, we will only, well, get to know now, huh?
Let's just explain this. We had 26-inch wheels when the Epic first started. We went a little bit of double, 27.5. Now 29ers are all the rage and have been for nearly 10 years. And this is the 32-inch wheel, that much bigger. What's the advantage?
It all depends on what you're riding through. Like, of course, on stuff like this, fast rolling, the 32, they just spin better, more grip. It's a very, same transition as from 26 to 29.
Yeah.
But it is more weight that you have to accelerate, more weight that you have to break down, and so on. And then also, back in the day, the bikes, they only had 100 millimeters of travel. Now we managed to like figure out geometries that can go with 120 millimeters of travel on the fork and rear shock plus the 29ers. Now with 32 we're back to 100 millimeters again, just to make them fit. So it will be interesting to see how many of those 32-inch wheels we're going to see during this year.
One of the most experienced riders in this top echelon is Simon Stiebjan, doing his 12th Absa Cape Epic. And he's riding alongside Martin Frey, and they are riding for Singer KTM Racing, second at Andorra, and impressive there. But, Simon Stiebjan, well, he's been there and done it 7 times in the top 10. One of those, you mentioned Team Bulls and his role for so many years, as was Martin Frey, sitting and riding in support of the top teams in Team Bulls.
Exactly, still remember that day when they came to the grand final in Val de Vie around the corner, and then they crashed just as they basically saw the finish line in Val de Vie. But they've recovered well from that, back on the bike. They very solid partnership. They basically like a tandem. They know each other in and out going into this week.
Yeah, second in 2021, so they know what it's like at the very sharp end of the race, and they will be there, that's for sure, making their presence felt. That Per Tafarel and Evans Lee, who's doing his first, the national champion of Norway. Let's hear from them.
All right, team Metalurgica. Nicola, how are you?
Fine, thanks. Today is very hot, but we try to manage it.
Eskil, the heat here very different from the weather in Norway. How are you adapting? You ready to go?
Yeah, I think it's just really different, but in another way, it's an experience, and I like this condition, and it will be a nice test for me.
Quite a quiet build-up for the two of you, and we know what you're capable of. Are you excited to mix it up and create some surprises this week?
We are going to make a good plan, try our best, and I think with a good strategy you can do brilliant things.
Nicola, you've won 4 islands before in Croatia. You know what it's like to be at the sharp end, but it's 8 days. You've really got to put together a solid 8 days.
Yeah, we try to build our condition, and let's see day by day.
Well, embarking on a new challenge, and now we are with the Orbea Speed Company pair of Gail Geiger and Lucas Baum. And the buccaneering riders who hold nothing back. You know exactly what they're about when they get out there and race. Front runners so often. Last year didn't quite work according to plan. Lucas was very strong. Gail not quite as. And there was big gaps between them at times, but it never faltered from the way they approached the race. Same at Gravel Burn. Lucas Baum was an aggressor there as well throughout the race.
Yeah, Georg is just having a little bit of issues at home or privately. It's some challenging times for him. Therefore, mentally not quite easy to be fully in the race. And it will be very much showing in the next days how much that is still affecting him.
Last year they were very close to that time penalty. Remember,
yeah.
It was like 1 second.
Absolutely, between Paul and Stellenbosch. They went through a time, it was exactly 1 second.
1 second.
1 minute 59 between Baum at the front and Egos at the back of the group. And they would have got a time penalty, and they went on and won the final stage. Maybe there was method in their madness.
Probably. and then sometimes also on a stage like this, early mornings, you don't know exactly where your partner is. The group is quite big still, you know. So you assume that your partner is right there, but unfortunately it wasn't. And then some of the teams, they maybe take it as an advantage as well. They don't spread the news that your partner is gone, dropped off, and so on. So yeah, they were very lucky on that stage.
So a little glance at our early standings. Science Safari Essence through just under 18 minutes at that first split at 7.5 kilometers, just 1.5 seconds ahead of Scott Calabandida.
Very small gaps there.
Yeah, but this is a friendship that goes back to Peter, well, before then, but they raced the World Championships in Pietermaritzburg as juniors, and Lucas Baum won it. I think, where did he finish? 7th. So they've known each other for years and years. They drifted away from cycling. They came back, and here they are, contenders again. Topada Kende FSA2. They were 6th last year. Yuli de Cosmo and Jacob Dorigoni have yet to race this year. This is their first race this year. And so an unknown quantity right now in terms of what they're about, but you finished second at Rock de Zur to Wout Alleman last year, then to Cosmo, you know you've got an engine, that's for sure.
Yeah, and definitely also very similar terrain actually at the Rock de Zur as here, very rocky, very sandy as well. So definitely he's proved he's made for the terrain. Beautiful race also, a very, very iconic race, the Rock de Zur. But of course not quite as iconic as the Absa Cape Epic.
And not 8 days.
Not 8 days.
Not 8 days. It's one big day.
Marco Hubert and Travis Stedman. Well, Stedman had an incredible 2025. He won the final stage of the Burn last year. He won countless races, just hand over fist towards the end of the year, including the Continental Championships of Africa in Pietermaritzburg. And Marco Hubert, well, likewise, had an extraordinary year. The South African pair, he and Tristan Nokia, finishing on the podium. And they garnered such great support and a great following, the way they rode that race last year. They gained the belief that they belonged. And I think that's what the one takeout from that is that for a long while, they looked up at the riders ahead of them and thought, well, and suddenly they were in the mix there.
No,
weren't afraid to go to the front.
They did so well last year, and all the different tactics that they tried out to kind of like surprise the others or get away from the others and everything. Like they were the underdogs, and all of a sudden they were right there at the front end of the race. And then, yeah, different scenario coming into this year, because the fact that Tristan now is riding with Matt Pierce has also only changed like less than a month ago. And then also with that change, everything else within that team had to follow as well. So now Marco and Travis riding together, Tristan and Matt. Maybe for Marco, not a bad thing, because now all of a sudden from like the expectations from last year, you need to do better every single year. That's how it goes with good results, right? And now the two of them, they can just ride to their best capabilities without being the ones that have all the pressure like Matt Pierce and Tristan right now.
This is Samuel Poro and Luis Martinez, Clementizia Aubert 2. They have their number 1 team, David Valera Serrano and Mark Stutzman, going off. And this is a team we've been dying to see. Sam Gaze and Lucas Schwartzbauer. Let's hear from them.
Team Kenyon, Sam, you and Luca ready to dance. Obviously a day that certainly favors you, but like we spoke about earlier, it's going to be a long week.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, both really excited to get this race underway. We've spent a long time preparing and an even longer time thinking about it, so just happy to be here and yeah, get the week started off.
Sam, we've seen the women, they went just over 51 minutes today. What time are you guys looking at? What time do you think is going to put you on the podium today?
Oh, hard to say. We'll go as quick as we can and we'll see what the result is at the end of the day, but yeah, I'm actually not sure. I think definitely, hopefully under 50 minutes. but yeah, I expect some pretty fast times today.
When you're moving so fast, it's difficult to communicate. How do you guys get that right on such a short stage?
Well, yeah, luckily, Luke and I have seen each other's backsides in races for a few years now at the World Cup Series, and I think we have a good understanding of each other ride, and yeah, knowing when each other are on the limit for body language. So I think yeah, we'll try our best to look after each other, and then yeah, let's see. It's a good combination, and I'm grateful to have Luca here with me.
Luca, good to be back. Good to be here. Your time is now. It's a stage that's definitely going to suit you guys, but you know, you've got a lot of fast teams out there today.
Yeah, absolutely. The competition is super strong, and yeah, for us, I think it's important to. I mean, we are quite used to go really into the red zone, but I think it's important for us to keep that little piece, that little last percent, to be a little bit more in the comfort zone as much as you can say that in a race like that. And yeah, then let's see what's the outcome. But the waiting game is over now. We're gonna start it, and we are looking forward to take it and go full gas and do the best we can.
So we are back on the trail. So interesting to hear from the riders ahead of their journeys out here. Sam Gaze and Lucas Schwarzbauer, bona fide superstars. Just a quick update on the fastest times out there. Into the finish in 46 minutes and 13. Lachlan Morton and Andrew L'Esperance have set the fastest time. Now remember, they were one of the very early starting teams. So that gives you a sign that that time is going to come down, that's for sure.
You reckon they go under 40 minutes, Benno?
Looking at the way they get out the start chute here, the way they move out on the trails, it's only 20 Ks, but I think one of the teams will break the 40 minute mark.
Let's see.
Casey South, Fabian Rabensteiner, the very, very experienced Fabian Rabensteiner has been around for many, many years, and this his 10th Absa Cape Epic. He's won 3 stages, so he knows his way around here. Casey South, well, he was an individual finisher when Diego Rosa didn't finish in 2024, so just his second Absa Cape Epic for the Swiss champion. But you're not the Swiss champion without being pretty special.
Yeah, not easy to be first in that country for sure.
Which you have been. Sorry, I just had to put that there.
Well, okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, Casey, the man who's broken his collarbone probably 10 times, at least it probably felt that way. When you're that tall and fall down, unfortunately, you've got quite an impact. But great to see him back.
Stedman and Hubert hitting it out. Azaro and Zanotti. This is a pair. We are fascinated to see how they're going to go. Yeah, let's hear from them.
Origin, Willia, Yuri, Matthijs, good to have you guys. Excited to be here. You know what it's all about, but this is a new combination, an exciting combination, and the cross-country route, 20 Ks, that suits you.
Yeah, you said it pretty well. So I think 45 minutes effort, it suits us well, and we are here to try to win the prologue and take the yellow jersey. So we will fight hard to the end.
It's such strong competition in the first stage here today. We've got some really big cross-country specialists, and we know that it's going to be full gas for that 20 kilometers.
Yeah, I think that prologue suits many teams today. So yeah, of course, we know we're going to have to go really deep in the effort. Yeah, I know if we Yuri, we are in good shape since the beginning of the season, so we will go hard.
If you had to put a time down today, what time do you think will win the prologue today?
I think it's around, I saw the time of the girl, so I think it's between 41 minutes and 43 minutes, something like this.
Yuri, a message in Italian for the fans back home?
Ciao ragazzi, tifateci forte e grazie mille per chi guarda, saluto tutto, ciao!
Cesaro, one of the real comers, one of the real talents on this scene, the Frenchman, and he's already won a race this year, the Italia Cup. He beat Lars Forster and Simona Vedetto there. And Yuri Zanotti in his second Absa Cape Epic ride rode alongside Filippo Colombo back in 2021. So Sam Gaze and Luca Schwarzbauer on the front, all power.
Luca doing what he does best, leading from the front. Seen him racing many cross-country short tracks, leading the pack. Usually it's Sam Gaze hiding as long as he can and saving everything from the sprint finish. See if that's going to be the same here. Although this time they're not competing against each other. They're actually trying to cross the line together and as the fastest time possible. Cutting the corner nicely, and there goes maybe Sam Gaze. Is he going to lead now? No, he's still happy with drafting.
Well, hasn't Gaze travelled the path since he came here in 2019? He won a World Cup here in 2018, breaking, famously ending the run of Nino Schurter, consecutive victories. Another fascinating team, Clementita Aubert, their #1 team, and the very, very experienced David Valero Serrano. Won the Andalusia race this year. Mark Stutzman alongside him. Third Cape Epic for him. Fourth in 2025 with Samuele Poro. And here they go. Serrano and Stutzman. Bronze medalist at the Olympics, Serrano.
Tall rider, great slipstream for Mark. Mark, mountain goat from Switzerland. Definitely happy to be in the slipstream here. And Valero, obviously, a very accomplished rider, transitioning more towards the marathon racing. Very brief recently. He's been very accomplished in the cross country World Cup. Still been up there with the best.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a busy year. He won Andalusia, he rode Calpe, where he finished third in that marathon race there, and did the Med Epic as well. So busy year in preparing for this event. Going to be challenging now. Let's hear from these two. It's Andreas Seewald and Jakob Hartmann.
All right, KTM Singer Racing, we've got Jakob and Andreas here. Jakob, not a great year last year. You're looking to come back this year and make it count.
Yeah, I'm super happy to be back here, and hopefully it works a little bit better than last year. And yeah, the body will make it over the week, so yeah.
How's everything been going with you and Andreas? You've been here for a while now. You're ready for the temperatures, and certainly you're looking forward to the big days.
Yeah, so for us, we had a really good preparation in January, February here. Also ride the tank when these conditions, what worked really well. Yeah, today is a day I think we have to survive. It's super short and punchy. It's perfect for the cross-country riders. But I think our days with the longer stages will come, and there we have to try.
You feel it's a bit of a redemption ride for this pair of Andreas Seewald, the European champion, and Jakob Hartmann after their disappointing year last year, 34th last year. Seewald has, well, all the credentials to win a race like this, a world champion, and now the current European champion. He won the Tankwa Trek, and they are formidable as a combination. Second in 22, fifth in 23, fourth in 24. That was Andreas Seewald with different partners, Stosek amongst them. And you feel this is one race that is eluding him. He's the UCI Marathon World Cup winner from last year as well. So let's wait and see how they do here. He spent a lot of time in this country, this pair, and Seewald actually went and did the Desert Dash in Namibia at the end of last year as well. Had a silly accident that put him out of the race when he led by 14 minutes, but he still enjoyed the experience, and he's obviously embracing Africa and really wanting to make it work.
Yeah, Seewald in the European jersey would have really liked to put on the rainbow stripes at last year's World Championship at the Grand Red, but maybe we just first have a word about these two.
Bart Alleman and Martin Stosek. Let's hear from these two before they settle.
Team Buff BH, Martin Stasek, Wout Alleman. Can you believe it? 2026 Absa Cape Epic, we're ready to go.
It's crazy. Time flies so fast. I cannot believe. Like for me, it's already 6 Cape start, and feels like it's flying faster and faster. I'm super happy to be here again. After the winter full of training and full of cold days in our country, in Czech Republic, this is something else, and we're finally here.
Lots of experience between the two of you. Experience counts when the days get tough.
Yeah. We already have together quite a lot of epic. Like not together, but like in total. Wout also had already like 4 or 5 epics. So yeah, I think we already know a bit how to handle this race, and it's getting better and better. Yeah.
Gonna have a chat with Wout quickly. Wout, so good to be here again. We know last year didn't work out the way you wanted it to. You've got some damage control to do this year, but this is what it's all about, and this is why you get up onto the dance floor.
Yeah, we learned a lot from last year, and I mean, it was my 4th epic, so it's normal to have a problem once at least. This race is so hard and so much can happen, and we learned a lot from it. And we are back here. We start from 0 again, and yeah, I hope to do it better. And it's looking good with Martin. I have a lot of confidence in him, and we see.
Very different from last year's course. Stages here, plus 5 hours, I think 2 of them. That's going to suit you.
Yeah, of course, and then today it's extremely short, much shorter than last year, so this will maybe not suit us that much, but we have like so much long days ahead of us, so it's good. We are looking forward to the long stages for sure.
Well, they were second a year ago. They won the prologue as well last year, and it's Brido and Avendetto.
Debut last year at the Absa Cape Epic. Multiple stage podiums.
Gloria, Luca, welcome back. It's good to see you. You won the opening stage, the prologue last year. Obviously, we've got some strong teams here for the prologue, but you and Simone are ready.
Yeah, for sure, we are ready for fight today. It's a good stage for us, I think, and also for other riders, for sure, but we are ready to fight.
Good memories from last year. Second place on the GC, some stage wins. This is a race that you've come back for more.
Yeah, for sure. I'm happy to be here, and we'll try to do better of last year.
Simone, let's get in and have a chat with you. Always good to have you here. Welcome back. Winner of the prologue last year, and some good energy coming from last year. You're back for more. You've got unfinished business.
Yeah, for sure. Last year we came here, we had a lot of fun, and this year, yeah, for sure the goal is try to do a better results than last year.
We see this year Yuri Zanotti here teaming up with Matesa Zero. Nice to have another Williams teammate with you.
Yeah, for sure it's nice to come back in South Africa with our second team, and yeah, we are all super happy to be here.
Very different prologue from last year, much shorter, just over 6 kilometers shorter, going to be fast. What time do you think you're going to need to do today to get on the top step of the podium?
I don't think there is a lot of planning in this race. It's just very short, so probably just start and go all out of the race.
Good luck.
Thank you.
The winner of the after party in 2025.
Now we come to our last team on the start ramp, and it is a 3-time champion and his new partner Tristan Nokia. Matt Beers on the left-hand side wearing the bands around his arm, indicating a former marathon champion of South Africa. He had other fish to fry last year. Let's hear from Tristan Nokia and Matt Beers.
Obviously lots going on in the week leading up to the race. Right now though it's down to the business end.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a long build since off-season. You have this goal of Epic in your mind and you train for Epic. So yeah, it's been a long few months, but yeah, finally, yeah, and we're gonna go all out and just enjoy it.
Nothing like racing in front of your home crowd. There's a lot of people out there just going to be cheering your name, and you're going to feed off that on those hills where there's no wind.
Yeah, exactly. No, we saw last year how this SI crowd can get behind you, so yeah, it definitely gives you a lot more confidence, and yeah, you just get the shivers when you go through that crowds and you get goosebumps, so it's for sure, yeah, gonna...
Important to get this stage over with, get the nerves over with, and get down to the big show starting tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. It's a prologue, it's 40 minutes out of 8 days, but still, you don't want to, yeah, you can overcook it, but you also don't want to overcook it and be completely, yeah, for the next few days.
Let's get across to Matt. Matt Beers, the talking is over, and it's down to putting the watts into the pedals.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's enough interviews and things, and now we're ready to push pedals and let the legs do the talking. But yeah, it's been a cool build-up, and course is unique, one of the shortest we've had in a long, well, ever. And yeah, it's going to be grippy out there.
Nice to be racing with Tristan, a power combination, a combination that is going to be tested for sure over the next 8 days.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, Tristan and I have a really cool history, you know, the whole Toyota thing, and yeah, it's cool to be lining up here now on the biggest stage, so let's see what we can do.
Finally, just a message to all the South Africans out there supporting you and cheering you on.
Yeah, thank you to everyone. We'll try to do you as proud as we can, and yeah, shout and abuse and cheer us on.
See you out there.
Cheers.
Well, the thoughts of Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia ahead of their journey on what they would hope will make a little bit of history at the Absa Cape Epic. In fact, serious history if they do win it, because they'll be the only first South African team to have won the men's race at the Absa Cape Epic. Meanwhile, we are watching the South African marathon champion, Mark Pritson, all in white, and his Swiss partner, Felix Stili. And they are going very impressively at the moment. Second on the timesheets behind Marco Hubert and his partner, Travis Stedman. So this is an impressive ride by them, but that's not unexpected. They are a very, very strong combination. And this is the Marco Hubert, Travis Stedman team making their presence felt, the Toyota Specialized in Buko 2 team. Marco recovered from the nasty fall he had at the Tankwa Trek and the fall at the end of last year, but he is now getting back to his very best. And Travis Stedman, as I said, is a very accomplished rider, had a couple of years on the road that ran out and turned his attention to off-road and has made it really work well for him.
Yeah, he picked up the technical skills so quickly. I mean, coming from the road, going into marathon racing, especially in South Africa, it's tricky. And the way he improved is outstanding. Also, it's going to be interesting to see, because that's the only team with like 3 teams within the race, right? So team tactics, the dynamics of how you approach a Cape Epic, it can change quite quickly, because you can always help each other out if you're in the same category. And now you have 3 teams working together, kind of like protecting the fastest team, very similar than it is in the Dakar racing. You know, you have the more cars you have in the race, the better the chance that the faster car is making it to the finish, and protecting the minutes, the seconds that there are. So it's going to be interesting to see how everything works out after this prologue today for this team.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how all of that unfolds, as with Porro and Martinez. Very experienced is Samuel Porro. There's a look at the 12.5 kilometer sprint, which is down at the end of that long descent where the tech zone is. And Pritson, as close as you can possibly be.
That's incredible how close the gaps are here.
Not much air between that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's Clement Titi Albert 2, and then the Specialized in Buko 2. That's Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia. Plenty of competition early, but once those last 5-6 teams here, we've got Azara and Zanotti still coming on. They should be through that marker very, very shortly, and they will post a time, you would feel. The 2 out-and-out cross-country specialists, Matisse Azara and Yuri Zanotti.
Yeah, Zara, and a very accomplished UCI cross-country World Cup rider. Many podiums, and I think even victories.
Yeah.
And really an absolute world-class rider, Yuri Zanotti. Slightly less in his palmarès. He's spent some time in South Africa before, has done some cross-country racing here. So he knows the terrain, he knows the heat for sure. Cross-country in South Africa usually also starts around that time as they start now. Pretty much in the biggest heat of the day.
First images out on the trail of Matt Beers. Distinctive, isn't he? You can't miss the man of his height. And Tristan Nokia. How this combination will gel is going to be fascinating over the first few days. They know each other well enough, and it's always a speculation in South African terms, who is strong enough to ride with or stay with Matt Beers. And look at the support.
I guess it will depend on the angle of the road. So
Yeah.
Tristan will not mind so much when it's going uphill, but when he needs to hold on to that wheel on the flat stage from Montague to Greyton, I guess that will be quite a test. Although he can only hope for a bit of headwind because definitely Matt throws quite a good draft. What's interesting maybe here as well, you know, it's one thing to have a new team combination coming together, but I mean, it must have been a bit of a heartbreak for Marco Hubert not being able to team up with Tristan, who they have done so well with each other last year. So that shuffling around, you know, it rattles the team a bit. It's also always a test of the team atmosphere a bit. It's politics at the end of the day, and that's not really what you want in a preparation towards the Cape Epic.
However, if you get the opportunity to ride with the three-time winner and the strongest rider in the country,
well, that's great.
Put your hand up and say,
yeah, for sure.
And for the team, because ultimately the team as a whole are going to benefit if they do prevail. I mean, obviously a long way to go, but yeah, it's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah. No, for sure. It's just for Marco, who was meant to.
Who's going to miss out? Yeah. After their great year last year, finishing third, so to build on that, absolutely. So
you see David Valero.
Yep.
Power horse on the flat. Mark is just hanging in there. But Mark is an extremely skilled rider, very, very strong technically. He's done many Cape Epics already before as well.
Back with Pritson and Stili. And they come 2 to 6s pair. And Pritson spend most of the time on the front of this combination.
Yeah, maybe the Swiss still needs to get a bit used to the South African terrain. Actually, very sadly, Felix's mom passed away just before the Tankwa Trek. That's why he didn't ride with his partner in the Tankwa Trek. And he obviously went back to Switzerland to support and on with his family.
Now, we've talked about the 32-inch wheels. It's a brave move by the bike manufacturer.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Stoll Bikes, company owned by Thomas Stoll, former very strong Swiss marathon rider. Not quite Swiss champion ever, but second in the Swiss championship. He was European champion, actually, the one here. Thomas Stoll, and now has his own bike brand. Stoll Bikes, very much custom-made bikes, and now very innovative with the 32-inch wheels. And everybody would like to know, how does it feel? I guess you have to test it yourself, but to really know what the benefit is.
But there's no better place to put it in the shop window and to test it than right here, Ben. I mean, you've seen it done before with so much innovation and technical stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Like we mentioned before, if it makes it through the Cape Epic, it's definitely proven that it can perform on any stage. It's going to be interesting to see now with the steep switchbacks, climbing switchbacks, what he's able to do with the bike. That's where the bigger wheels probably gonna have a bit of a disadvantage, because the bike is probably a little bit longer. The wheels are harder to kind of like accelerate out of those steep corners again, but then you carry a lot of momentum on the downhills, more grip as well on the loose terrain. So it's really like early stage to actually know and figure out what the pros and cons are of the new trend we currently see.
Would be interesting to look at the geometry as well. If the angles are different of the fork and the C-tube, for example. Would be interesting to analyze the bike a little bit more, but especially to get feedback from it, whether this is going to be what we will see more in the future.
Now this is a little section transitioning from the first little loop around the Barry-Stander section on the lower slopes of Dorstberg through the race village. There's a little bit of a sort of tunnel, if you like, single track here. And then they go around the furthest vineyard in this estate, this beautiful farm. That, in fact, vineyard dates back, it's a Sauvignon Blanc, dates back to being planted in 1994, which predates the current owners by 10 years. But, there it is there. But this is Avondetto and Braido, who set the pace last year and took that leader's jersey at the first time of asking by winning the prologue.
Yeah, and a very close race towards the end. It was such an interesting race between them and the Scott pair of Nino Shorter and Filippo Colombo, who just about took it in the last stages. It was a very close fight between those two teams, very much cross-country teams. Will be interesting to see how they will do on this year's course, which features a bit less single track, very much a very long stage, 3 of 140 kilometers. So it will be interesting to see how they are going to do this year.
91 seconds was all that separated the top two teams last year. That's how enthralling the race.
Of our seats watching this.
Yeah. So going up was Stedman and Hubert. And this is what the treat is in for them on the Toyota Tough section on the prologue here, coming down off Dorstberg. And you're going to be seeing the best riders in the world handling this.
There is a bit of wind out there. We see the flags waving. So good teamwork is definitely what you want to see on the open sections. The wind usually picks up a bit towards the afternoon. Here as well, the Trevito flags are waving.
Benchmark quickly. Still Lachlan Morton, Andrew Lesbrand's team, the of Education, first lead by just 4 seconds from Wesselboerter and Johan van Sail into the finish, with the Scott Calabandida, Jose Sanchez Ruiz and Enrique Morcillo in third. Yeah, look at that wind there. It is hustling there a little. Avondetto and Braido completed that little loop around the vineyards. They would have even caught a glimpse of some Springbok on the other side of the fence there. Some game, I don't think they would have actually. And but they are there.
Nice wide cornering here to take all the speed out of it. You can see how they cut the apex off the corner just to get as much speed out of the corner, which is the deciding part. It's not with how much speed you go into the corner. You want to take as much as possible out of it to save energy. And you can see they have gone through an epic together. You can see the teamwork is really on point. You can see it in their body language. They match well. It's just working.
Stedman and Hubert. It set some early times, Benno. It's about how you finish up this climb and finish the descent. Whoa, look at this pair, Benno. What do you think?
Look at them. Yeah, they put the hammer down. They're not waiting around, that's for sure. Powerhouses up that climb. We still need to wait for the splits to come through, but as we can see, they're very close together. Each of them within, like, there's 3 teams, 4 teams within the 30 seconds mark. And they're only halfway through. Some of them, they're already at the finish. Some of them are just crossing the half mark at 12 Ks. There's another team. Yeah, I wonder if they're going to make it on the podium today. The cross-country stars are just right there at the front, pushing a very different pace. But the long stages during the week, that's where they're going to shine. And yeah, it just reminds me a little bit of back in the day, Jaroslav and Sauser racing together, where Jaroslav is like so much faster on the flats, and that's like a Matt Pierce, and then Christian on all the climbs, putting the pace down and then making sure that they don't lose time.
The mountain goat.
Yeah. This is Honeycomb 226's Mark Britson and Felix Stilly on the descent here. Looks like they might have some traffic just ahead of them. Definitely have.
So now we can see the 32-inch wheels on the trails, how it behaves. Looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Maybe the Absa Cape Epic needs to introduce A green jersey, well, another green jersey for points classification for Sam Gaze and Luca Schwarzbauer. Maybe we could come up with that idea for next year.
Oh, here we go.
To beat them, the sprint would be quite a task.
Whoa.
That was close.
Was
the Toyota tough section almost became literal.
Yeah, very much. Just had to do some product placement there.
So, yeah, you are clearly the faster team here. This is a pressure situation for both teams in a way.
Difficult one. Difficult one. Obviously, it makes you very nervous sitting at the back here, wanting to pass, but there's really no way you can pass here without risking your whole race.
And that's the key, is knowing where to push and to be selective about how you're going to manage a situation like this.
Patience.
Yeah. And that's, I suppose, the watchword in many senses in a time trial, prologue time trial like this, is patience, particularly at the start of the week. 20 Ks in 700.
Exactly. The way I briefed our team is basically, don't go look for the pain is going to find you.
Yeah.
So, and it will definitely find you. Such nice trails here. They're going to have a little bit of fun. Beautiful skills, display of skills here.
Stedman following the wheel of his partner, Marco Hubert. And Stefan Sam.
Holding on for dear life.
Yeah. He's enjoying this, that's for sure.
No, Stefan, also a 3-time Absa Cape Epic winner. Still very skilled, loves his bike.
Cesaro and Yuri Zanotti.
Yeah, they are going.
They're not holding back, yep.
Who's your money on, Benno?
That's the team that I put my money on for today. I think they are super motivated. They are super strong. And yeah, today with the 20Ks, the best for them to shine. And that's the team I got my money on.
Your money's looking good at the moment, I might tell you.
Oh, is it?
After 12.5 Ks, Origine Willier, Azara and Zanotti are the fastest by 12 seconds over Fabian Ravenstein and Casey South. So it's looking good right now.
But there's some big...
There we go, confirmation of that.
Big hitters behind them still. So let's see what this time is worth when all the teams are through the halfway split. But I do think their time will stand for a little while.
Yeah, ahead of Canyon, that's Schwarzbauer and Gaze as well.
Oh, true, yeah.
Did Matti Zasaro race the Cape Epic before?
No.
No.
It's his first time.
It's his first time.
Yeah, that's the fascination here. And of course, the other team, well, there's no discounting Bart Alleman and Martin Stosek, but Luca Braida and Simon Albendetto, you feel are going to be a team to contend with. David Valero Serrano and Mark Stutzman here. Wow, look at the effort this man's putting in. He is still...
Absolute powerhouse.
Absolute powerhouse. And dare I say it, he's 37, but he's managed his efforts so well. He's still racing as much as any rider half his age. And good to see. Yep. Oh, there we go.
A new one on the top. That must be them.
That's Serrano and Stutzman. By 18 seconds.
That's amazing. Yeah, we've seen very small gaps before that. Then 30 seconds further, the next team.
So now it's getting really interesting because we're getting to the climb now.
Yes, so who's got something left for that? That's the question.
The lighter weight cross-country races, Origine Willier, or slightly bigger, but more mature and experienced races, Clementizio Bam.
Well, I would say Mark definitely appreciates that the slope is going up and not flat anymore, following Davide Valero.
We're on board here, following the Canyon team of Gaze and Schwarzbauer.
I think it's still Sam at the back. I've only seen basically that way around. It seems to be the tactic of the day, that Lukas Schwarzer is leading Sam Gaze through the trails here.
He's got an amazing array of talents as Sam Gaze, an XEC world champion, a marathon world champion, a World Cup XCO winner.
And a very good road racer.
Yeah, I would say he's on the road. He's done a Grand Tour, did the Vuelta, and he won the Cape Town Cycle Tour in his time as well. So, so he's got an incredible gift.
Yeah, these two has got some watts in their legs for sure. If it would come to a sprint, I wouldn't want to take it up with them.
Yeah, famous sprint in Stellenbosch in 2018 that made a bit of history. That's how you pass.
There we go, Valera and Mark Stutzmann again.
Now.
The Spanish-Swiss combination, very new combination with David Valero joining the team only from this year. Wow, fast cornering. Yeah, he takes those corners so beautifully. All the momentum out of the corner. That's how you do it, people. Yeah, Mark Stutzmann is definitely going to hang in there this week on that wheel. He's had a bit of a wobbly preparation, as I've heard, a little bit of sickness there. But he's also a very experienced rider. He knows how to train. He knows how to prepare for these things.
Right, they've set a pace, that's for sure, but you feel now, as they cross this bridge, this is almost the start of the long drag to the top of Dorstberg. This is where the race is going to happen, you feel?
Yeah, definitely. I think you get too excited sometimes as well in the beginning of it. We saw with Kate and Greta, they were taking it not easy, but like steady to start off with, and then made up some time towards the end of the race. It is a long climb and it's super hot out there. So you definitely need some energy to get up there fast and a good opportunity to make up some time.
Just a reminder quickly that if you are joining us late, the UCI women's race, the prologue today, won by Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller of Thomas Maxim Sabi. And she sends foundation. Kate Courtney and Greta Sewald in the second place, with Rosa van Doorn and Vera Losa in third. And as Ben was saying there, Kate Courtney and Greta Sewald made up about 10 or 12 seconds over the second half of the race, perhaps being a little more conservative to start with.
And what's really not to be underestimated is the heat. It's almost like riding on altitude, in fact, because due to the heat, your blood needs to go so much faster through your veins, and the thinner the blood is, the better. But it's almost like you need to have been prepped for altitude with this heat. But that also means that your margin for error, meaning going into the red zone too early, will penalize you so much more. So if you've overpaced in this condition, it will just penalize you so much more in the second half. So pacing in these conditions is so much more important than if we would have 20 degrees. But here they feel like riding through 40 degrees.
Yeah. Well, the next time split will be at 15.5 kilometers, where the Canyon pair of Gaze and Schwarzbauer went through fastest at 36.36. So this is going to be fascinating to see how they go through here.
Different line choices, one left of the cement, the other on the right. And this is really just the beginning of the climb. Yeah. Very annoying, these cement plates in there, actually. Really uncomfortable.
They really got into your head, didn't they?
Yeah, I was going up there, I was like, why not? And then this edge is kind of like, if you see a little bit blurry, if you already quite on the limit, I remember them well, you know, riding behind the wheels of my partners that were mostly stronger than me. My vision was fairly blurry, and then you struggle almost not to catch the edge of this.
get a look at the Luca Braido Simone Avendetto combination. Around almost the most remote part of the route, out of sight of the race village. It's almost the only time you barely see the race village here. You're looking out across the hills and then to magnificent Table Mountain, and then the False Bay coast and those beautiful mountains in the distance. So Clementizia Orbea, 30 seconds at 14.5. Canyon in third, and Topara Kende FSA pretty much the same time.
David Valero must have said to Mark, put your seatbelt on, we're going here.
This is it. Phenomenal riding by, and well, you feel that he
and obviously David Valero very much made for this.
Well, Sam Gaze and Lucas Schwarzbauer flying down the descent now off the top of Dorstberg, the Canyon pair. They need to make some time. They really do. Beautiful images on board Bulls Meet e-bike with Darren Stowe at the controls, flying down here at express pace behind Lucas Schwarzbauer and Sam Gaze.
That's interesting.
This level. And Felix Stili, 46.22 in fifth place at this stage. The Belgian Pandas went well.
Are they still on the bike?
France class, now they're done. 46.29, sixth fastest at the moment.
Oh, that's good. France not known to be that fast on the shorter stuff. Definitely doesn't have much fast twitch fibers in his body. His mom is a very accomplished marathon runner, in fact. And apparently one inherits the sport genes from the mother, not from the father. I've read somewhere. I don't know how true that is. I haven't done the full-on research on that.
12.5s, Toyota Specialized in Buka beers and Nokia. There we go.
Very impressive. Very impressive of those two to put that time down.
And the gap.
And the gap, yeah.
Yeah, 16-second gap. And here they go. This is Matt Beers on the front with Tristan Nokia in his wheel.
Yeah, we also saw that actually the gap between Orbea, Climatita Orbea was getting smaller towards Victoria Villiers.
Matt checking in on Tristan. He's still there. All good to go. It's quite impressive that Matt is at the front here on the climb too.
Still just haven't got to the bottom of the Stairway to Heaven climb yet, but it may change as they go up the steeper section of the Dorstberg.
That will be interesting to see if they actually make a change. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now it's Tristan's terrain coming up. Yeah, beautiful. They know how to race in a team for sure.
Well, as a mountain bike marathon racer in South Africa, it's your bread and butter, isn't it? Stage races are there so many of them. So if you get a race, you race stage races. You learn how to race as a team.
Yeah, exactly, and it's really something special that needs to be learned. It's so different than just racing for yourself. So yeah, definitely having experience in the way you communicate, the way things need to flow, is very important.
Into the finish, flashing across the line, Luca Schwarzbauer and Sam Gaze are home. And what have you got there for us, Benno?
They're currently in the lead with 45 minutes and 35 seconds, yes. They do have the fastest time right now.
Right, so Sam Gaze and Luca Schwarzbauer in the clubhouse as the leaders at the moment, and Sam's 40-minute ride, well, just a little bit short.
5 minutes off, 5.5 minutes off, but still a very quick time, very fast time. And there's probably another 10 teams out there behind them. And yeah, I don't think we're going to crack the 40-minute mark today.
Well, you can imagine the noise out there as Tristan Nokia and Matt Beers ride through the Chivita zone. Huge roars of encouragement and support from the South African fans who are willing them to go faster as they head up the climb.
I'm just so impressed actually by the women's time.
Yes.
I mean, it's incredible. That's 6 minutes around that
Sure.
they were slower. I mean, isn't that incredible how they just crushed that track here?
45-35, absolutely. I mean, the quality is just next level.
It is. It really is.
Well, the ups and the downs of it. Riders flying down on the left-hand side, and Beers and Nokia on the way up. Well, this is Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto, a pair who could make inroads here and find themselves, if not on the top step, certainly on the podium. They won the Prologue a year ago. Can they do it 2 years in a row here? They did win 2 other stages and finished second overall, made a huge impression in a ding-dong battle with Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter.
Yeah, and this must be hurting here. The sun is just relentless today. It's really so burning on the back here. Everything is just burning, basically, the legs and the back as they go up here.
So 14.5, Specialized in Bucco, 5.9 seconds, Climatizio, Bayer, and William Vittoria, the men in picture now, 14 seconds, and then Azaro and Zanotti, 36.
Wow, that's a race. That's an interesting race. Can it still turn? I mean, this climb is really going to be the deciding factor. Well, you can always make a mistake in the descent as well if you overshoot the corner. Here they come.
Into the finish, Azaro and Zanotti.
Welcome to the Willier crew over the finish line.
45 minutes and 3 seconds. They're currently in the lead right now.
They are the leaders. Matisse Azaro and Zuri Zanotti, Origin Willier are in the hot seat, so to speak. It's not a literal, it's a virtual hot seat. It's coming down to this climb up at the top of Dorstberg. That's how it sits at the moment. 32.6 over Canyons, Gaze, and Schwarzbauer. And it's all down to how this is handled. And look at the bit of gap between those two. This is the 8-12 for Beers and Nokia.
Matt looks very comfortable there on the wheel of Tristan. That's the kind of view most of the riders will see in the coming days.
Yeah. Well, talk about a front rider. There's nothing he likes more than to ride at the front of a race, Matt Beers, and drill it. And that's where the test will come from Tristan Nokia. He's up to it for sure.
Yeah.
But every day he likes to just take charge and be on the front. Beautiful scenes coming from the Dorstberg Mountain on Meerendal Farm here in the culmination of an enthralling prologue. This is the European champion Andreas Seewald and Jakob Hartmann.
And here you see that the gravel rider Felix Sterli isn't just a gravel rider, he can definitely also handle a mountain bike. And this is
into the finish, Serrano and Stutzman, 45-55 and thereabouts. So they won't
coming through
yet,
yet,
but
they must be in second.
They did lead for much of the stages. Hartmann and Seewald of Singer KTM, 2 stage wins to Seewald in his.
They are in the lead.
Yeah. Sorry?
They are
in the lead. There we go.
By 12 seconds.
Amazing.
12 seconds.
Amazing.
It is indeed 44.50 for Clementizio Aubert, David Valero Serrano, and Mark Stutzman. So they held on to it. And now can these teams chasing hunt them down?
So we cracked the 45 minutes by 10 seconds.
Well, Hartmann and Seewald are not expected to be at the sharp end in the prologue. They are out-and-out marathon specialists, so it's likely that, well, it's very likely that their times will come later in the race. But they don't want to be too far off the pace going into stage number 1 in Montague, that's for sure.
I would definitely have an eye on them on stage 5,
Yeah.
which is going to feature a lot of the climbing, which is very much the terrain they are looking forward to.
Ryder and Avendetto, Willia Vittoria. Can they bring their cross-country brilliance and skill and speed to bear on this final ascent of the Dorstberg and into the finish and thrust themselves into the hot seat?
They've got 4 minutes basically to cross that line from here on to still squeeze themselves in front of David Valero and Mark Stutzman. That's not a lot of time left.
Benchmark time, 44.50. David Valero, Serrano, and Mark Stutzman.
Oh, and here we're going to have the scenario that the 2 Italians will probably have to play the game of patience a little bit behind Wout Alemann and Martin Stossek. They are just about to catch up with them. And that's obviously not great news because that's valid seconds that might stand in the way of possibly taking the leader's jersey after this prologue.
Into and out of the wind and the crosswind as well. Stossek somewhere off the wheel of Wout Alemann as the Willia team close in on them. And this is down the critical phase of the race here as they're looking for every fraction of a second they possibly can to earn the priceless leader's jersey after the prologue. Not really any chance to pass down here. You've just got to, as Ariane was saying, be patient.
No, there's just nothing. And you're not allowed to cut the corners here. Golden rule, follow the track as it is intended. So that race responsible. Canis, the UCI team organizer. Yeah, see, now they're on the wheel. Now they're actually losing seconds, precious seconds that could stand in the way of taking that leader's jersey today. for the Italians. And here come the German combination of Jakob Hartmann and Andreas Seewald, the European champion.
In they go to the finish, Seewald and Hartmann, but the drama is unfolding on the trail down here as Willia Vittoria being held up a little bit by the Martin Stosek Bart Alleman combination. And they are pressing for all they're worth to try and get away past. There's no way they can find a way past them here on this berm, so it's going to be a game of patience, and finally they'll get a chance, maybe just before they head into that last bit of single track through the gum trees. But there's no question that Martin Stosek is not quite on the pace of Wout Alleman, and certainly not on the pace of Braido and Avandetto. And they have to try and get past together here, closing up on Stosek.
But he's not going to let them
He's not going to let them through.
There's no presents to be given today.
Not at all.
You've got to fight your way past this.
Here we go. Now, Drama as he gets past. Both of them are past Martin Stosek.
That was the time where you wanted to brush up on your Czech vocabulary.
I suggest that perhaps Czech might not have been at the forefront as they go into this last bit of single track now. As Willia Vittoria pair of Braido and Avandetto, winners a year ago on the prologue here. They have work to do. 44.50 is the benchmark time, being in the hands of Stutzman and Serrano, flying through the trees down this beautifully bermed single track they go. Bart Alleman is the man up ahead. He's matching, that's all right, but they need to push every pedal stroke, and perhaps 1 or 2 seconds cost them a little further up the trail. We'll wait and see as they close in on the finish. Onto the lawns of Meerendal. In towards the finish we come with the Willia Vittoria team, giving absolutely everything. Bart Alleman ahead as Avandetto and Braido. Can they do enough to take that lead and take a second stage win in a row? Alleman looks over his shoulder. His partner's a little bit off the wheel. He's blown a little bit here, it seems, as here comes Luca Braido and Simone Avandetto. They cross the line now, and they have finished the prologue. And the time will tell us very shortly where they finish. In first place at the moment.
First place.
44.43. So 7 seconds is the gap. So they have put themselves in the virtual lead right now. They're in the hot seat. And this team, Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier, well, they are emptying the tank as they try and push for all they're worth here. But right now, it looks like it's Luca Braido and Simone Avandetto who make it 2 prologue wins in a row.
And will we see an all-South African team in the leader's jersey after this prologue already? How amazing would that be, starting the week here in South Africa?
That would be sensational. They've got to do some work here. It is Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier of Toyota Specialized Ibuko 1, a team that was only put together just a week ago after Matt Beers' partner Keegan Swinson, his original partner, withdrew due to an injury. And now they are emptying their tanks and heading for the finish, knowing nothing about what's happened ahead of them. They are doing everything they can. 44.43 is the time to beat here. 44.12, the seconds are ticking by.
30 seconds.
Onto the lawns. Here they go. Beers and Norkier, all in red. Can they race into all in yellow going into stage 1 in the Absa Cape Epic? It's going to be so close. Over the bridge they go. Beers looks over his shoulder, drills it as fast as he possibly can. 44.43, it's going to be the winning time. Can they get there? Beers, Max Norkier, he draws level and drills for home, and it looks like they may well have done it. They may well have done it by a fraction of a second. Indeed they have. It's all South Africa in the lead after the prologue. High drama all the way to the finish. What a race. Toyota Specialized in Buko have done it by the narrowest of margins, rounded down 44.37 by 6.3 seconds from Willia Vittoria and Matt Beers has won another stage, his 13th at the Absa Cape Epic, and Tristan Nortje is right up there with him. What a finish.
Amazing.
Amazing. That was such a tight race.
The timing was off on our screen, so we were relieved.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, and look at the look on the faces of Vendetta and Brido. They can't quite believe it.
No, and that was definitely those seconds being stuck behind Martin Stossek there. Yeah, that's tough. Because you never know when you're going to see that leader's jersey again. And obviously that's first opportunity. You want to grab any opportunity that you have to put on that leader's jersey. So very, very tough for the Italians, but all the more happy for the South African team. That's brilliant. The people at home will be so happy.
From that, there's a little grin and a raised eyebrows to Tristan. That was quite good.
Yeah,
wow, that was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from this pair. Tristan Nortje, first time racing with this man, a legend already with 3 Absa Cape Epic wins to his name, and Nortje has answered the call in the most emphatic manner by putting a marker down and winning this prologue.
What a way to get South Africa excited for this race, having 2 South Africans wearing the leader's jersey after the prologue. Brilliant.
That is a first. So fantastic performance by Matt Beers and Tristan Nortje as William Vittoria contemplate what might have been. Let's hear from them.
Tristan and Matt, an incredible day. Just 6 seconds separating you from second place and another 7 seconds up to third place. Tell us about that. How did it go? How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's of course a short prologue, so normally prologue isn't my best, but I know I have to just always give it everything and just, yeah, go full gas, and that's what we did. I just hang on to Matt's wheel the whole time and then took over on the climb, emptied myself on the last climb, and then it was just, yeah, I don't know, it was just full gas.
We looked at the splits, Matt. Every time you guys went past the split, you were faster, you were faster, you were faster. We've got some big hitters here today, some massive talent in the field. You must be stoked with that. That's a lot of confidence going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I knew we had to keep it tight. You know, it's going to be hard to like let out a lot of time and bring it back. But I think we played it well. I think we were a little bit behind just before the climb, which was tactical. I really backed off and wanted Tristan to lead that climb and go the best he can. And yeah, I think it worked clearly.
First stage together, first win of the 2026 Absa Cape Epic. Time to reset now and focus on stage 1.
Yeah, exactly. This is always the start of the journey, but yeah, I think we can be proud of this. I mean, it's going to be Tristan's first yellow jersey. I think he's going to be happy. I can see him smiling. So it's cool for South Africa too. You know, this is what we've been chasing for a long time. So yeah, well done, Lighty.
Tristan, yellow jersey. How does that sound?
Yeah, last year we had goals. This year also had goals, but yeah, to get that one goal was to get just wear the yellow jersey. Didn't expect to wear it on the prologue, but yeah, it happened.
Feels good. Well done, gentlemen. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, you can sense the delight. You can sense the joy of those two who are absolutely thrilled at their performance in winning the prologue here. Quite sensational finish to the prologue, and what a sensational image of the Western Cape in all its glory. Table Mountain showing off today. Whew, catch your breath. Matthew Beers and Tristan Nortje, 44.37 and 6.3 seconds there to Brido and Avendetto with Valero Serrano and Stutzman. Great ride by that pair, 12.8 seconds on the podium today. Azaro and Zanotti and Schwarzbauer and Gaze, Cosmo and Dorigoni. Yeah, minute and 10 down. Ravenstein and South, Poro and Martinez getting down to the marathon specialists. Now, Lachlan Morton and Andreas Brans, best performance so far by Lachlan Morton, all his visits here. He's got a partner who's really up for it. Wessel Boerter and Johan van Sail, good ride by them. Pritson and Stiele in 11th place. So a couple of those missing from this area. The likes of Seewald and Hartman are in 12th place. And Klaas and Panhuisen in 13th place.
Well done.
riding.
Good to know they made it to the finish. That's already a good start.
So what a day of drama here at the prologue, the 2026 Absa Cape Epic. Hope you enjoyed that.
Definitely the tightest prologue that we have seen, huh?
Have to review all that, but let's go for the finish and catch up with the second place team.
Simona Luca, a good stage. Winners here last year in the prologue, second today by just 6 seconds. Take us through how it was out there today.
No, we had a good performance. We worked together. We worked well together, me and Luca. And yeah, the stay today was quite hot. Race that late, but yeah, overall we lost a bit of time in the last part of the race. But overall, we are happy with our performance. We are close to the leader, so yeah, the race has just started.
Luca, watching you both work out there today, you're working well together. This is a really good partnership. You know what it's all about to come out here to the Absa Cape Epic and work together for 8 days.
Yeah, sure. Today we did a really good work, I think. I was a bit slower of Simone. He pushed more in the front, but yeah, I hope for a better shape in the next day, and I'm happy about us.
Simona, the first stage, the prologue, is always exciting. There's a lot of nerves. There's a lot going on. Now you can just reset and focus on tomorrow, stage 1.
Yeah, for sure. Now it's just about recovery, and tomorrow we go again. So now, yeah, now we enjoy the moment, and then we will focus on tomorrow race.
See you tomorrow.
Well, you sense the disappointment from the William Vittoria pair there. How contrasting the expressions are on the face of the stage winners, of course, and the second place team. But it was that close, and that's how it hurts. Yes, that's one of the natures of racing a course like a prologue here. You can get caught up behind a team, and yeah, whether it cost them 6 seconds remains to be seen. You'll never know, but. A red-hot last half, second half of the race by Beers and Nokia. Nokia up the climb, and then they just flew down that descent. Make it count. Let's hear from the third place team, Clementizio, Bear, Stutzman, and Serrano.
He's also cross-country.
I'm talking about you, Albert. Mark Stutzman, a great day today. You knew that today was going to be tough. You knew that David is a cross-country specialist. He didn't get an Olympic bronze medal for nothing. We could see you working very hard out there today, especially on the flats. We saw how quickly David was moving.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this kind of racing, like prologue time trial, it's not my favorite race. And yeah, to be third on today's stage, it's amazing for me. And yeah, a huge thank to David. I mean, he worked a lot. He was pushing from the beginning till the end. And yeah, I mean, it's amazing.
David, a big push for you today. Lots of Spanish fans watching back home. Take us through your thoughts today. How do you feel?
Yeah, bueno, la verdad que muy contento. Ha sido muy rápida, junto a Mark, muy buena prólogo y bueno, a ver mañana.
Mark, just lastly, I think, chatting to the other two teams, we always know the prologue takes a lot out of you. It's a maximum effort for a very short point of time, but now
Yeah, unfortunately not catching quite the end of that chat, but it is the end of the prologue and the racing here at Meerendal. And what a day we've had. If you go back to 7 o'clock this morning when those first riders rolled off in the gentle golden sunrise, and now we're in the heat of the day and we've seen red hot racing right to the end here. What drama.
Yeah,
I mean,
really spectacular race.
Dude, it was a lifesaver. Thanks so much.
We were on the edge of our seats watching them finish.
We all picked all the cross-country specialists, and here we go. It is Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia, two marathon specialists who absolutely nailed it today. As we look back at the race highlights from the elite men today, who set off around midday, and this is Lucas Baum And Georgiega, we'll have to confirm where this pair finished today's date. They finished in 21st place, 47.55 down.
I have them in 22nd.
22nd, beg your pardon. 20, I've got 21st, but that might be overall. Sorry, I'm just looking at the men
21st.
here.
No,
True.
21st, yeah.
And so they kept going. This is Serrano and Stutzman, who made a big statement for Klimatice Orbea, as it turned out. 20 kilometers, 650 meters of climbing today. And the racing was absolutely red hot from the outset. De Cosmo and Dorigoni hammering it and doing the right thing and exchanging turns on the front as they slide through the vineyards. Second last year overall and winners of the prologue a year ago, Simone Avendetto and Luca Brido set off for Willia Vittoria, back for a second bite at the Epic Apple. And just getting it wrong there. Another half a second goes by there. Would they know that that might cost them later in the day? Mark Pritson, the South African marathon champion, and Felix Stili of Honeycomb 226s. Well, they put in an impressive first half of the race, put themselves in the hunt here, would eventually finish 11th. The team to leave the start hut last was that of three-time champion Matt Beers and his new partner Tristan Nokia, Toyota Specialized in Buko 1, and they set about chasing everyone else on the course. Everyone else is ahead of them. Ritson and Stili on the new P32 big size 32-inch wheels, and as the week unfolds we'll follow the travails of whether they work or not. They certainly go round very impressively. Honeycomb 226s and an impressive ride. Pritson doing most of the work on the front, the South African champion. Meanwhile, Willia Vittoria pair hammering along. This is, beg your pardon, this is Origine Willia of Azaro and Zanotti, many people's favorites to win this stage because it suited their cross-country skills. But Matt Beers hasn't won this race 3 times without having every conceivable skill in his little toolbox, and he certainly got it together today. And it's about teamwork, and he seems to have got that absolutely right on target with his new partner Tristan Nokia. Brido and Avendetto, they knew they were up for a challenge today. Marco Hubert, third last year overall, new partner Travis Stedman, working up the climb. Another team favoured to take honours today were Sam Gaze and Luca Schwarzbauer for Team Canyon. Wasn't to be for that pair, the German and the New Zealander. On this magical descent off the top of Dorstberg, fast flowing and dusty, and the times traffic laden, which is something that befell the Pritson-Stili combination, as well as a few later on in the days. Marco Hubert set a pace ahead of Travis Stedman going down the descent. They would go towards that finish. Hubert and Stedman, and then, well, would be a day to savour for the Klimatice Orbea team, because they were all the way along the route setting a very, very fast time and putting themselves in the hunt for a place on the podium. Gaze and Schwarzbauer, and the commitment all the way to the line for the Matisse Zara Yuri Zanotti pair. Klimatice Orbea, I'll tell you what, Serrano is brutally strong there. Stutzman having to dig very deep to close in on him. Avendetto and Brido were under pressure now to make up a bit of time, and they were doing so beautifully on the descent. But as they closed in on the lower slopes of the descent, they could catch a glimpse of a team ahead of them, and that was Wout Alleman and his partner Martin Storsek, and they had to wait to the base of the climb to eventually squeeze past Storsek here, but by which time they had lost precious seconds in their hunt for a second prologue win here. They managed to get past Dorstberg just before ducking under the bridge and into the last couple of 100 meters. It was desperate times for them as they pushed for every second. Alaman, Dorstberg off the back, and eventually it was Brido and Avondetto, cross-country superstars, crossing the line and setting at that stage the benchmark time. But behind them, the last team off the start ramp was bidding to force them off that hot seat. The last team into the finish as well, and Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia put a superb shift in over the back end to close out a win by 6 seconds and take the prologue win and the overall leaders jersey going into stage 1. The three-time champion is back in charge at the Absa Cape Epic. Confirmation of that, 6.3 seconds. Beers and Nokia have over Avondetto and Brido, with Valero Serrano and Stutzman in third by 12 seconds. Very, very tight, just 12 seconds between the top three. Azara and Zanotti, Rodsbauer and Gaze, and then De Cosmo and Dorigani making up the top 6. Rabensteiner and Casey South, the Swiss champion. Samueli Poro and Martinez. Poro, perennial top 10 finisher like Rabensteiner. Lachlan Morton and Andrew L'Esperance in 9th place. They've come here very well prepared. There's Buerter and Johan van Sail, not where they will wear the jersey tomorrow in the red Absa African jersey. Mark Pritson and Felix Stühli in 11th place. And just ahead of the team of Silvervolt and his partner. Confirmation of the elite women's podium. Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller, 51 minutes and 24, blitzing around this course ahead of Kate Courtney and Greta Silvervolt by just under a minute, with Rosa van Doorn and Vera Lossa completing the podium. The former champion Vera Lossa has found a real diamond in Rosa van Doorn as her partner. Marco Moschetti and Claudia Peretti, and then Preen and Smith close out the top 5. So the Toyota mix, Jenny Rizvets and Simona Andreasen, no doubt about them. 52 minutes and 20 seconds is the gap there. And then they were nearly 4 minutes ahead of Ferrola and Prado Neto, and just 4 seconds between Nico Roach and his partner Marta Toramia. So that's going to be some race for second place, you feel, in that race, because the winners there. Now, this is the open men. 47 minutes and 25 seconds for JP Duplessis and Cronje Bierkes. ASAP Cycling leading the open men's category. They'll wear the open men's leaders jerseys tomorrow. Congratulations, young men. I think they finished inside the top 20 overall today. That is some performance. Yamamoto in second place. The open women, Hilary Bella, Joanne Talon, 4 minutes and 12 seconds ahead of the American pair, Robinson and Bertner. Anna from Backstrom and Jackie Shpena from Namibia. She untamed Namibia in third place on the podium in the open women category. NTT Data Masters men, Uwe Hochenwarter. Well, this is a man with a great pedigree in marathon racing, together with Karl Markt, taking the win ahead of Pavel Gonda and Tobias Luthi, with Nico Bell and Harvey Combrink in third place. Just a minute separating there, and there's some hitters behind them still coming as well. So this is a very, very contested category, and that's how close it is already after a day, just less than a minute. Data women and Marie Kutua and Janine Miller from Newswear, South Africa. They've taken the win. Congratulations, Janine and Marie. Anita McKenzie and Ruda Grobler, 50 seconds further back, and they are here to race in their age category this year, and they've done so impressively today on the opening day. Maureen Jordan, beg your pardon, and Jenny Close in third place, just under 4 minutes behind the overall leaders there. GSC Grandmasters, Yvonne Zugastian and Ernesto Mendoza taking the win on the prologue today by 1 minute and 50 over the Bester brothers, Berger and Hendrik, with Olivia Imfeld and Simon firmly in third place by just over 2.5 minutes. The Pedal Project, they're riding for one of the charities being supported by the Absa Cape Epic this year, and there are 12 of those. GSC Grandmaster Women, Martha Kukamur and Jenny Ronigan, defending champions, and they've put down a big marker early on, 4:57. Last Lioness, Hanla Stein and Lisa Tsepek in second place. Brigitte Schmidlin and Simone Evans in third place in the GSC Grandmaster Women. Great Grandmaster men, John Gould and Amir Mateyahu, taking the win ahead of Peter and Corey Miller. The brothers separated by a continent, but reunited here at the Absa Cape Epic. Rob Sobey and Darren Hines in third place, but just 25 seconds in the Great Grandmaster. That's going to be a race to watch over the next couple of weeks, next couple of days. So there we go. Some 725 teams have completed the prologue and got their Absa Cape Epics underway. Yeah, and, it is now time to recognize the podiums. Remember that we'll be on air here at the Absa Cape Epic every day for the next 7 days, bringing you live action from the marathon stages of the Absa Cape Epic. We're in Montague tomorrow and in fact on Tuesday as well. And then it's the first of the big marathon stages from Montague to Greyton on stage 3, and then a loop around Greyton on stage 4 before the Queen stage. That could well be a determining factor in the overall standings here as they go from Greyton to Stellenbosch over 3 ranges of mountains and into Stellenbosch. That is a mighty stage in prospect before rounding it off in Stellenbosch for the last 2 days. So that's the task that awaits. A big transfer today from Meerendal to Montague, and then exploring new trails and terrain for most of this field, because the last time the race visited Montague, it was from Barrydale to Montague, a marathon stage of 105 kilometers, and they only finished in Montague, and Bart Brenchens was one of the winners on that day. But tomorrow it'll be a big stage doing a loop around Montague, same the next day, and plenty of new trails to explore. Then that marathon stage to Greyton, a loop around Greyton, and then that Queen stage, 134 kilometers, Greyton to Stellenbosch, 2,750 meters of climbing, and then 2 days in Stellenbosch. It'll be very challenging, trail-laden days, and we'll get to grips with the elite women's route, which will change, which has changed in dynamics, 545 kilometers, and this is a look at tomorrow's detailed route map as they traverse the Klein Karoo. Different type of terrain, different vegetation, and hugely challenging for every single one of these riders. The Toyota Tough section is a section called Koerse's Roller Coaster. They've done immense work over the last 18 months. Some 90 kilometers of trail has been built and created to engage the riders at the Absa Cape Epic in Montague. That's tomorrow's menu. So it's all down to the final presentation today, and the podium presentation. What did you make of this prologue over 20 kilometers? Very tight, very engaging, Ariane.
Oh yes, it was so exciting. We were so on the edge of the seat watching this. Both the women and the men, really impressive times that the women put down here, I have to say. Incredible to see how skilled, how powerful they are. So inspiring to watch, and the men, yeah, so nice to see an all South African team in the leaders jersey after today. Really a great start to the race for South Africa, of course. Well, the Italians still got 7 days ahead of them to possibly take that off Matt and Tristan. So yeah, great spectacle. Always a great venue, Meerendal, beautiful trails.
I could just echo what you just said. I mean, seeing Matt and Tristan as the marathon specialists here right at the top step of the prologue, that is super impressive. Super exciting to to the start of this week, to the start of this race. The cross-country teams, they're just a couple of seconds behind them, so the hunt for the jersey is definitely on, and we are going into different terrain tomorrow.
Presentation about to take place down in front of the finish, and it is going to be our top three in the UCI men's elite category who are going to be welcomed up onto the podium.
Yeah, Tristan is very used to putting on a red jersey, but this is going to feel a little bit different to wear a yellow jersey today.
Podium in the prologue of the 2026 Absa Cape Epic in the men's elite category. And stepping onto the third step of that podium, very experienced David Valero Serrano and Mark Stutzman. Third place, gave absolutely everything, and Serrano will be delighted with that because he's been here time and again and never quite perhaps delivered on the potential, but he's got a partner who's certainly up for it. Winners of the prologue last year, they were second overall on the general classification and gave it all here, perhaps compromised a little towards the end, but nevertheless a great ride by Simone Avendetto and Luca Braido of William Vittoria. A little bit of Absa Cape Epic history as Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier step up to receive the accolades. The all-South African pair for Toyota Specialized in Buko take the prologue win in sensational fashion by 6 seconds, in just over 6 seconds. A remarkable twist towards the end here and a thrilling dice to the line. Finished off by Beers and Norkier to take the win.
Stick around, we're going to do the jersey presentation in a moment.
So that's the podium, and then they will vacate, and then the leaders will return to receive the prized jerseys of the race leaders today, and that will be something they will cherish. Certainly Matt Beers has many experiences of that. He's won 13 stages now. Tristan Norkier has worn the red jersey as Absa African leader. They finished third last year with Marco Hubert, but first time of asking, and a team that only got together in the last week or two is quite remarkable, and it's a testament to Tristan Norkier and to Matt Beers' teamwork and cohesion.
And well deserved.
The leaders of the Absa Cape Epic going into stage 1 at Montague in the Vita zebra striped yellow jerseys. It is Toyota Specialized in Buko, Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier, all South Africa on the top step of the podium in the Absa Cape Epic. A very, very rare occurrence, but one that is richly deserved by a pair of high-class riders here at Meerendal. Well, it's been an enthralling day. We've thoroughly enjoyed bringing you the action from this prologue and how this race changes, of course. And we will see all of that unfold over the next week. We hope you will join us from the very first pedal stroke to the last as we take you around the Western Cape. Benno Willett and Ariane Luthi, thanks very much for joining us. We look forward to your insights and knowledge over the next week as we bring you 2026's Absa Cape Epic and the journey all the way to Stellenbosch, which will unfold right in front of your eyes. Thanks for joining us. We'll talk to you tomorrow. From us all, goodbye.
20 seconds to go. Stand by for the gun. You are now in the hands of the star.
Cape Epic is the toughest race in the world.
It's a spotlight to showcase the best of the best in conditions that throw absolutely everything at you. Africa is different. It punches differently and hits differently.
We see that the level it's basically getting higher and higher every year.
The more pressure we can execute on our competitors, the better it might end for us.
It's very cool when you're riding and you hear the helicopters, one with the top man and the other with the woman, and you see them on the top of the mountain. And you see, shit, I have to climb up there.
Mentally, the way we prepared was just, it is what it is. It's gonna be wet, it's gonna be slippery, we're gonna get cold. It's all these things where I guess it's negatives, but you can't see it as a negative. It's something that we're gonna have to deal with.
With their sight on the overall podium, we can 100% expect that things are going to change.
You just need one weak moment. It's pretty much one drop gel, energy gel, and you can lose time.
For your champions, Nino Schurter, Filippo Colombo, 1, 2, 3. Annika Langval, 6-time Absa Cape Epic champion. Sofia Gomez-Villafan, 2-time Absa Cape Epic champion. Victory for the 2025 Absa Cape Epic is yours.
Preparation is everything, and we believe in plan the work and work the plan. And this year, it came off perfectly, exactly how we planned it.
After 21 years, I still haven't found the words to really describe the feeling when you cross that finish line, when I cross it, every single time. All I know is that it's an amazing feeling of so much gratitude.
Kudos to all those amateurs. They can be very proud.
20 seconds to go. Stand by for the gun. You are now